咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，再份復習，個身份最好嘅嘢，出盡你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我當你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，再份復習，個身份最好嘅嘢，出盡你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，單一單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第濕，就份復習，個新聞住好個月，出咗你對不對你輸，人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，單一單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯。 我對唔住，我想瞓第三，想份複習，個新聞最好嘅嘢出咗你對不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to Serious Sunday. This is the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1 final stage, ladies and gentlemen. And we only have a handful of games left before we determine who will be the champion, who will be in our top 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Tash Bunny will be your storytellers for today. How are you feeling today, Tash?
I'm excited. A lot of expectations on the riding on the shoulders. I think we have the usual suspects here on the top seat, which I am not surprised at this point. They're very consistent coming through here, but I am looking forward to seeing some teams that go through a very unconventional approach. I'm talking about HAPPIE squad here. They go for these very long rotations and it just really catches off guard. And I'm super stoked to see whether or not they have refined that art, because it does catch a lot of teams off guard.
Yeah, and T5, let's not forget about them as well. They were the star team yesterday. Arguably one of the biggest rises so far that we've seen in the final stage, and they are now chasing eArena for their #1 spot. But let's not also forget, we have a lot of great moments as well. Great individual moments, especially from Himas, who came in with a 1v3 clutch in the very first game yesterday. And he has been showing himself as a very important player for L Gamers Global. But before we get on to our game, just a bit of a recap of the journey so far.
Yeah, anyways, for you guys who are new here to this tournament, we're going to be looking at the final stage right now, where we did have 8 teams participating or qualifying from the play-ins, and another 8 that came in from other tournaments, namely the PUBG Thailand Series, Vietnamese Series, as well as PUBG Masters Series. Anyways, schedule starts here. Play-in stage already ended, and now for the 27th till the 31st, 28th was a dark day. For you guys who didn't know, Myanmar and Thailand were hit by a very, very heavy earthquake. Please pray for them. They need a lot of help right now, and I really hope our players and friends who are there in Thailand and Myanmar are staying safe. Regardless, we are currently on Sunday 30th, where we have another 2 more days to go before the final stage ends.
Yeah, it will be tomorrow, so make sure you adjust your times, because tomorrow will be the day where we determine who's the top 3 and who will be the champion for this stage. Now, they did not start directly into the final stage. Obviously, they had the play-ins, just like how you saw earlier on, and now we're at the final stage. But after we're done with the final stage, only the top 3 will move on to PGS 7 and PGS 8. So bare minimum for the teams, you want to be at least in the top 3.
Yeah, you really want to be on the top 3 right now. And I think since the season's a little bit more shorter, especially for a lot of these teams, being able to go further means that you have a lot more time to compete and show off your skills over there on the bigger stage. As far as we know, when it comes to APAC, we do have some of the most aggressive teams in terms of gameplay as well. We saw it yesterday, a little bit more slower in the beginning side, but we are starting to see those hop drops, essentially not hop drops, but rather teams that are dropping at the same spot actually try to win out those initial fights, which is so important. Regardless, prize pool is here with an $80,000 US prize pool. And I'm also talking about individual prizes in that mix with the MVP, Eagle Eyes, Grenade Master, Field Medic, as well as Best Voted Moment. And I honestly, for me, Best Voted Moment, I would vote for the Himas 1v4. Let's be real here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to top that, right? But we have 12 more games to go. So let's see if anyone can actually beat that one. Well, for the participating teams, we have 2 different sets of teams that actually made it into the final stage. First set is the 8 seeded teams that directly qualified themselves into the final stage based on their respective tournament performance. And we also had the play-in stage that happened last week. So we have 8 teams from the 8 seeded teams, and also the play-in stage 8 teams, and they make up the 16 teams that are currently in the final stage. And of course, so far from what we're seeing, eArena, they are still at #1.
Yeah, but only shy of 4 points from T5 right now. I think T5, they've been really chasing very consistently throughout the entire day. On top of that, 2 chicken dinners as well to really seal the deal. eArena has been quite consistent here. They lose 1 round, they bounce back after. But I think when it comes to these things, you want to be able to go. And eArena hasn't really been that yesterday quite yet. Regardless, I do want to talk about some other teams right now. QiWA and X-Men. Well, QiWA was the team to get eliminated very, very early. And that's why the big disparity in score is there at the bottom of the ladder. And I think it's very unfortunate, because this team, they really try to make it work right now. They do have drop spots that is very similar to WDG, and WDG has been overwhelming them every single time. It's twice in a row yesterday. On top of that as well, they did have 1 pop-off game where they were able to overwhelm entire team, getting them those 4 points, but it's still not enough. Ending day 1 with 4 points and then day 2 with 4 points, bringing them to only 10. The disparity is huge here between them as well as X-Men. So as you can see here from the bottom side of the ladder, it is quite competitive still, except for QiWA. I'm really hoping today will be the day they decide to wake up.
Well, the last two games wasn't great for QiWA. They got eliminated very early in Yasnaya, and we are going to restart again in Erangel, which was the two games yesterday that QiWA didn't do well. So they had the entire night, almost the entire day today for them to rediscover themselves on how are they going to play Erangel. Do they still want to drop in Yasnaya, take that fight, or drop in Yasnaya but don't take the fight directly, or just drop somewhere else entirely? That's something that we want to observe, because that was pretty much the only early fight that we've got when it comes to the Erangel matches.
Yeah. On top of that as well, I think it's so interesting how you want to approach these particular other maps as well. I mean, because particularly Rondo and Taego, again, we had this discussion briefly yesterday about how much information and VODs we have for this map, given the fact that this map in particular for this stage is played once a day. So compared to day one, we do have 2 VODs in total, but not a lot to work off. So if anything, I think most teams would have still put in more of their effort onto Miramar as well as Erangel in terms of strats. But it's always very fun to see how teams can get a little bit more creative on how exactly they want to approach this, especially on Rondo, since it's a bigger map, a lot of landmass as well.
Oh yeah, so that's something that we will observe as well later on for the Rondo match that will be only played once per day. So today is no different. It's going to be the same thing for the Rondo match. But zooming onto Erangel. So yesterday's Erangel, the first Erangel, we got a decent kind of circle. It was kind of okay. But the second Erangel, well, there was a very interesting circle that was very difficult for the teams to actually drop in mid to the base.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were, trying to figure out whether or not they wanted to go to the mainland or not. I mean, it did cause some teams to kind of figure out whether or not we want to rotate early. I think Forest Nature Gaming were the first team to rotate off of SMB first to go onto that mainland, unfortunately not being able to hold down their area. I mean, TDT was the big breaker for that game if you think about it, because they were the team that were supposed to be gatekeeping. And personally, for me, I think they didn't know that they didn't want to take these fights too early, retreated, gave away that space to, Forest Natural Gaming and let them deal with the stragglers moving in from SMB. And I think it's a good call. And I think it's so important to talk about these calls as well, because you have the early round to the mid-round calls all the way to the finals round as well, the final few circles. Most teams stay, I think, relatively quiet early. We do see some stragglers now and then, pickoffs. And I think this should not change throughout the course of the entirety of today. But it's that mid-round, I would say, rotations and fights that I'm really interested in seeing. Are we going to be seeing a lot more aggression coming in from maybe stage 5 and above, or are we going to see a little bit more quieter rounds? Because if anything for us, we did see a little bit more aggression toward then, especially as they fight for positions. And I think this has been the theme recurring from yesterday as well, fighting for positions, making sure that you're able to hold on to positions. We've seen so many of these fumbles as well from Xavage, X-Men as well yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So these are things that I think a lot of teams need to figure out. Okay, if we're getting that positioning early, what are we going to do about that? How are we going to hold? And if not, then how are we going to take? Regardless, let's see if the questions are answered on the first map of the day. This is Erangel.
Well, there's a ton of breakdown there by Tash that we'll need to observe what's going to happen in this Erangel match. Of course, some of those might be determined by the flight path itself. And look at the map, looks like we're going to get a flight path that passes by Ruins. And thanks to amazing observers as well, giving us a good view of Ruins from the ground view itself. Starting from Cerberus all the way down to Primos for Yasnaya itself, where we want to observe what might happen to QiWA. Looks like QiWA, they decided not to go to Yasnaya at all. They drop on the left side of Cerberus, perhaps going towards maybe Zarki if they want to play super safe, or even North Jogo pool that is currently open.
Very open. Now, I did raise up some questions right just now about certain things, and I think that right now it's all about just trying to identify if teams are going to be hot dropping, if they're going to be taking these early fights as well. And for me personally, I mean, we didn't see a lot of hot drops yesterday. People were just dropping on places they usually drop in as well. So I think yesterday, WDG and QiWA dropped off over at Yasnaya. WDG decided to drop a little bit more to the northern side. QiWA changed their drop spot entirely this time, which I think is good because you want to be able to survive a little bit more. And I think that dropping down very, very early and just going far away from teams could be a good team for them, since they don't really have that early firepower, or rather that confidence to take in these early fights.
Yeah, and for early fights, looks like everyone has their own spread. But oh my goodness, look at this circle. It's even worse than the one yesterday. But this has a higher likelihood of maybe going to mid base. But honestly, this truly looks like a 50-50.
That early skirmish between Sharper and AG, I am very much amused because Mans went full fast and furious trying to avoid all of the bullets. One knockdown onto AGG already, so it's going to be Sir T. Okay, at the very least here for Sir T could still be picked up. I think Sharper does not want to stay on too long anyway, so they took their guard. They're out of there. Great. Okay, cool thing. Now this circle, as you mentioned just now, as I was in the fifth laughter, sorry about that, Sir Cloud. This is a not very nice circle. Again, I think it's always a big problem when you have these kind of circles. It's very big on that water, less landmass, and on top of that as well is the southern side of the map alongside half of SNB. How are you gonna pick?
Yeah, it's really difficult, right? Like you gotta roll the dice and you gotta be prepared to like, okay, if the circle goes to one side of the island, then you have to make those quick moves because everyone's gonna move the same direction. But for Sir T, same direction from Sharper Esports to take him out, not so direct. They don't have a good clear view to eliminate him yet. Thanks to Himas giving out those long range shots, just try to shoot them away. Maybe Sir T might be able to survive.
It's been really long and prolonged fight. Okay, they shoot back, fine, but I don't think Surti's gonna be picked up. Okay, point in the pocket. Thunder's finally getting him. Probably has been bothering them for a while. That's first point already in the game into their pockets. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this particular thing here. I'm gonna talk about Sharper and AGG in particular yesterday. Yeah, they have a lot of heroic style plays. But if I'm being honest right now, when I look at AGG, I think about Himas, his heroics, his big plays, and every time Himas goes a little bit more out, it feels like the team it does not have that firepower when it comes to survivability. They get knocked out very, very soon. I'm really hoping there's a little bit more of change in the way they play, understandably so. I mean, Himas is the big impact maker, the firepower at the same time, but I would love a little bit more teamwork coming from them. It just feels they're a little bit more disconnected. We see a lot of firepower, that cover fire coming in from Himas, but not so much of that answer shots coming through to bring that Sir T into the game. And I think in a way I kind of get it because it is quite early in the game, but at the same time, I would love to see a little bit more effort to just survive as a 4. And I think for AGG, their biggest problem right now is that they lose one very, very early in the game in a majority of games yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, losing one player very early on is never the ideal situation for any team, right? But it could be the case where Sir T was like trying to go for a vehicle, but he lost that 50-50 to grab that vehicle, and then he got caught out in the open. So things like that do happen. But like what you say, I got to give credit still to Himas. Like he really did what he could do, like trying to shoo away their opponents. But Sharper Esports, they really, really wanted to gain that 1 point. It's crucial for them to keep themselves afloat in hopes for them to at least be in the top 3.
Okay, water vehicles already online as well, and I think it's great. I think for a Daytrade here, they're trying to go for, okay, they have 2 vehicles in hand here, and I think this allows them, they're getting ready for the worst case scenario that, okay, we're gambling here, we're gonna go to SMB, so how are we gonna rotate? Because you can tell that teams like TDT here, I think they've really camped themselves all the way southern side toward the western circle on the map, and I think this has not changed at all yesterday, all the way till now. So in a way as well, it gives them quick access to SMBs, number 1. And number 2, it also allows them to become those bridge trolls. And I'm seeing a lot of rotations here toward the western circle, the western bridge, excuse me. And for TDT, this could be their golden opportunity to catch anyone in the midst of those rotations. They don't have to force fights, but they can catch 1 or 2 players in the midst of rotating over and just pick them off one by one for those extra 1 or 2 points.
And not only like TDT is thinking about sticking close as possible to the river or to the bridge, like we have eArena doing pretty much the same as well, playing around the area of Ferry Pier right now. And Decimate Gaming, they're definitely taking their time. They're looking at the rotations of other teams. And we do see a few early emergency pickups being used. One of them, the Team Flash, and they will also play by the river, allowing them easier access across if needed.
Okay, WDG as well already here. And I'm quite surprised at how many teams are here toward the western side of the circle already. I mean, there's a lot of space, right, toward SMB, the military base itself. There are some high grounds, but a lot of teams are choosing to hang around in the western side of that tiny island. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams hanging out there right now. eArena just kind of like placing themselves toward Ferry Pier. I think they're going to do what they did yesterday, catch that ferry, rotate over in the southern side. But if they do go to rotate over to the southern side here, you have Haisaki waiting for them down there. And they have a nice 3-1 formation with Cerberus, Haisaki with that first contact. And I think that Haisaki, we've seen yesterday those big plays, right, where he's able to win these 1v3s and just really cripple out a team getting 2 before he goes down as well. So in a way, this is great because I think Cerberus has already kind of like thought 3 steps ahead. Okay, if we want to kind of pick off some eliminations, where can we plant ourselves? Because clearly the western side is so packed right now. You know what? Let's go south. Let's catch anyone in the midst of trying to use that ferry.
But speaking about ferry, Xavage Esports passing by Ferry Pier with the emergency pickup. And interesting enough, they did not drop directly into meet the base this time. Maybe because of the PTSD yesterday where they got caught and it was difficult for them to get onto the main peninsula. But anyway, even though it's a 50-50 this time, but they decided to go to meet the base, which to me is absolutely fine. Because if you come in late by the area of Ferry Pier, there will be so many teams, you might as well just go to meet the base. Moving over to Sharper Esports, they're making a chase now in FW.
Sharper, you can always rely on them to take these fights. They're very aggressive. Whatever that moves, they will shoot. They will try to go for these fights. And I have to say that they are looking very, very aggressive today. But moving on over to this side of the map here, X-Men and FL. Now, this is an interesting one because X-Men has always been that one team that likes to take compounds early. They hold on to it, but the biggest problem is just holding on to it right now. Lucky G out up Chen as well as the rest of the team just completely gets eliminated by Team Flash here. And Team Flash are just so happy to take away this compound away from this team because given the fact right now, this western side of the map is just so populated. Whatever compound they can take, they will wrestle it away. And just what happened, it's going to be X-Men's.
Yeah, which is too bad for them, right? They landed into the spot where Team Flash landed first and they didn't look like they were prepared. So they got eliminated very early. No points at all for Savage Esports. Back on the Ferry Pier. Looks like we have 2 different teams here sharing the area. In particular, only one player from the Expendable against eArena, a full squad.
Looking at rotations right now, wow, QiWA, this is a very late rotation from QiWA. Even Forest Natural Gaming is still very much hanging out there in the on Northern Georgia Pole side. I'm not seeing a lot of movements either. I think they're looking and just hoping to go for a very, very late rotation so that most teams would have rotated over, but it doesn't stop Kiss from being able to take a pick off onto Trick. Now, this is an interesting one. Every time I look at Forest Natural Gaming, I think of Kiss for that first contact play, for those initial hits. You gotta give it to this guy. He's so aware and so quick whenever he sees a target he wants. Very decisive as well, excuse me. And I think that it's great that you have a player like Kiss to really open up fights for your team as well because it allows you to be able to just really cripple a team great and then just collapse over. But QiWA right now, I'm looking at this rotation, they're just so separated. Yomik left all the way in northern side, the other 2 far away in the southern side as well. And this is where I question, like in terms of QiWA, like is there hesitation coming through here or is the lack of information making you kind of go into a scatter mode?
Well, besides QiWA, we gotta keep an eye on to FW right now as they try to stop Sharper Esports. Sharper Lui having problems and he will be gunned down on the bridge. Looks like FW Esports, they definitely want to pick up this point for sure. And at the same time, look for the other members of Sharper Esports. But at the same time, they need to manage the fact that the circle will close again.
Oh, no.
And it looks like majority of it is on the military base, but we still have a good percentage of it on the main peninsula still.
I mean, there's still a possibility of it being a bridge, circle as well. Look at how many teams are populated here. We have teams that are just, trying to make sure that they can cover both ends here. TDT decided to leave where they actually were hanging on to just now, which was the mainland where the bridge was. So Sharper Esports in trouble, not able to cross that bridge either. FW has done a great job of being the gatekeepers here. Pay the toll, and it's going to be your life. Surely one player of Sharper has already lost. The rest have to kind of like tank this blue zone because the pain is going to be a little bit too much to handle eventually. I don't think it's going to be a problem for Sharper to cross over, but it's going to be a very, very late rotation. And even if they do rotate, they still have to worry about FW, who's kind of... I wouldn't be surprised if FW decide to plant themselves over on the high grounds over the northern side of SMB as well, where AGG, southern side of where AGG are.
Yeah, that could be one of those key positions as well that they potentially might take. And if they take that, Sharper Esports, like what you said, it's going to have a difficult situation. It's going to be hard for them to come in because they might pass by there. So they have to make the right decisions on their timing and when exactly to move and so on and so forth. Within the circle right now, Cerberus Esports on one of the high grounds, pretty much in the middle of this current circle, and they will have a lot of information of teams around them.
Cerberus has really planted themselves southern side, western side, eastern side, excuse me, of the island all the way down in the northern side of SMB. And I don't think anyone really wants to be inside of SMB because in case the circle does moving out of these, of these buildings to get into the circle itself should be hard. And I think that it's kind of wise that you want to go for these high ground areas. But if anything, Cerberus needs to fight for that location over with WDG as well. Now looking over at FW, right? I did call that out where they're going to hold that high ground is exactly where they are right now. A huge portion of that high ground is very much in that control. They can go, I think they can pick off AGG if they want to, given the fact and granted that they had lost one player very, very early. They could separate that as well. T5, they are already en route onto the island itself. So if anything right now, it's southern side I am curious to be looking at right now, which is the HAPPIE squad here taking this fight up against FL. From the corners, tries to isolate. Ia has been a huge impact maker yesterday, always playing a little bit more solo, separated from the team right now, but taking this 1v1 with BMEC could potentially be a problem. He pushes up here, getting cut off guard with util in hand, and Bindeck takes full advantage of the situation. At the very least, HAPPIE does have a layered system when it comes to playing off their teammates there. 10 Trip is in the back line as well, just to provide a little bit of cover fire, but they need to go and pick him up. As Bindeck, yes, is going to rush up forward. Aya still very much in those smokes, and HAPPIE trying to open up a bit of space here. They have smokes, they have util to throw up forward, puts in a bit of damage. So Team Flash is having trouble climbing up this hill. It's not going to be easy at all, but at the very least, we do have a stalemate for the time being. As the other team here, we're looking at Evil Patrick going for a big rotation, could go for a flank, good backstab as well. I love the crunch plays that HAPPIE has been doing yesterday. It could potentially be just that.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Evil Patrick doing something like that, right? And what he did was amazing. It allowed them to win fights. So doing exactly the same maybe might give them a good potential of winning it. Circle-wise, it went down to the military base. We still have a handful of teams on the main peninsula that needs to travel across. But because of this kind of circle, I guess the Evil Patrick move will continue on.
That's a lot of damage Jun has put into Cerberus as well. So Cerberus forced to give away the spot over on the high grounds there of SMB. As they're rotating, they already see a lot of pressure coming in, both from TDT as well as WDG as well. Lamba Wu, I think, is the last man here. I'm a little bit concerned for where he is. I don't think they're going to stop quite yet. Now, as the circle had pulled into the western side of the circle, we're going to see some movement here. TE definitely crossing that bridge. Chloris is in a vehicle with a teammate as well, but I'm not seeing any aggression come through from TDT. Honestly, this could be like the golden opportunity, but I'm guessing for TDT it's about just hunkering down. And this is what I was talking about in terms of calls in the pre-show as well. It's like, how early do you want to get aggressive here? And because of that, TE got in early, and Lamba Wu will be the victim to not get knocked down first. So if anything, I'm not surprised at this outcome, because how many teams are there on those terrains?
Yeah. We can see FW at least, and there could be more waiting for them in front, in which the problem for All Gamers Global is that they don't have the vision of whoever who's on the other side of the hill. So they need to tread this very carefully. But at the same time, we move over to Cerberus Esports. We have TE here, and looks like it's going to be a three-way bout for this high ground. Decimate Gaming got one. Haisaki will be down on his knees, and this could be an opening for even TE to come in.
Could be. DCM also here. DCM did share yesterday a little bit about the confidence issues that they have. I mean, given the fact they're not going to have like a lot of more time to play while they're juggling life as well. So I do understand that, but I really hope that they do find that confidence as they play in. I mean, if anything, when you look at DCM, the biggest problem that they have right now is that I'm not saying confidence, I would say it's more of like the communication, how they move off each other. I like how they have insight all the way in the back line, you know, playing a little bit more passive, providing those cover fire and support, but the timing is always a bit more off for these teams as well. Now they're in trouble. Okay, fair enough, you have Umpat and Insight very much online still, but Flood and Monty knocked down here is not the best outcome. There's a little bit too far out here, and they are sandwiched between TE as well as Cerberus, and Delwyn is not letting them go. He's being relentless as heck, excuse me, as he tries to find and just secure these points. But the Expendables this time decides to take up more space, rushes up forward, understanding that, that DCM is in a very, very precarious situation, crippled down to only 2 more players. And somehow, Umpat is playing very close here. We didn't really see a lot of highlight reels from this guy yesterday, but perhaps today might be the day that he's able to just really come online. I think he wants to here. Nice little spray onto one player, goes for 2! Monty! Very well played, crossfired with his teammates as well, and this is what I was talking about in terms of their communication, and looks way better today.
Excellent defense there, and much needed defense because the circle continues to move down south, and now it's 100% on military base itself, and they will still have that circle thanks to that win. Now for AG Global, spending time in the blue, still stuck with FW. They're not done with FW yet, but if we look at the current phase of the circle, FW, they do have the advantage. The circle is just right behind them, but behind them, there are also other teams. So who's going to block out who now?
It's going to be hard as well because I can tell TDT is getting a bit more active. 2 of the players have actually kind of rushed up forward here. So in a way, it should be a 3-way fight over to that northern side of the circle. But if anything right now, Flash, they also have other problems in their hands right now. They have HAPPIE squad to worry about, and HAPPIE squad has a majority of this high ground terrain. Now for eArena, they did manage to cross that bridge. Great, they got over already as well. And I think for them, their biggest problem now is Daytrade. And if anything, Daytrade and them, not only do they all have to take fights here, they also have to go through against DCM. And DCM is the team that's sandwiched between both EA as well as CES. If anything as well, I mean, eArena, they have, DCM has had players who played in eArena, so it could be a rivalry problem as well. So I am curious to see who comes up on top of that.
Oh yeah. Now everyone's for themselves, right? Everyone's playing in respective teams, and eArena currently #1, and they want to hold on to that. But, well, we check on eArena. We also move over to Team Flash. So far, so good, defending their ground against incoming teams, including HAPPIE Squad, who's currently here. QiWA looking for an angle. They managed to get 1 knockdown. This is goal time for Team Flash.
QiWA rushes up here. It's going to be 10 trip forward, 10 trip. Movement, buddy here. Nice little strafes as well, but jump shots and rush through from Binek means it's a little bit more harder for them to just really hold on. And HAPPIE Squad should eventually be eliminated. And this is massive because it gives you so much space into the circle. It gives you a compound as well and high ground. So for them, this is a massive dub.
Oh, absolutely important for them. But the fight's not over yet. More teams coming in. Daytrade Gaming. Now we have them on screen. They're playing by the line of the circle. They have a very big spread here, trying to get as much information as possible. As long as they don't get knocked, they'll be fine. But T5 comes in from afar as well, knocking down Team Flash. Hong Bodik.
And without any players there, Thanadoll should be secured. No problem at all. I mean, in this situation, Daytrade, they have a lot to worry about. They have to worry about Flash, you have DCM, you have eArena on northern side as well. I think Tigger, he wants to put his hand in the cookie jar if you think about it, because he's trying to go in a little bit more aggressive. But DCM, they are the gatekeepers. They have compounds, they have space to work with. And if anything, eArena, they are bleeding to death. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nowhere to rotate, as well as the blue zone is just so relentlessly heading toward them. As the circle shrinks, CES wants to stop DCM from coming in here, regardless of anything that's going to be happening right now. They have to leave the compound. They have to rush forward. No terrain in sight as well. And eArena right now, the only one standing alive is just Larix, running for his life. Not blue zone will claim him eventually. So 13th place is not the opening game I expected eArena to have today.
Well, somebody's hungry. I am too. Don't worry about that. Anyway, Daytrade Gaming. Now they're still in the game, but they don't have the circle. They still need to win the fight against Team Flash that's waiting in front of them from the inner side of the circle. Binek, however, is currently down on his knees behind the tree. QiWA to go and save him. It's going to be pretty tough as well, while Daytrade Gaming Flash is looking at them. As long as it's still in this, QiWA cannot go in for the save.
TDT is going huge here right now. They don't nearly have the circle either. They have a lot of space to work with, a lot of time as well on the northern side here, but the play area should be restricted soon, so they need to find a way in. Daytrade should take full control of the area as well now that Flash is out. So if anything, T5 here, they're a very interesting one. They still have 3 kills, fairly quiet. Again, we talked about how this team is, I wouldn't say they're flashy. If anything, they are a team that just plays together, overwhelms, very stock standard style play, but it works for them. They have a 3-1 formation here with Rossited playing down toward the southern side. They have Compound in hand as well, but Fluky, this guy, huge impact maker, great openings. Made for the team as well. As you falls as well, 1 by 1. It's about to be like dominoes for them. 2 more to go. It's not going to be the easiest to bring him up, and I think TDT realizes it, so they're just going to cut their losses and just rotate away.
Yeah, so it's not going to be worth it because we still have like, what, 9 teams? That's a lot of teams at this stage. Anyway, WDG comes in, and from the side, T-Dui, Rip 113, took out the members of TDT. TDT could not land at all. The moment they arrived, WDG picked up points out of them.
Very big patience played as well as easy pickings as well, finding the players of CES. A lot, and these are all just long-range pickoffs here. So Lolzy does eventually fall. Great find by Scappy. Rendered low because there is going to be some pushback here. It's going to be from from DCM as well. At the very least, Sololzy will be taken away by Scappy. Another point in the bag. Monty goes aggressive here, plays with the terrain, but CES, they have strength in numbers as they both swing out together, spraying to them to oblivion. But CES cannot hang on for all that longer. It's been a sandwich for them between these 2 teams, and now Forest looking to refill that space that was once held by the team. DCM right now, they want to rotate a little bit more into the circle, but like it or not, this high ground for Forest Natural Gaming, it's not going to be the easiest to rotate into either. They still have to pick out insight as well.
Well, the high ground is still semi-valuable since the circle is just right in front of them, but Daytrade Gaming putting a lot of pressure on the side at the same time, putting out shots, not allowing them to simply come in. But just like that, Force Natural Gaming eliminated number 6, and now the king of the hill is Decimate Gaming.
Much greater round for them. 6 kills in the bag. Losing Monty early, that's fine. Monty has done his job. Big impact maker in the previous fight as well. Slowly but surely, they're trying to bring this step by step right now. Coming into the game, we talked about this team. I mean, we did say about what the biggest problem was for this team and how they had a lot of confidence issues coming into today. Granted, they still haven't lost their touch. It's just about finding that chemistry. And perhaps today, day 3, should be the day they find that. Spoke too soon here. Umpat will falls. Tigger Daytrade not done quite yet. The gatekeepers forward here can still be picked up here. As T5, they're just waiting. Have to rotate over toward the northern side of the circle, and if they do that, they have to climb up a terrain where SP is waiting in the wings for them.
And at the south, we're gonna get T5, the team that performed really well yesterday. They're gonna come into the circle. It's gonna be fine for them. Most teams on the northern side, especially now Daytrade Gaming and Decimate Gaming, will need to come in. And it's important for them to win this fight. Tigger is waiting on the lower ground. Flash is waiting on the other side. A good spread by Daytrade Gaming to try to overcome Decimate Gaming. And Tigger, he sees one target, but the prone came in just in time.
Just in time, but he shoots back. But the rest of Daytrade, as soon as he spots out all the members of DCM, it's an instant collapse. And DCM cannot fight back. Regardless of the outcome, 5th place, not the worst way to go. And on top of that, 6 to 7 eliminations in the bag. A much more better performance to open up the day for this team. Mostly consistent as well in terms of how they've been surviving. But T5, again, very similar outcome as well on how they want to kind of go up this terrain, understanding there's 2 teams in front of them. But if anything, I think Daytrade is the safest in terms of all the teams up here. They have a high ground so far away from the other teams as well. So they can wait out for WDG and Sharper Esports, even T5 to fight. And they can put their hand in the cookie jar, third party, steal away points, and then run away with the chicken dinner if they want to.
Oh yeah, totally agree, yeah. The high ground that Daytrade Gaming has right now is the best position possible. Not near any other teams, and they have, because of the high ground, they'll be able to see all the other teams below them, including the 2 teams on the right side of the circle, which is WDG and also Sharper Esports. Whereas for T5, well, they'll be chilling down at the south, but at some point they need to think about crossing the road, and it's not going to be easy. Once you cross the road, Daytrade Gaming with a high ground advantage could shoot them down.
They could. 3-1 formation. Belmoth is just kind of running around. I think it's good that he's doing that, just to make sure that no one is proning around, hiding in the wings, not to allow anyone to go for these off-angle sort of pickoffs while everyone is just so distracted by mains, by most of the teams as well. But I have to say, T5 is in a hell of a painful situation when it comes to these rotations. Have to go up against Sharper if they go right, and they have a compound to deal with. And on top of that, behind that, you have WDG. WDG could also take advantage of this situation as well. I mean, if T5 takes this fight, kind of force the issue, get into the compound, WDG can go for a third party to steal away kills as well. I mean, they're very comfortable. They're very right there in the circle. Most of the area of the northern side there is very much in their control.
Oh yeah, with this kind of position and the geographical advantage for them, they do have it for now, that is, for now. But we can't say for sure whether they'll still get the chicken dinner because the other teams do have a better piece of the circle as well. Now it's time for them to move. T5, like what you mentioned, very, very difficult position for them to be in. Number one, they must win the fight against Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, by the edge of the circle, all they need to do is just wait, and they have the compound as their fortress. So T5, the only way for them to infiltrate is that if they can land a nade into the building, get a knock, that is the opening that they need to be able to rush in.
Daytrade's being very active as well, actively taking up space. They are kind of separate. They're very, very spread out as well, in a good way, by the way. Understandably so. The circle is not favoring them at all. So they will be moved out of the way here, but T5 Rossitsit will be the one to get knocked out early, as T5 struggling at the very least to take this fight. No cover, not a lot of space to work with. On top of that, they don't have a lot of util to work with right now. Some nades to throw out as well. Running out here, one of each. They do have some heals at the very least, so rush out forward here. But Thunders, you know how he is. He's very sharp with how he starts. It's very, very quick as well. As Rangers will be the one to follow up suit, but the smoke will give him a bit of a hidey space. But that nade just completely clips onto him. So J-Dye as well as KM99 forced to reposition. They need to pick up as well. But for Ranger X, it's all about taking up and refilling that space that he's already taken away from that team. But the lack of information for where the other members of Sharper Esports is making it hard. And J-Dye, that off-angle high ground should grant him that value as well, finding Ranger X in the end and be able to revive his teammates.
So decent defense there by Sharper. Was a bit of a scare at some point, but at the end of the day, they did it. And that's what's most important. Now, down to the top 3 teams, and we're going to see phase number 8. Ooh. For Sharper, they have to cross the road with 2 teams still active. But these 2 teams might cancel each other, opening up the opportunity for Sharper to get across.
Huge nade, finding Tigger as well. As Daytrade here, forced to be in such a horrible position. WDG, you have T-Dui as well as teammates. That nice crossfire as well, completely just choking Daytrade. Nowhere to go, open areas as well. And as the rest of his team is just completely taking away their attention, it's all about those sprays and finding those off angles is completely overwhelmed. Now it's all about just finding the last 2 members here of Sharper. They're in trouble, they're crippled. They don't have a lot of util to work with as well. Man disadvantage, not a lot of work, not a lot of space to work with, especially in this low ground situation. But WND, they sprayed completely overwhelmed. And it's a great start here for Wind Gaming. What a great way to go. Yesterday, aggression all around, and today it pays off.
Wow, and that was a really, really fast move by them. They didn't hesitate at all. They finished off Daytrade Gaming at the top of the hill. They immediately moved down to the compound, finishing off their final opponent, Sharper Esports, and that's how they scored the chicken dinner. They just made it look so flawless.
They really did. And again, this is one of those situations where rotations are going to be very, very hard, and most teams that already had planted themselves onto SMB will be the pure winners here. A lot of teams, especially TDG, they gambled very well. If I'm going to be honest here, they were quick on these rotations. They are just playing a little bit more passive. I would love to see a little bit more aggression from TGG, especially since they actually kind of like hung around by the bridge side, the western beach side, excuse me, on the northern side there. A lot of teams were crossing by. I was expecting them to just really pick off players. They didn't really do that. And I think because they hesitated, it really kind of like led them to their demise, especially with that late rotation into the circle as well. But Decimate Gaming, today, this is such a great opening for them. Yeah, they didn't get the chicken dinner. Yeah, they didn't make it to the top 4. But I have to say, they're a little bit more active. We see them up there in the feed. They are looking a lot better in terms of their teamwork as well. And I'm really excited to see how more of the teams have started to do the same. The same to be said about QiWA as well. They're readjusting adjustments today really tell a tale of what they have done in terms of bot reviewing the night before as well. So this was very exciting to watch, and I'm super excited to see what the rest of the day looks like.
Yeah, and this was also a very exciting circle if you kind of think about it. Very, very challenging. At some point it was 50-50. But majority of the teams actually made the decision to move into meter the base fairly early. So we don't see that many casualties at the bridge area. We probably saw a bit at the very, somewhere in the middle of this round. Sharper Esports lost a couple of players, but somehow still able to make it into the top 2, that is. So great work by Sharper Esports. Still got to give it to them. The fact that they actually took a very difficult route to come in.
They did take a difficult route, and they were very aggressive very early as well. But I don't think that theme is going to change. This team loves aggression. They thrive in chaos. And especially when you have team players like Thunders, right? Look how quickly he reacts, especially in the opening pick. I love being able to see that. Unfortunately for them, the circle didn't I would say it didn't really favor them as well. It's not the easiest way to go in as well, especially when you crunch between two teams that have the high ground as well as the compound as well. The only problem as well for Daytrade, they did survive till the end, but the lack of cover they had just completely overwhelmed what to do. But I think WDG, they played their cards right just today. Non-early aggressions, non-early fights, making sure they can hold on to the compound, and then finally that quick reaction time, having Tidui to the southern side of the circle and the rest just going in northern side to be able to choke the rest of the team and just completely overwhelm is a great way to play.
Yeah, just gotta relive that final moment, how fast actually WDG worked around to manage 2 different teams at the same time and scored the chicken dinner. 9 total kills, 735 total damage with, of course, the chicken dinner. So that's going to be 19 points for WDG, with Rip coming in with the most kills, 4 kills. Not the highest amount of damage, but it tells the story like he's the finisher. Or maybe even Tidui is the finisher. Look at this stash. 2 kills, only 38 damage. But bringing in the kills, that's where it matters to the team.
I mean, him is just about just putting in that extra effort, right, to crunch and be able to just steal away those last few pickoffs. I think in anything, I think it's great to be able to see teams play this, I would say, dynamically off of each other when it comes to the setup, the crunch play as well. You know, Rip 113, I like seeing how he plays. I think for when you look at WND, what I like about them the most is the way that they have like a nice 3-1 formation. They always have one player getting a little bit more active, moving on the map. They say, okay, you can find this nice off angle where we take away the attention away from you, so you're able to just find these corners that we're going to be looking at. I mean, yesterday we did see a moment, right, where Norins had planted himself in a haystack, and if say that one player from that particular team who got that chicken dinner did not get a little bit more aggressive, active, and just kind of move toward the northern side and check him out, I think it would have gone a whole different way. So I think a lot of teams have adapted this strat, and I think it's great that they're able to do that, because at the end of the day, gathering information and just kind of pinpointing where the members are really allows you to be able to strategically take up space. Regardless, Win Gaming here with 19 points total, but I have to say between them and the second place there, only 7-point differential. I'm not seeing that huge leap compared to the rest, but if anything, we talk about leaps here, it's going to be T5 finally overcoming eArena.
Yeah, welcome to the throne with a 4-point lead against eArena. But another highlight here is the Expendables now kicked out of the top 3. Daytrade Gaming is now at number 3, ahead of them by 11 points. So that is going to be the challenge here for the Expendables to move up the charts. It's going to be kind of weird to not see the global champions in our next stage. So hopefully they can make a comeback here. But we're going to repeat again, Erangel. Whether we're going to get a top circle or not, we'll leave that to fate.
It could. Erangel one more time. I mean, we've seen a nice mix of circles all around yesterday as well. So, you know, a lot of teams have the idea on how exactly to navigate these things. Now, I think a lot of teams do want to note today as well is that, you know, some teams have actually shifted their drop spots. I mean, QiWA moving toward the northern side of Erangel instead of kind of like going for that same drop spot against the WDG is also something that I liked as well, in terms of understanding that, okay, 2 in a row, we're not winning any of Erangels because we're getting knocked out early. What can we do now? We can't fight them. We can't go toward them because we don't have that speed, that firepower. What are we going to do? Change drop spots. So I think it's good that we are, you know, kind of like taking advantage of that idea. Now, I think that when we talk about teams improving today, it's that middle of the pack teams that's really been surprising me. TDT has been performing particularly well. Wind Gaming also looking really good. Even FW Esports. So again, yesterday was just day 2, but I have to say there's a lot of adjustments that a lot of teams have done here as we go into today. CES as well, I think they survived quite well. I like their 3-1, so really fun. A lot of teams opting to gamble a little bit more when it comes to rotations, if anything. So we're not seeing a bit adjustments when it comes to those gambling, whether or not they want to be mainland or even SMB.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned about like the middle pack teams, right? So if you remember yesterday, T5 was a middle pack team. And because of their good performance yesterday, now, and of course, including the game before this, now they're at number 1. So it could be an inspiration to the teams in the middle pack as well to say that, hey, you know what? If T5 could do it, why can't we? Like teams like eArena, Daytrade Gaming, or even the Expendables, they're not invincible. Any team could actually challenge them and also overtake them at the top 3 at least. And that's going to be the big ticket onto the next round. And that, because of the fact that we have like 3 slots there, that opens up a lot of opportunities to the teams in the middle pack to be able to try to catch those top 3.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, some teams are a little bit more slow in the uptick when it comes to day number 1. I think day 1 is it's really hard to really put a yardstick on a team's performance on just day 1 itself, because these are the situations where, again, it was the introduction day. You're not too sure. You have 8 teams that you played from play-ins and another 8 teams that just joined in from invitationals as well. You don't know how much expectations or how strong these teams are. Granted, the fact, I mean, again, QiWA did come in from, you know, PUBG Master Series coming into this tournament. So, you know, you really don't really know how each region will be playing and how much different it will be. I mean, Sharper Esports are showing us why they were invited, but at the same time, T5 showing us that they're a little bit more adaptable on the bigger and global stage. So that's also very, very fun to watch. Now, when you talk about these things as well, I like the fact that not only is it about adjusting and how exactly teams go, but also I think that if anything, rotations are a lot more faster today compared to yesterday. Teams are a little bit more decisive on how exactly they want to take these spaces. They've really identified where they want to go. No early fights today as well, which I'm really excited to see. But anyways, when we talk about this next Erangel, we talked about circles already. What do you want to see, Sir Cloud?
Well, I always want to see a tough circle, right? So I'm happy to see another this kind of 50-50 circle or entire meet 30-base circle. But if anyone says like, it's boring, you know, we've been seeing a lot of these kind of circles throughout the finals. Okay, why not go all the way up north? We haven't really seen like a Saverny one yet in the finals, or even like a shooting range, or even like a Starboard Kaminsky would be pretty nice, because it gives a different set of challenges to the teams, right? Because over there, there's like a lot of high ground that teams will need to play with to hike up and also try to get into those key high ground positions as early as possible. And even if they can get there early, the question is, are they able to defend? So there are a lot more other questions to answer besides just getting there or being the first team to cross the line to be in those key positions. So that will present the teams with a different set of problems for them to solve. So if it's not like the cliche South mid 30 base, we're done with that, then give me a Northern Circle. I like to see them being challenged in that way.
Yeah, it's always fun when you look at these nice circles. I mean, again, we can only theorcraft, we can only guess which circle is going to be. Again, that's very much into RNG, but a lot of teams are very adaptable as well on how exactly they want to play these circles. Again, for me personally, looking at today, I mean, yesterday was a very interesting day, right? I mean, the teams did have that 1-day break due to that tragedy. Pray for both Myanmar and Thailand. As well, when you come into today, you know, again, you have to get reacquainted one more time, because that 1-day break could really change the trajectory of how exactly you wanted to approach day number 2 and number 3 as well. Okay, let's talk about something else here. Let's talk a little bit more about HAPPIE Squad. Now, HAPPIE Squad, when we think about these teams, very veteran teams, been playing in this scene for quite some time now. I have to say, they have really exceeded expectations. But I think this season is one of those seasons. I always say this a lot. I start to sound like a broken record a little bit about how they're a little bit more unconventional with their rotations. Personally, just now, I thought that they were a little bit more quick on the uptake, but I feel like sometimes these unconventional methods they take could also be their downfall. But what are your thoughts, Sir Cloud?
Well, frankly speaking, yesterday when we saw HAPPIE Squad, I was kind of happy as well. The fact that they look like they are starting to be on the rise. They look like they are starting to get their momentum, starting to get their rhythm. starting today, their first game, not as happy as they would have liked. But we give them the benefit of the doubt, right? It's probably only that one game. But if we were to give too much benefit of the doubt, then that one game could turn into like 2-3 games. And I worry for HAPPIE squad. The fact that they shown some potential yesterday. They look like they could challenge for the top 3, the ticket to the next round. But games, of course, are running by as well. We only have 11 more games to go, including the next game after this. So the longer they wait, the bigger the gap would be. And it might reach to a point that it might not be mathematical possible for them to even catch the top 3. So this is the time that for a team like HAPPIE squad, now they are on the second half of the overall charts. They really need to start putting in the points starting this round.
Yeah. Now, I think when you talk about these teams as well, again, there are those teams that really thrive on day number 1. And I'm really curious and I really hope that this is not the case for teams such as eArena, right? I mean, you hit the ground running, you're going far ahead on top, and suddenly you're starting to lose steam because teams are starting to adapt and adjust to you. I think for eArena right now, I think they're very, very stock standard with how they approach these games. If you think about it, a little bit more on later rotations, like to play by the side of the circles, priority being to the high ground as well before getting into the circle itself. I do worry about this particular strat and how exactly you want to approach it, mostly because you do have to fight so many teams when you get into that circle. I mean, they haven't really had like the worst of these problems when it comes on day number 1, but I think teams are starting to get very privy about these things, about these late rotations, and teams are starting to really realize that they can take advantage of these teams who are stuck between them as well as the blue zone. Understandably so, though, for eArena, I think firepower is definitely that they do pack a punch, but at the same time, if time is running out, when things go wrong, when it's 2-3 teams in front of you, what's your backup plan? Because that's exactly what happened in that previous map just now for eArena.
Yeah, and we saw tons of those examples, right, in the previous map. Playing by the edge of the circle, you get to block out teams, and if you're playing on the inner side, that will give you a little bit of advantage. So that's cool, that's great, right? And to your question, of course, is that, so if you were to play the late rotation, how are you going to overcome that? And that is going to be the thing that teams might want to readjust. But if everybody readjusts to the same direction of like, okay, let's get into the circle as quickly as possible, basically we're going to come back to the same issue of, well, who gets into the circle first, and the same thing will happen again. That is, of course, if everyone plays by the rim of the circle. We're still going to have a few teams that surely will play in the middle of the circle. It, of course, depends on the team's individual strategy and also what sort of a position they have in the overall charts and how do they want to gain those points. If they want to gain more points, play by the rim. But if you want to play a bit safer, you're not too worried about the points, say like you're the number 1 team or you're like the top 3 team, and you think to yourself that, okay, we just need to be stable, then you play in the middle. And if I were like the teams like in the middle pack, of course, which is majority of the teams that need to catch the top 3, I will play by the rim. So I would say, and this is me just predicting it out there, theorycrafting, that we might still see a lot of teams play by the rim in the next round. Of course, it's also circle dependent and with the objective of trying to gain as many elimination points as possible.
I think each team does have a different objective on how exactly they want to play. I think we've seen teams that are a little bit more quiet. They don't really want to take these fights or eliminations. I mean, even TDT just now, they came into the island. They had all of the opportunities in the world to pick off teams that were in the midst of rotating onto the island itself. They didn't really do that. They were a little bit more quiet. They didn't really want to take these fights. And again, I think that every team, while they do have these playbooks, sometimes I wish they could kind of like bend the rules, be a little bit more dynamic. Because for me personally, there is so many of these chances, especially when you're watching the edge of the bridges as they kind of rotate into that circle. I mean, it's a desperation play at this point. You have to get into the circle. You have nowhere to go. A TE is the team that took full advantage of that rotation as they got inside. And if anything, a lot of teams kind of suffered because of that, because they weren't proactively trying to go a little bit more aggressive as the circle pushes by. I mean, there are some teams that like to play a little bit more aggressive. I think Sharper Esports is definitely one of those teams. They like going in early. WND as well is a team that, you know, they like to go, okay, there's someone dropping right beside us, let's just go all out and just completely collapse onto them early before they could even loot. If anything, these teams are very opportunistic teams, and I feel like these teams are the teams that I would say are consistently, they don't really look for that chicken dinner that much. I mean, yeah, that chicken dinner could be a bonus. Getting the top 4 placement points could also be potentially a bonus, but when you are so comfortable getting as many elims as possible that you can challenge the amount of points you can get by just getting a placement and getting getting passive, I think that's also very respectable. I think HAPPIE showed us that yesterday. I think they only got, what, 1 placement point with about 10 eliminations. They're showing us that this high risk, high reward style play does definitely work, but it's at the cost of maybe the next round, say that you lose in your 4v4 fights. Well, basically it's Jover because you're going to go out with 0 points.
Yeah, just like what they say, right? In this world, nothing is perfect. There's no perfect execution. There's no perfect plan, no perfect strategy, especially when it comes to PUBG, because there's so many things that could potentially happen in a particular round, whether it's the circle, and then circle is one thing, flight path is one thing, but the bigger impact is also like, what will the other teams do? And it's not like a one team against another one team that you can just focus on like, okay, they're gonna do this. You also need to figure out like what the other 15 teams are going to do at the same time that could rock your boat. And again, and then you throw in the circle, you throw in the type of weapons that you probably got in your loot that spoil, you throw in the type of vehicle. So there's just so many things that can potentially happen. And that's why even if you want to say that, okay, let's play aggressive this round, sometimes you need to be that flexible to be able to like, okay, maybe this round is not suitable for us to play aggressive. We might want to change our strategy, play a little bit more passive, and so on and so forth. And that relates to perhaps what you try to explain about HAPPIE Squad's type of gameplay. Yes, they have the capability, but they also need to have that flexibility of like, if that's not going to happen this round, then they need to just do something else altogether before it's too late.
I think when you look at HAPPIE Squad, especially that rotation earlier, it's always very fun when you see how they play here. And I think it's really good because their rotation just now, I mean, when they come in from where they were landing, they were landing all the way down in southern side. I think it's great knowing that they were already on SMB previously in that last map. And I think for them, they are still doing their unconventional style play, because for them, they were right smack dab in the middle of SMB, rotated down south, took a little bit more of those fights, and then finally they went all the way to the southern side to go up north again. And I think that this always has been such a question for me, because most teams, as they go to the circle, like, okay, when's our next checkpoint here? Are we just gonna hunker down here and see how many fights you're gonna take? Let's go and rotate over. A lot of these fights happen in the midst of these rotations. But for HAPPIE Squad, they are very actively moving all around the map. They were right there smack dab in the middle of SMB, going all the way down south, rotating back up north as well. And I do understand this is for their situation. They like to be able to move around the map dynamically, take out these fights. They do prefer that, but if anything, because of they had gone down south, rotated over, they had to fight their way to get into the space that they previously held again. For me personally, I don't know whether it is worth it or not, depending on how teams go. I mean, most teams probably would just hold on the fort, or maybe kind of rotate around, find a high ground, hold on to that. But you know, again, unconventional approach, but for them, it does allow them to get those, you know, those pickoffs that they want. Great. But if anything, you know, very high risk, and that's really usually why we don't really see HAPPIE making it to the top 4, because of this very high risk style play.
Well, objectively, they are at the part of the chart that if they don't do something, they won't get anything, because it's all about at least getting into the top 3. And how much further can you go down? Yeah, you can go to from like what 12 to like 13, 14 and 15, but that won't change the fate of like whether we move on to the next round or not. So I guess if I put on the HAPPIE Squad cap, right, I'll be thinking to myself that, guys, we might as well just go around, take a bit of risk, and try to gain those points in whatever it takes. Because if it's not top 3, basically it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, again, they do have quite a number of maps to play with. There is still time to catch up. But again, time waits for no one. Each team will be kind of like going in around the map as well. eArena finally starting to shake as well. So for them, I'm wondering if there was going to be that adjustment they need as they go into this particular game as well. Again, when you look at eArena, I think I think teams are starting to get a bit more privy and starting to understand how exactly they navigate and play. At the same time, their strength could also be a double-edged sword. Just how much I criticize, you know, and point out how HAPPIE Squad plays, that is also a double-edged sword. Sport, excuse me, the same could be said about eArena. These late rotations could potentially be something that doesn't really work out in their favor. There has been a few games that doesn't really work out, especially that particular one, since they were a little bit more late rotating in from the ferry pier, and there's so many teams already there. Granted, that was a very, very hard circle. Let's see whether or not the circle will be the same for this map, because if anything, if the circle is a little bit more easier on the mainland, a lot of space to work with, I don't doubt that eArena should be able to overcome. Let's see whether or not this circle will be as kind. Let's go into Erangel.
Kind circles are the type of circles that the teams will be hoping for. But for us, well, we wouldn't mind challenging, interesting circles for us to check out and for the teams to entertain us. We're gonna get a interesting flight path at start all the way down south, starting from Milta all the way to the left side of Primos. So teams wanting to go to the north, a lot of them will need to travel. The Yasnaya teams, even the Rosal area, even like Jogopur. Man, this is a very heavy southern flight path. Hence, we do see a lot of teams heading to military base.
Yeah, okay, so the usual suspects on military base has always been X-Men as well as HAPPIE squad here, but there's another two more joining them right now. It's going to be FW alongside Forest Natural Gaming. Now, Forest Natural Gaming has dropped here before yesterday, and it was the round where they had so much trouble rotating back up onto mainland, where they finally fell to, I believe it was AGG and TE as he kind of rotated up north here. Regardless, okay, early fights as well. And this time around, I love the fact that Xavage men Esports are actually being a little bit territorial and aggressive, understanding that FW has dropped in their particular area. Now, I think Tonke has managed to get one vehicle into the bag as well. WDG so separated, so sporadic on the southern side as well. And Circle once again on SMB. Okay, this time it's on the eastern side. So if anything, these teams on this already hunkered down on this particular area of SMB will be doing well. They won't be rotating off here. They could potentially be the gatekeepers. They could hold on to the bridge, stop anyone from rotating over. They could do as CES did just now and hunker and just kind of plop themselves down south and stop anyone coming in from the Perry. Now, Sharper, oh my god, this is insane. Coming from top side. I don't know if Flores is aware. He does. Save it to the skin of his teeth, and Flores somehow makes it in the end. What the heck just happened there? That was mad fast as Cloris quickly finds KM99 as Tanvu on the other side finds Jedi.
With the shotgun, that was quick moves there by Cloris. And you gotta give it to Lady Luck as well. The fact that when he was going into the building and that was the first weapon that he saw, he didn't have any weapons before that. And if it was like maybe a weapon that maybe like a long-range weapon, for example, like a Mini 14, then he might lose the 1v4 and hit on. But because he picked a shotgun, that was the perfect weapon for the perfect scenario, and he did a perfect timing with it. So gotta give it to Cloris.
A lot of early gunfire as well, but the thing about X-Men as well is that they're not able to really hold on to that compound. They lose one member out already for X-Men. They had compounds, they had a bit more space to work with, but I think for them, they were trying to take a little bit more space, trying to scout out where the other members of FW are, and got completely punished for it. This time around, I'm noticing that for eArena, they weren't actually hunkered down to the southern side of the map anymore. They were all the way up north as well. So eArena, now they did manage to get their usual drop spot, but now they're at the point where they have to rotate down south once again.
Yeah, and because of there's like so many teams stuck on the main peninsula. Hence, everyone will be racing down to the military base. It feels almost like before, but this time a lot more teams are taking the land route in, including Team Flash. Quick access into the military base island, and I expect them to go up to one of the high grounds, just like how they did before this. They were pretty comfortable on the high ground, and they would do that again. But we also need to see what sort of weaponry do they have, and do they have enough? If not, they need to find those small houses around the area to hopefully be able to loot, because there's also a handful of teams that drop directly into military base, like how we saw earlier.
I'm more interested in the southern side of the map, if I'm being honest. WDG has full control of the southern terrain here. Marcus, 6789, Tidui, and Rip113 are just so separate, so far apart from each other. And I'm starting to see a lot of movement as well from X-Men. So if anything, Ripple 1-3 could potentially kind of run into X-Men. X-Men could take advantage of whatever situation they have as well. But right now, SMB, I'm looking at where HAPPIE has hunkered down. Yeah, this is their drop spot. This time around, they're not getting active. They're not moving around the map. In fact, they're just saying, okay, maybe our rotations were a bit much just now. Let's hold on this time. So what they're doing is that they kind of separated themselves 1-1-1-1 into so many different compounds in the military base itself. I think if anyone were to try and breach that military base, it's not going to be the easiest either, because you have no clue where the crossfire set up from HAPPIE will be.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Especially with this circle. I mean, it's the second round. We're going to get a military base circle. But this time, the difference is that it's skewed more towards the right side. So that's going to be the variable as compared to the previous Erangel match. Looking over at some of the teams, looks like Team Flash, they're trying to find a spot that they can stop and maybe do a light loot. But they're not finding it. Like Xavage Esports, all the way down south, they already took a spot, so Team Flash, they don't want to take that risk. But the longer they hover around military base, trying to find a spot, more teams are coming in, including Cerberus Esports with the emergency pickup, coming in, dropping into military base. But Forest, they see them, they take shots, and so far, looks like Cerberus Esports, they're safe.
Very. Not in a position where they have to really worry about anything, but if anything, they are down on the ground here. They have to take this fight as well. But Scappy, great opening onto Yamkut. He has been great with this opening. The same could be said about Kiss. Now, they have repositioned themselves and just looking to collapse if they can. So they have set up some smokes there for Yamkut, but the rest of CES, they're not in, I would say, the best situation to go for Yamkut as well. They're so far apart, so far away. And on top of that, they are also really sandwiched in between FW as well as HAPPIE as well. And FW, they have this high ground. It's scary how massive advantage they have in terms of this position. A lot of pressure put in by Raze, and the rest of Cerberus, they say, okay, like it or not, we have to cut our losses. Yamkut, we have to leave him behind. We have to play as a 3 all the way till the end.
And military base is really colorful right now. To make it to the end, well, now they have to think about their starting first. Looking around for a place to stop, and Solozi found an area that's unoccupied. Now, all the way down south, we have QiWA here against X-Man, and what in front of them is going to be Lucky J. Lucky J shows himself. QiWA waiting for the moment to take that shot, but at the same time, they have to be careful. They don't see the other members of X-Men around yet.
X-Men, initial fight just now, losing one player already. Look at the map right now. QiWA this time, this is a different QiWA. A lot more aggressive, a lot more decisive as well. They've been holding on to this area for quite some time. And Lucky G, I don't want to say like his name, lucky to stay alive right now at the very least. Mollied out as well, cannot move away. 24 HP left. His teammates are close by at the very least. But look at Chibirit this time. This is the Chibirit that I want to see from Prime back in the day. A lot more confident, a little bit more aggressive. And that's how you want to see these players play. Regardless, it's going to be a 1v1 here at the very least. In the face, shot already. Yamik immediately taking out Savior. A nice off angle played as well. And Oliver cannot hold on. Yamik, what a way to open up this fight, play off and isolate these fights. 2v1 doesn't really matter.
Yeah, QiWA, wow. Without the numbers like what you said, they're still able to manage Savage Men Esports. When Savage Men Esports, they were at that spot first, but they failed to defend their ground against QiWA. And a great work by QiWA. Gotta give it up to them. Now looking over at the other teams, now we have FW here on top of this high ground, the highest peak in military base itself, overlooking Cerberus Esports, who kind of just arrived in this compound. So not too sure how much loot do they have since they came in slightly later than the other teams.
Nothing in quite yet here. Now, looking at these rotations as well, I mean, there's a lot of teams still very much up there into the main area. Talking about Sharper Esports, AGG, even EA is still hunkered down over at Ferry Pier. And I understand so, because again, EA is still doing the same strat. What do we do when we go into SMB? Okay, let's just try and get onto the ferry, rotate over to a southern side here. But where Daytrade has kind of planted themselves is on the little islands here. They have a boat to work with. So if anyone were to rotate by boat southern side, they could potentially get these pickoffs onto them as well. But a lot of teams also have the same idea. It's just like, okay, let's set a welcome party to any of these late rotators that's coming in from the southern side, whether it be by boat, by ferry, it doesn't really matter. TDT southern side WDG, instead of holding on to a big chunk of the southern side, has finally played together as well. And the same could be said about QiWA. Now, Daytrade is interesting to me because they have one player SMB, one player to the southern side outside the area, and the other two is all the way scouting by boat.
Yeah, we just saw them on screen earlier on, right? So I was kind of wondering as well. It's like, oh, where are the other two? Okay. Even though it's like phase one, I guess their spread and their idea was like, okay, we set up the scout first, try to get an entry point, and then the boat comes in later. Perhaps that's something that they were thinking of, because if they want to like all 4 players on a boat, go straight into the base with the timing, perhaps there might be a lot more teams at the coastline, so they don't want to get caught. But besides getting caught by the coastline, they need to consider, will they be caught by the circle? Because we're going to see the next circle shift right now, and it's still going to go down to the south. Daytrade Gaming, easy access.
Oh, sorry. Coming back into this game, and I think it's really important to talk about these things, about how they haven't really been moving, because just now earlier they had so much space they held on to. Regardless, Decimate finally making it onto the island itself, and they're having a lot of pressure as they rotate into the area. They're just ignoring these initial fights. In fact, I think they're just trying to find that good placement, that place they can really call their checkpoint for the time being. And there's not a lot of space, if you ask me. This high ground area is not being the easiest as well, and as they kind of rotate into it, it's QiWA that is trying to steal away as many of these kills. We were just talking about how a lot of teams, I would love to see them get a little bit more active, aggressive, and steal away players in the midst of the rotations, and QiWA is just really exceeding my expectations right now.
Oh yeah, and the fact that they have this kind of spread, it allows them to do exactly just that, like QiWA on the high ground and then the other players on the lower ground, so they kind of like have 2 different angles to shoot down teams who are rotating, including Decimate Gaming. Unfortunately, right now, it's only inside left for Decimate Gaming, and FW is passing by. I wonder if they want to try to take out inside, but it looks like they're not really interested for now. They're more interested in finding the next stop, because they are also one of the teams that came in a little bit later to the southern side, and a lot of teams are here, including WDG. We also have Cerberus Esports just across mid to the base, and more teams in front, including eArena.
DCM, from bad to worst, had so much trouble rotating into the circle, lost 3 members just from the initial push into the area as well. Hard to go. The high ground was just, it was inhabited. The southern side as well was completely full. Everywhere they turned and went, it seemed that they weren't able to hold on. And I was just talking about how excited I was to see today from them. Granted, the fact that they opened up today in like very, very well. High amount of eliminations, top 5 as well. But this time around, that we're not going to be seeing the same performance, given to the fact that they were a little bit more later coming into here. Regardless, FW still is going to be aggressively fighting in the southern side here. And the same could be said about QiWA. 5 eliminations. Very, very different than yesterday, because the only time we really see them active yesterday was overwhelming an entire team in the beginning of the match. Right now, it feels like it's night and day between these teams. They feel a little bit more confident. They're taking out fights here. They're spraying the heck out of anyone in the mid of that rotation. Now for Team Flash as well, caught in front of them will be QiWA. Needs to come through. QiWA is not giving a lot of space for Team Flash to work at all. You know, like it or not, QiWA, they need to find a way to take this fight against Team Flash. They don't have a lot of space to work with. Southern side here will eventually fall. I am not really too sure if I'm a fan of how they've really positioned themselves. It doesn't really put them in a position where they're able to play off each other, because right now today, while it is huge for them, it still feels very, very individualistic.
Well, circle-wise, it does not favor QiWA at all. So for them to take the fight against a Team Flash, it's either they do it really, really quick and end it really, really quick, or they just ignore it altogether and get into the circle. But Team Flash is also considering that option as well. For FW, Banana 1 on the glider, so this will give him a good aerial view of where everyone is at around the area that they want to be in. And for FW, they're also within the circle, so they're kind of okay for now. It's just more of like information gathering for them to have an idea of, if phase 4, they don't get the circle, where can they go? So they're creating options for themselves right now with the glider.
A lot of open spaces toward the western side of that circle. I think AGG is kind of aware of that, or rather they suspect it. Nice big rotation toward the western side. I don't think there's going to be a problem for them to just breach the SMB area as well. T5 is still a mainland. Very slow rotation from them. I think they just want to wait out here, and SP is just hanging around there. I think they have a vehicle on the water side. Would love to see how this is going to between these two teams as we look forward as well. Now, Circle not favorite. Oh, here we go. They are on that ferry. They're on it. They cross by. I don't think they had spotted out the members of T5. They're not really too keen on taking these fights either. So we can expect that for Sharper, they should come through Novarep Noye. But the rotation into the circle is what I'm just questioning here for a Sharper, mostly because you have Flash just hanging around that high ground, that terrain. Yeah, and then if, say, they do go a little bit more to the southern side, there is QiWA to worry about as well.
Oh yeah, they're really taking their time. Hopefully they can heal enough or have enough healing utilities to tank out the blue at this stage. Well, and at the same time, okay, that's one. Tanking out the blue is one. Once they dock, like, do they have the space to play with? That's going to be another question. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going to happen to Sharper Esports. Only 2 players left on their side for now. So for them to even take fights once they land, it might be a bit difficult. So they might try to get in as late as possible. At the same time, hoping for teams to move towards the inner side so they have the space to travel in. But we're coming to stage 4 anyway in about 40 more seconds, so they have to make it really, really quick.
Almost all of the buildings on SMB as well has been inhabited as well. eArena made it there as well into the circle. A little bit more faster on the uptake when it comes to their rotations, which I love, by the way. They really realized that, okay, just now our late rotation kind of like ruined it for us in terms of our timing and our pushes. We have to move a little bit more faster. And because of that, they had smack dab in the middle of SMB right now. Right now, Daytrade still hasn't moved quite yet. Thanadoll is still hanging around over at Ferry Pier, hoping to catch someone in the mid of that rotation. But the rest of Daytrade this time, they should go toe-to-toe against WDG here. And on top of that, I think this might be like a 4-way fight if you ask me. It's going to be QiWA, WDG, FW as well. Yep, it's going to be that Daytrade. Add that to the list because all of these teams are forced to move up north.
Man, I like how insane the circle is, right? Like, it kind of felt that, okay, it will go down south, and then now it just jumps back up north, and there's a road in between, like the teams at the south, and also getting back to the mid base itself is going to be a really challenging circle for those teams, including Daytrade Gaming right now. And not only themselves, they also have WDG to deal with. Marcus looking at them, taking a couple of pot shots just to try to shoo them away. But within the circle, here comes FW.
Very aggressive, finding TDT fairly early as well. TDT had been hunkered there for quite some time. Like, you don't need to fight their way into the circle. Decimate will be eliminated there. It's just not easy as well. You lost so many players, and then you're the final player left standing. It always felt like Insight has to be the one to really just survive for us a while longer, but it's not the easiest, given granted how many teams are trying to rotating into the map itself. Out there in the open, Patampong found already as Forest Natural Gaming will be the team to just really gatekeep and make sure that this team does not even touch the circle at all. So now T5 realizing that they have 1 player lost, okay, found their way onto the road, and it's just quick rotations into the circle itself. Yes, Forest Natural Gaming does have that nice terrain to work with, but at the same time, they don't really want to move up forward either and lose that, I would say, that area of control. Fluky does get taken away there by K-Sama. And over on the southern side, we're also seeing big fights coming from Sharper and QiWA.
Yeah, and finally we see Sharper here landed themselves, but they are not in the circle yet. Team Flash in front of them with a high ground advantage. And Sharper, one of their vehicles is actually punctured. So you can't really use this vehicle. Let's see how are they going to overcome this situation with the fact that Team Flash is still looking over at them. And Forest Natural Gaming looking at Team Flash. That could be Sharper Esports' saving grace if they're distracted by Forest. Daytrade.
Big world hurt right now. WDG is putting so much pressure onto them. eArena as well, if you ask me. We see shots coming in from eArena trying to steal away some kills in some areas, but I don't think they've been able to really do that quite yet, give granted the fact that quite far away from this initial fight. Now Thanadoll as well as his teammate in a position where, okay, you do have Tigger still very much alive here. Ooh, nice nade. trying to do a lot of numbers. He can take this bit by bit. Blue zone unrelenting, putting in a lot of damage onto him. Vehicles exploded as well. Does give him a bit of cover. Smokes as well. He can steal away some pickoffs onto Marcus if he wants to, but it's Rip 113 and 6789 that I'm really worried about. So Marcus, Thunadol all fall. Tigger left out here in the blue, and Rip 113 has been marking his area. As soon as he pops his head out, he should go down.
Mr. MVP is looking for that point. And Tigger, he does have a handful of first aids left to use, but while Tigger is still there, and it's going to be hard for him to move. But look at this. New range from eArena passing by, and now it looks like they're taking the fight against WDG. They want the points for themselves. They want to take back their #1 spot.
Yeah, now coming in here, eArena is forced to rotate upwards as well. So right now, for them is wide open area in front of them. TDT punkered down there, T5 close by, and CES should have quite clear view of them if they were to rotate up here, because they are hunkered down on this high grounds in right smack dab in the middle of the map here. AGG somehow, I'm quite surprised because they were having such a long rotation through the blue. They've managed to find such a nice area inside of SMB. It shouldn't be too hard for them to rotate in either, granted the fact that for Forest National Gaming, they're kind of separated in a 3-1 formation, Olympus all alone. So if they do find out where Olympus's position is, they can kind of breach the compound where he's holding and then take this fight. But for right now, for AGG, it's all about being a little bit more patient. They know that TE is close, so they can take this fight if they want to. They can push the issue, breach the compound, or in fact, if they want to, hell, they can even stay here. And as TE is rotating over, they can go and catch them in the midst of that act. That's exactly what's happening right now. I think he did see a little micro pixel of Vartan Vu was only enough damage just chip away at them, but not enough to really take him down.
Not enough yet. Might be a second attempt coming in soon. If only he has those hand grenades, that will be a good time for him to use it, but he's keeping it for now. Perhaps because he knows that he will have a good line of sight the moment the Expendables show themselves. But the Expendables, they have to move right now. The zone is going to close in behind them, and Tycoon is still waiting. Okay, now he's prepping up his nade, lobbing it across onto the Expendables. The Expendables in big, big trouble. That nade will not take them out yet. It could have chipped a bit of damage, but All Gamers Gaming, they continue to keep the Expendables at bay.
Hey, good job of just hunkering down, staying, playing undercover as well. More smokes just to deny them that space. Hard to see, hard to push as well. As soon as you push, are you gonna get crossfired here? Certain Tycoon! The timing's just not quite right in that double push here. Would love to see them push out together. Maybe go for a nice little back. There we go.
Oh.
That backstab that I talked about. Sir T, you are the hero of this situation, but has to go for the heal quickly. Time not on their side. They'll go down eventually, but they've done the job.
And that's why he's knighted. Great work there by Sir T, but now he has to get away while crosshairs are onto him. On the southern side, however, we have Tigger here. Tigger sees eArena in front and from the back. Tigger raining down the bullets onto eArena. He gets one, looking for more, but he does not have the health to do it. Thanks to the blue, he is forced to heal up. He still has 6 other first aids. And can he secure a couple of elimination points out of eArena? Tigger, is he playing the healing game now? Not too sure. Is he giving up on trying to take out eArena? Not too sure. Or is he playing the patience game, waiting for eArena to knock, and then he will continue on? Looks like Tigger will still try to get those points in, and he managed to get 2 of them.
Huge. That's a knock onto Jacob as well. So for the rest of eArena, it's all about trying to just equalize one more time, pick up the teammates. But Tigger is going to try and run away. He does run away with another point in the bag. So 4 pickoffs for Daytrade Gaming. They've done their job. It's huge here. But TDT, keeping a close eye on this guy. Not going to be the easiest. If you think about it, even though the eArena has gone down, they still have to worry about TDT. Tigger can maybe steal away 1 to 2 more kills if he wants to, but I don't think it's going to be the case here because there's no other team that's close by to TDT. The only player close by or team close by enough right now is eArena, but eArena Larix, he's just hunkered down waiting for the right time to rotate in, and there we go, long range pickup there. Zhu has been watching him like a hawk.
And that was what Tigger was healing up. Let the brother heal up first, man, but it is what it is. All men for themselves. And now TDT, Zhu by the outside of the circle, trying to lock out Larix. Larix finding it hard to come in. What kind of route is it going to take? There's an airdrop on the left side though, but I'm not sure if he can actually reach that. What sort of vehicles does he have? While we wait for that to happen, we check out what's happening on the right side of the circle. Here we have Forest Natural Gaming surrounding FW, and FW is actually within the bunker.
Interesting round for Forest Natural Gaming as well. I mean, they were all the way up north just now, kind of moved the way down south. They were so separated earlier. They still have Olympus as the last man getting into that circle just to see if anyone's rotating over. He has high ground to play with, so he has a lot of idea of where to look at in case another team decides to push toward them as well. He can go for snipes at the very least. So leaving him there is a great idea, as the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. This is great. Look at their positions right now. They've positioned themselves all around FW, but coming onto the screen here for TDT, they're aware that Larix is close. I think they know that that Ranger X as well from T5 is around. So at the very least for them, it's all about getting these pickoffs, making sure that these players are not able to survive a little bit more longer, letting them fall to the blue zone, or rather their guns, which should be a thing. But for T5, Rossington is definitely very much in that circle as well, so he can survive a lot longer, and Ranger X is doing a great job of just kind of selling that idea that he's out there in the blue.
Hey, we gotta give the great job to Happy Squad as well. They made their way into the middle of the circle with a full squad. So far, so good for them. But the next question now is that is it going to be good for Ranger X? Looks like the answer might not be so. Larix will give himself to the blue, denying away the point. And that is the end for eArena. With the fact that T5 is still in the game, they can continue to create a gap against eArena.
Hard to really flush out FW if you ask me, but at the same time FW is also in a very scary space because it's so easy to get cornered down there. Okay, for Ranger X, point stolen away by 6x. For how long this guy has been watching Ranger X, making sure that he's going to be able to at least get that point away here. But for FW, this was exactly what I was worried about here. Not a lot of place to work with. You have to worry about TDT. You have to worry about Forest Natural Gaming as well. And you hunker down in that little corner where you don't have any way to rotate out or even go. So Baron should take full advantage of the situation. Rossington does fall by HAPPIE. And for FW, getting sandwiched by two different teams from two different angles. What a way to die out as Tonke... Oh man, last man standing here, runs back to cover, has to worry about four Forest players working in front of them as well. So maybe for him, maybe he can steal out these fights, kind of hope that TDT gets a little bit more active and just steal away some points.
But no points are able to be stolen away by the final player of T5 have been eliminated. And looks like this round will open up the opportunity for the teams in the middle of the overall charts for them to score big and bring home a chicken dinner. And so far, Forest Natural Gaming is doing very well. 6 eliminations for them, and they still have a full squad in the game. But now the biggest challenge is for them to get into the circle. They need to be aware of that one player from FW behind them. And looks like they do know that Tonke is there.
Been marking him for quite some time. TDT looking to rotate quickly into the area. Okay, hunkered down behind this this shelter, and I think it's good because it does give them a lot of cover away from Forest Natural Gaming and Tonke as well. Also, they only have to really worry about CES as well as HAPPIE. And I like HAPPIE's positioning here. We talked about just now about how they took an unconventional approach, a little bit too aggressive on that map, and it has really been a double-edged sword for them. But this time around, they really changed their approach. They've just hunkered down over SMB, just following as the circle goes, and quickly taken over this high ground. They're sharing it right now at CES at the very least. So they can, the top ground area, is in their control at the very least. And because CES is hunkered down inside of that area, it does allow them to really choke them if they need to.
And Happy Squad really comfy within the circle right now. Looking over at Forest Natural Gaming. Forest Natural Gaming, they're not in the circle yet. In front of them, it's going to be TDT. TDT just waiting for Forest Natural Gaming to come. At the same time, Happy Squad putting bullets onto them. While Cerberus Esports just being chilling inside a hangar, not needing to do much for now. Evil Patrick will get Olympus.
This is huge actually because they want to take full advantage of these early fights as well, knowing that TDT should be able to rush up forward. Feels like a last stand for this team for TDT. They are falling one by one like flies. Only Van is the last player standing right now. How are you going to equalize this? How are you going to go for this reset? You're all alone. As Kiz hunkers down through the smoke, he wants to go a little bit more active, and I think he can. His teammates can take away the attention of the team, but no, I think it's great that he's decided to really pick up his teammate as well. Forest has 6 eliminations so far, and all of them was just from gatekeeping. So TDT and Forest right now, they're stuck. They're fighting off each other's number one. As soon as they fight on the top of that terrain, immediate reaction by HAPPIE squad to just really shoot their faces. And I think for Van right now, jump peeks up forward as well. Make sure to watch his left, but the smokes are dissipating. Great headshot onto Olympus. Knows where Kiss is at the very least. So Kiss, he has to be the big guy here, wearing the big pants, try to go a little bit more active, aggressive. 1v2s are not going to be the easiest, especially easy when you don't have the high ground.
And there you go, high ground advantage, like what you said. Giving the visual to finish out the remaining members of Forest Natural Gaming, leaving us with 3 teams right now, and Evil Patrick on the lower ground. So Evil Patrick, he seems to know that Cerberus Esports is just right in front of him, inside a hangar, but Happy Squad might not give them too much attention yet. Right now, the objective is to try to take out the remaining members of TDT to secure those 2 points.
Forced to come out. Nice off angle by Aya as well, but Happy Patrick, oh no, do not even dare peek out here right now, brother, because he's positioned himself so far away. Crosses from the top side as well. They know where CES is. Needs to come through, but I don't think that Evil Patrick is very deterred at all. Moves back here into the tree line, making sure that he's not going to be out there in the open. So aware that TDT is close, so Zhu should fall. Aya, that off angle he played has just done so much wonders for him. Kept TDT in check as well. Van throws out a nade as well, but bots as well should just throw out that molly to just flush him out.
Yeah.
But the rest of the team, Aya, you're going huge here. You're cooking over to the high ground. Spots out Lambowu as well. The rest of the team, Sololzi over on the backside as well. They have marked every single member of Cerberus. It's not going to be the easiest to keep them in check though.
Well. Whether it's easy or not, they still have to go through this process. Haisaki eliminated, leaving Cerberus Esports with only 2 players. Now Happy Squad, they have the man advantage. They took out Solo Z. 1 more to go. It's all in right now for Happy Squad to secure this chicken dinner for sure. It's going to be pretty much a straightforward chicken dinner going all together. But wait a second, Lambo, he fights back. He got 2 out of Happy Squad. Lambo, could he just do it?
Oh my goodness, a one-man army we could be seeing a repeat of yesterday. Now, I think Happy realizes how serious these things are. He's noted the position of Evil Patrick here right now. A nice straightforward here. He sprays, almost taking him out. Unfortunately for Happy Squad, they're not necessarily in the best position to play off each other here. Would love to see a double swing. And yeah, on the top side, I believe, it's bots actually, excuse me, on the top side, hoping to see whether Lambowu would push out here. But Lambowu, he has no reason to do that. The circle is not on against him at all. They can't just wait and see who survives the longest. At the very least, for Happy, I would love for them to play off each other. Double swings, jumping down together as a team. But there's a lot of hesitation. You have no clue how far he's pushed out as well. As the blue zone pushes here, Happy Squad, they gotta do something, anything to flush him out. But at the very least, I think they can play on the top side and just kind of wait out the game. I don't know.
Oh man, yeah, they could potentially wait out as well because they can just move towards the inner side and they'll be cool. But of course, that means that they will lose that 1 precious point. Now, whether it's worth the trade-off or not, they will need to assess this because now, Lambo, okay, they were going for it. Lambo gets another one on the Arjun's board. 1 more to go. I have a feeling the Happy Squad will not take the risk anymore. They will just let the blue do its work.
Yep. Just gonna be that situation where you see who survives a lot longer, who has more heals at this point as well. Happy Patrick all the way in the backside here, trying to see whether or not Lambowu had actually left his corner. But Lambowu hasn't done that, not taking any risk. And I think for him, this is huge. Just understanding that all he has to do is just wait for Happy Squad to push in. And I think for him, what's the best thing ever right now is the fact that he's realizing that Happy Squad will peek him 1 by 1. He takes full advantage of these isolated fights as well. So here comes this very, very eventful final circle to see who survives it in the end. Not a lot of space for Lambowu, if I'm being honest here. The blue zone will chunk him in the end. Evil Patrick just making sure that no one comes out. Smokes as well set up here. No space to go. Lambowu should fall here as well. So this is one of the most uneventful final circles ever. But at the very least, not a throw. And we love to see it.
Yeah, it was scary at some point. At some point, I did think that, hey, maybe Lambowu can actually do it. I believe that everyone watching is thinking the same as well, and it would have been amazing if you can actually pull that off. But because Happy Squad, like what you said, right, it's not a throw. They did not overcommit towards the end. They have at least 1 player to just hold off on the outside of the blue and let the zone just do its work. Not getting the extra 1 point, that's fine, but they still got the chicken dinner, which is a lot more precious.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But honestly, for me personally, I think that game should have ended a lot sooner. Knowing the fact that there is only 1 player left, they could have played and swung in together. They could have had, I mean, granted, there is only 1 exit onto that bunker as well. So you want to be able to play off each other. A double swing forward, maybe even have a pizza formation, crossfire set up. but I'm not too sure. Maybe it was a loss in breakdown. They didn't really calm that. Okay, I want to swing out right now, because that jump down from bots could have been huge. Bots to jump down, take away the crosshair from Evil Patrick, and Evil Patrick should just be able to just end the game right there. They wouldn't lose another casualty. They would have another casualty, excuse me, or even give that extra point. But regardless, they still get the chicken dinner in the end. So no foul, no losses.
Yeah, another interesting circle altogether, right? And if we were to look at this, like at least this time, a lot of teams managed to get into military base, just summarizing it. And this move by Certi on the highlights, we also have to highlight that as well. Smartly went behind and actually won that fight for the team. And inside the military base itself, it kind of felt that it was a bit crowded, but that is what happens if a lot of teams are able to get into the island itself and they make their way within military base and into the middle of the circle. And interesting, Cerberus Esports, out of all the spots that they could have picked, they actually picked the hangar, and that gave them at least that second place spot, because they were there and nobody gave them any attention at all.
I mean, for them to be given attention, it's going to be hard, right? There's only one entrance in there, and they really tuck themselves to the very back of the area. So, like it or not, if anyone were to push toward them, you're going to have like 4 gun barrels just really, going at you. It's just a firing squad. And if anything as well, a lot of fights were happening toward the eastern side of the circle, and Happie squad were just happy to I hate saying the word happy. Oh my god, how many times have I said it today? And we're just really eager to just really join in those fights, steal a few more of those points, and just really take advantage of these teams that are really, really crippled here. I'm talking about TDT as well as Forest Natural Gaming. This final part here, at the very least, I mean, there was a lot of questions coming through. I realized that for CES, they wanted to take control of the upper side of that terrain. Granted, knowing that, okay, there's not a lot of space inside of this area. If we stay here, we're gonna lose, we're gonna die. We have to make something happen. But at the same time, this is almost the same thing, right? You're not playing as a team here. You're so separated off one another, allowing these isolated fights to happen. So that was the reason why they're not able to survive as a 3 here. I feel like CES could have really challenged Happie a little bit more, but at the end of the day, the players or the team with the best positioning wins, and that's Happie squad.
Yep, with 9 total kills and 1,869 total damage. So it's 19 points collected by Happie squad with AR, 3 kills, 430 damage. Very likely to be the MVP. But let's not forget about Evil Patrick. Look at this. 2 kills, but 828 damage. Evil Patrick is putting in a lot of work, but we have to only award one player the MVP, and that is Evil Patrick.
Honestly, not surprising. I mean, given the fact that how he's been playing, especially today, he's just been so proactive in terms of just taking up space for the team, been the guy to really go for these huge backsteps. And I think he and his teammates, this 3-1 formation that he kind of like makes with his team to make up crossfires is also really, really huge. He is the guy to find these knockouts. He is the guy to put in that damage, and his teammates are just ready to just play off of him and just really clean up house. So that's not necessarily about those kills, but it's about making it up the space and crippling down the numbers, or dwindling down the numbers, excuse me. And I think that Evil Patrick has done a great job of doing that. Now, 19 points, as you mentioned, TDT not too far behind. And I think for TDT, this is huge because they are a team that's a little bit more proactive in moving around the map and getting those eliminations. And they were forced to take these fights. So at the very least, we know that in terms of firepower, in terms of the initial fights, they are winning it as they get into the circle itself. So Forest, with the 4 points plus the 6 eliminations, I would say no slouches either, because they were also put in a position where they're forced to fight their way into the circle. As for the rest of the team, I think for CES, I think I can really, really see what they were going for here in this particular match. It's all about that location and where they're hunkering down. It's all about getting that chicken dinner.
And with a lot of top teams eliminated somewhere in the middle of the game, they remain the same for the most part. Like T5 still number 1, eArena number 2, Daytrade Gaming number 3, and the Expendables number 4, followed by WDG and so on and so forth. As for our team that got the chicken dinner early on, Happie Squad, 67 points now. They're slowly rising up again. And if we were to compare their gap and Daytrade Gaming, which is at least the number 3 spot right now, it is about 30-ish points. So it doesn't sound too far now if we were to look at it objectively based on the points. So chicken dinner for Happie Squad. And in case, ladies and gentlemen, you just joined us, WDG scored the first chicken dinner. But we're done with Erangel right now. Next, we're going to head on to Rondo, the biggest map.
Yeah, it's the biggest map, and I think that it's going to be very interesting as well. I think we've seen a lot of different styles of play here on Rondo, and I think, if anything, yesterday, I think the very, very proactive team that we did see on Rondo yesterday, I believe, was TDT. And it was a very interesting one because they had so much freedom to go for these big rotations. They didn't have to really worry about water or even hard crosses as well. If anything, if you look at TDT yesterday on this particular map, what's been so interesting is how the way that they're moving here is that they were in a 2-2 formation. They took their time, two teams already inside of the circle and two teams just sort of like taking their time moving around their map before finally, you know, moving in together as a team. I wouldn't say that TDT is the most aggressive of teams as we play here in this tournament, but at the same time, they are definitely a team to watch out for in terms of positioning, in terms of how they take their fights to get into the circle itself. So I'm wondering if today should be a big shakeup for a lot of teams, especially since this map is only played once per day. But at the very least, you know, a lot of teams as well coming into yesterday did have their own different ways of moving around the map because there's a lot of space to work with.
Oh yeah, and so far if we talk about shakeups, I would really love to see the shakeups here happening from the teams in the middle pack. And based on that Erangel match that we saw earlier on, the middle pack team seems to be doing fairly well as compared to like the top team. So at least we don't get like a cliche final day of like, oh, we need the top teams just running a top three. The gap is now close enough and it gives opportunity to teams in the middle and somewhat towards the end as well. If they can find a way to boost themselves up mathematically, it's still possible for them to challenge the teams at the top three. So the teams at the top three or even top four cannot be complacent right now with the fact that these teams are starting to be on the rise. They have got games in since the past 2 days. They start to adapt to situations and it will put them in a position where they can challenge for those top teams.
Yeah. When you talk about these teams as well, I think this comes back to that conversation I had, how certain teams, they are really good on the breakout days on day number one, taking advantage of that cluelessness that most teams have, you know, the lack of information in terms of VODs, how to play, just try to ease into that game and try to figure out how certain teams go. Certain teams take a day to really figure out how each team kind of navigates through these maps, like Erangel, like even Miramar. But once that Rubik's Cube has kind of like cracked and understanding where or how these teams work, especially as you know, certain teams, they already know their drop spots, where they're gonna go and how exactly to navigate all of these things, you can take advantage. And I think that this is why it's so important to really not underestimate that middle side pack group, because they do take some time to really figure things out. We're starting to see that rise, right? You talk about HAPPIE squad, they're a little bit more different, unconventional about how they play, but they're starting to understand how things go. As soon as game one, they didn't really work out in their favor, there's a big shakeup, there's a big change in strats on how exactly they approach game two, understanding that, okay, it's still at SMB circle. What did we do wrong last game? The understanding where they went wrong and applying it into this game. This time around, the big change for HAPPIE squad was just, okay, we're already on SMB. We don't really have to kind of move around the map. Let's just prioritize where we want to hold and stay instead. And that's exactly what we saw. So it's still something huge and it gave them the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they even found positions that they can shoot against teams that are quite far away, and that's how they also gain extra eliminations from their current spot or their previous spot, that is. So it was a good spot for them to be in. So great work for HAPPIE squad. Now the biggest question, of course, is for HAPPIE squad to be consistent. You cannot have like a yo-yo type of performance, especially if you're in a position of HAPPIE squad right now. You cannot have like, okay, this round it's great, next round not so, and then another great round and then not so, because they have put themselves mathematically in contention for the top three. It's a matter of be consistent. Even though if you get a tough circle and you find it hard to overcome, at least you leave the round with a handful of points, not go out zero. That must be the objective of HAPPIE squad now.
Yeah. Okay, so like it or not for a HAPPIE squad here. Okay, when you look at yesterday's Rondo where TDT played for HAPPIE squad, I think that for them, when you look at how they rotate, I would say that it's somewhat of like just it's not the easiest of rotations, guys. You get the fact it's such a big map and all teams had to really find their way into the game itself. And I think that for HAPPIE squad here, it's really important to talk about like how exactly they want to play. They were a team that were had put themselves all the way down in Jedina City in terms of drop spot. They had to go all the way to the western side to get into the circle. They were one of the last few teams to make it as well. Now, we did talk about how, you know, for HAPPIE Squad, getting into the circle late is not necessarily like a bad thing, because they prefer to take these fights. They like this very desperation style, not desperation, I don't think that's the right word to use. I think this very aggressive style plays, which really puts in a lot of pressures to the teams as well. But it's that final few, that last circle that really, I would say, catches them off guard, because they needed to get into the circle itself, the circle ping pong to the right. And for them in particular, the sheer amount of teams in the southern side is just the team that is what really got to them, in my opinion, because you are in the late, oh my god, I cannot speak today clearly. You are getting into the circle fairly late. You are going to be taking out 2-3 different teams at the same time. So I think that was the biggest struggle or a theme that HAPPIE Squad were facing in yesterday. It was a theme that they felt that they've also faced on map 1 today, but I'm liking the fact that they are turning the pages in their playbook and saying, okay, clearly this is not working out yesterday, this is not working out today. What happens if we go and play for positions itself? And we didn't really see a lot of aggression coming in from HAPPIE Squad up until, I would say, the middle to end of Erangel.
But there's a whole ton of breakdown for HAPPIE Squad, right? But if we were to digress to like the top teams, let's say like the Expendables or Daytrade Gaming, or eArena even, like what's your thoughts about their performance? Like, why aren't we seeing the best of, for example, eArena now?
eArena, I would say that eArena is a team that you don't necessarily see them in those chicken dinner situations. You know, when you talk about eArena, it's very direct, it's very straight to the point. For me personally, it feels like they adopt the very similar style play from beginning to end. When you talk about every single map, their drop spots are always the same, a little bit more late on that rotation to the circle. Not super late though, not as late as what we see from like say HAPPIE Squad, but enough to really allow them to play in the middle. But it's toward that mid-side game that they say, okay, we should like let go of this. We should kind of like play a little bit more, I would say, safe, find a terrain toward the side. And for me personally, for them, it's always been about positioning. It's always been about holding on to the area. It's always been about gatekeeping. And for them, getting those pickoffs and consistently bringing in points every single round is their key of success. Yeah, granted, certain rounds they go out a little bit more early, especially on map 1 just now. It wasn't really an easy circle if you ask me, but the adaptation they have, they lose one round, they come in toward the second round with a different style approach and play, I would say it's a little bit better. So I wouldn't count them out, even they don't get like those highlight reels or situations or skills as well, but they are a team that they rarely ever end rounds with 0 points.
Well, let's see if they can continue to gain more than that in this Rondo match.
Okay, we talked about Rondo just now. We can talk about breakdowns as well. Yesterday is TDT that ended the day with the chicken dinner on this particular map. And rightfully so, they didn't really change up the way they played too much. They were a little bit more later into the circle itself. There have been, I think one thing if I look at TDT, it's all about, yeah, they have the firepower, yeah, they have the aggression, but they don't necessarily want to use it early. It's very, I would say, surgical when they want to go aggressive and when they want to take fights. And it's always toward the mid to late game situation.
So the mid to late game, that is going to be really important, right? Especially when it comes to like phase number 4 onwards, when a lot of teams are close by each other, then that will be the biggest challenge for whoever who's still within the game that time. And I'm looking over at the drops here. Yesterday, when we saw Rondo, we didn't see early fights. We did see an early fight, I believe, but there was only one. But of course, this is going to be a different game altogether. And I'm looking over at the area of Bamboo, FW, and also TDT just next to each other. But not going to make the big moves yet. Still pretty early. Everyone just wants their own space. Since it's the biggest map of them all with a lot of landmass, so to avoid fights very early on should be pretty straightforward. Circle is also going to be a straightforward circle. Test track is going to be the middle of it where TE is at.
Test Track Circle should be fun. Very cool one. Now, I was just talking about eArena. They dropped over at Jadina City yesterday. Today, in fact, they decided to drop around Nanchuan area. So they have a lot of area covered as well. I mean, they're getting a little bit more active. The same could be said about Decimate. Decimate, they have 2 drop spots. Yesterday, they ended up toward Lanpo, I believe. But today, they decided to go all the way up north there toward the Minhu area.
And looks like a couple of quick rotations here by FW. More like grabbing vehicles and trying to get to their other spots, including Banana One. He was just passing by. Probably he was just scouting this area where Marcus is at. And maybe he saw that, oh, there's Marcus there. Okay, we know that there's someone there, so we'll be extra careful and we cannot take away this compound to loot. We'll go somewhere else instead. And if we do need to go there, we're aware that, okay, there's at least one person there. So if we were to make a second move into the area where Marcus is, then we'll be extra careful. Marcus, on the other hand, he knows that FW passed by. So at least he has the information as well that FW, potentially the entire squad, is not too far away as well. So same goes for them. If they want to make a rotation, they might want to avoid that spot in case FW do try to gun them down from afar.
Interesting enough, I am still in awe at the positioning that WDG has had today. Now, WDG, they usually drop by toward, I believe it's Muhopan. But this time they decided they had dropped a little bit more toward the mid side of the map, and the circle did grease them. So what they've been doing right now, it's very dynamic. We saw it already in the first 2 maps, how they were very separated in early game situations. They hold on to the southern side of SMB earlier, playing just very solo and alone, just trying to see whether or not they can cover more ground, see whether they can get some stragglers and pickoffs. So this time around, because they have a lot of terrain to work around, they just hunkered down to the northern side, trying to see if anyone would rotate inside. They're not really getting too close to the middle side of the map. Granted, you have FW and TE there just hanging around. So, you know, they're a little bit more passive, but you can expect them to go aggressive if they want to.
Yeah, and if we were to think about their current spot, there's still some room for them to tune up their aggressiveness to try to bring in those elimination points, potentially even playing by the rim of the circle to try to block out other teams. But the thing about this circle now, then we will start to put in like the variable of what kind of circle are we talking about. This circle has a lot of land to play with. So even if teams decide to like, okay, we play by the rim, we try to block out teams from coming in and try to gain eliminations from that kind of strategy, teams who come in later can say, hey, we don't want to play your game. We can rotate around because there's like land all over. So there's a lot of space to play, and this is a big map. So they can just avoid those kind of moves. So maybe with this kind of circle in this situation, in this map as well, we might see more teams trying to get the middle best spot possible so they don't need to manage when the circle shifts over. And we're going to shift over to Cerberus Esports now against TDT.
Trying to take away this compound, I think, for TDT, but they're not in a situation where they have man advantages here. Haisaki is all the way down toward Yulin. So if anything, they're just trying to be a little bit more cautious of how they approach this. So TDT did show their hand, did kind of say, okay, we are holding on to this compound here. And CS says, okay, I mean, for us, we don't really want to push that issue. We don't want to fight this early. So they're just gonna rotate away here. But their rotation might just bring them to FW, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and when it goes to FW, then, well, potentially a fight. But again, we're still at phase number 1. So as long as they're aware of FW, they can rotate away. But Cerberus Esports, they decided to still hang on, chill, just right in front of TDT. The TDT, they know that they're there, but they're not going to pick the big moves yet. Again, it's still phase number 1. Nobody got eliminated yet. So if you want to take this fight, there's of course that risk of a 50-50 that you might go out without any points at all. And there's no real reason for you to push since that's not one of the key positions in this phase. And this phase doesn't really matter for now. Unless it's like phase number 5 or 6, then yes, it might matter. But for now, you can just disregard that position and everyone can still hold on to their current spot. Don't need to push on for fights.
The eastern side of the circle is completely bare right now. No teams hanging out there. I think for HAPPIE, I believe they are going to be coming in from Jadina City. So that coming in, their rotation into the circle shouldn't be too much of a problem. They could take shelter over at Neox factory if they want to. Granted, it is side by side where TE is hunkering down here, which is racetrack. So it could be something that they could go for. Or they could go toward Lo Huaqing if they want to and just hang around there toward the side of the circle, try to catch anyone in that mid of the rotation. So there's a lot of options of where HAPPIE squad can go right now, since that the eastern side, excuse me, is completely open for them. But at the same time, when you look at southern side here, we do have 3 teams that's kind of in the midst of the rotations. I think Forest Gaming is coming in from the southern side, and so is Sharper Esports. QiWA should come in from the western side as well. So like it or not, the outer sides of the circles are still very much open, still very much something that teams can kind of opt for. They just take their time and play off at the ends here. Yulin completely empty, Stadium as well. So if anything, I don't expect big fights to happen quite yet. I mean, I'm looking at the feed right now. The only team that's really actively shooting right now is WDG and FW, but it's not a situation where they're actively taking these 4v4 full-on fights either. Just trying to see if you can catch anyone in the midst of that. You know, when your compounds are side by side, maybe land a headshot, you know, shred down their armor a little bit more, their helmets, ruin their resources a bit, maybe even steal away a kill. Why not if you're all the way out there in the open?
I like the fact that you point out the eastern side is kind of open. So I guess that's also because of the flight path. Flight path is on the west side, and teams would naturally drop around that area. So the eastern side circle is open, and that gives options to teams on the south, like what you mentioned as well. If there's just too many there, and at some point, like they're forced to go in, they can always rotate to the eastern side. And I believe that they have that on top of their head as well as an option for them to go in case they find that it's not going to be worthwhile for them to take those fights. So a lot of options inside this Rondo map with the circle for these teams to rotate in. And I believe we can also see that some teams are already taking that approach to play by the eastern side. But Olympus on the glider is in trouble.
Yeah, situation that's not the best. I mean, I don't think he's going to be a problem as well in terms of how he's moving around the map either. For now, looking around here, the only team that's not fully inside the map is Flash, so they are on the southern side of HAPPIE here. HAPPIE has taken up a lot of space, if you ask me, toward the side here of Lo Hua Ching. They have one player there, which is Bots, Aya, on the northern side, and the other 2 are just HAPPIE kind of scout around close to where the area where TE as well as X-Men are. So the stadium did eventually get occupied here. It's going to be DCM that decided to stay there. And I don't think it's a problem, honestly. They can kind of like just hunker down there a little bit more sooner. Hopefully T5 can take fights against FW and they can just fully take advantage of that situation if they want to. But if anything, this team is not really a team that I see making noise very, very early. They've been mostly unlucky. If I talk about DCM, I always see the biggest problem is that rotation into that circle. They got picked off one by one. This is what, the 3rd time this happened in the last 2 days that sort of the players fall as they try to get into the circle, leaving inside all alone. He gets picked off and left all alone as well. So I wouldn't say that the biggest problem, I mean, the biggest problem right now is trying to figure out the ideal time to get into the circle. And on top of that, their positioning on how exactly they enter into the circle has been too risky, if you ask me.
Yeah, and it has been a difficult time for Decimate Gaming. Day 1, they were pretty okay. We saw a lot of good moves by Decimate Gaming. And then starting off day 2, a little bit quiet. And so far today, not the best performance as well. So they need to find a groove again. The type of performance that we have at least seen by Decimate Gaming in the first half of day number 1. But let's see if the circle will favor them. They're on the left side, and looks like the answer is no. And the circle shifts towards the right. Now, a lot of teams are still within it, but there's also like a lot of teams playing on the outer side right now that needs to come into the circle. This is where we potentially might see more fights happen.
Should be that western side you have to really worry about right now. And it's a stampede, if you ask me, on how quick these players are kind of rotating inside. They're just passing by side here, but we're not seeing active fights happen either. I mean, WDG, Flash, they do try to get a bit more active, a bit more territorial of where they're holding right now. But there is a full fight happening there. I'm looking at DCM versus T5 over on the northern side here. And honestly, I expected this to already happen. Mostly because of the circle shift. Because like it or not, DCM has to cross by T5. But both teams, I think, will be able to just cross by quite safely, if you ask me. But TE right now, for me personally, they have a huge area to hold. They have a lot of, I would say, high grounds to hold up as well. But for the Delwyn, oh man, showed his hand a little bit too eagerly and all alone, so separated from his team, will be completely overwhelmed by the entirety of Cerberus here. And this is why you shouldn't be, I would say, showing your hand this early or this aggressively, because Cerberus is definitely a team that likes to move in as a 4, not allowing isolated fights.
Well, they might be forced to take more fights now. Now that TDT is coming by, Xavier in front of TDT. TDT needs the information. They need the vision onto Xavier. Xavier is falling back right now. He's very separated from his other teammates. But with the current position that Xavier is at, and also the other members of Savage Man Esports, maybe they can kind of try to enclose on the TDT. Let's see what sort of strategy are they going to go. Are they going to go for the aggressive move? Upchen tries to get the knock. If they got that knock, then maybe they'll go in. Okay, they got it. All right, waiting for the rest of Savage Man Esports to execute.
So they're coming through here. Upchen kind of slowly getting a bit more close here, but the rest of TDT actually does fire back. Knocks him down as well. So Evil Patrick, that's like from Evil Patrick. So for that particular fight right now, if you're looking at it, that's HAPPIE Esports. They had really hunkered down on the high ground on the western side of where X-Men and TDT were. And it's just a repeat of last game, if you ask me. They're on a high ground, they can watch fights from all over the map, and they can just steal those kills if they want to. Jun, great opening onto Oliver. But at the same time, Jun wants to kind of push up forward. They realize that Upchen has been knocked down here. Lucky G is close by, but I don't think that Lucky G is in a position to take this fight either. But Xavier's off angle will get him a little bit more space, but he is still punished for him regardless, and Upchen will be stolen away by Evil Patrick. He has been staring at this fight for quite some time, puts his hand in the cookie jar, and steals away that point for under their noses.
Steals away the cookie jar as well. Looking to tap away with the SLR from afar, trying to scare those elimination points, but not able to lock in just yet. And Xavier is still holding his ground all alone. But great angle by Xavier earlier on. And because of Xavier's angle, he bought enough time for the other members of X-Men to actually come in to save their teammates. So that was a very, very important role that he played earlier on. If not, they would have easily lost another, or maybe two even.
And despite all of that, FW didn't really get too active. They decided to play a little bit more quiet. If anything, FW, the only one in trouble right now, I think they're just so preoccupied by Daytrade, if you ask me, as well as Splash at the southern side as well. They don't really want to traverse that high ground in between HAPPIE Squad as well as that, because like it or not, they need to climb up that terrain in order to meet up with HAPPIE Squad. So for now, I think this high ground, or that tiny little mountain in between them, is the only thing, keeping these two teams apart. But over on the other side of the map, I mean, where TDT and CS were fighting, we also saw X-Men coming through, and DCM wants to try and take away that space. So a four-way fight could potentially happen here, but at the same time, I'm looking at EA crossing into the era in between those two terrains where all of these fights were happening, and gets through unscathed.
They know how to navigate around, despite we have still all the teams intact. Interesting. And I guess that's also the advantage of this map, right? It is a big map, so you have a lot of space to play with. And next is going to be T5, making their move probably directly into the circle. Let's see what type of route do they use. WDG in front of them. They're probably going to do the same thing of trying to navigate across WDG, or maybe around, because it's not only WDG, Sharper Esports as well, playing on the inner side of the circle. They might play the gatekeeping role. So T5, now their options are getting lesser on how they're going to get in.
eArena, I think they're realizing that there's not a lot of space to work with. Not a lot of terrains either. So they're setting up themselves for success here. Vehicles set up as well to give them a little bit more space. Some cover as well called down at the very least. So this is great for them. I think they're planning to make this like a long-term checkpoint at the very least. But at the same, I mean, it is further out away from those high grounds as well. So you're not going to get sniped either. So in a way, this could be a good thing. But for T5 right now, all eyes onto QiWA. As QiWA is looking, okay, I don't think I want to take this fight. I'm going to rush away into this shack somewhere inside of the area. And somehow, on the top side there, Monty does go down here by TCM.
Oh, here comes the shots raining down onto QiWA. QiWA, two players knock, one have been eliminated. That's going to be a trick. T5, they're going to come in right now. They know, obviously, they have the man advantage. Want to finish off Yomik, which is the final player here, and the other members of QiWA in the circle. The other members of QiWA, they're busy with AG down south.
Too many things going on here, and this is why I was talking about that breakdown in terms of how they're playing. They're too separated. When push comes to shove, when there's too much chaos, they cannot stay together as a team. Chibirit, the only one that's managed to get into the circle, the only one that's managed to survive as well. But I am also keeping my eye out on the members of T5 right now because they're forced to rotate into the circle. They're facing a lot of pressure coming in from AGG, coming in from Sharper Esports as well. No movement yet from TE at the very least, but at the same time, rotating inside is not going to be the safest. And I think that for AGG, this is a great time because Sharper Esports did sort of show their hands, their positioning as well. So for them, they're in a situation there. This could spell trouble because while they are getting pressure from AGG, that last member, that one member from WDG is close by. He can steal away the kills if they want to. And speaking of stealing away kills, X-Men and WDG completely overwhelmed DCM. They weren't able to take away that trade, that fight as well. This is a 3-way, 4-way fight that they had to deal with. And again, this is what I was talking about in terms of trying to breach the circle. DCM still hasn't gotten it figured out.
Yeah, it's just too bad. Another early elimination for Decimate Gaming. Same goes for QiWA. Early elimination as well. The second team to be eliminated. And within the circle, here comes T5. They managed to find their way in. Now they're on the northern side of a test track. So far, so good for them. They potentially only have Cerberus Esports to deal with, but that will be later because there's this big hill in between them. So they might not even meet for now. And T5, they're happy at test track. They can at least reset in this area.
TE as well hasn't moved. I think for Forest Natural Gaming, they do want to breach the area. But coming into this left side of the map here, Sharper Esports, AGG, like you're out there in a stalemate. They need to take this fight. They need to get into the circle. And if they could just potentially just kind of break into test track if they want to. There's a lot more cover there, a lot more terrains and hidey holes they can hide and play with. But at the same time, both these teams are just sort of being very passive right now. AGG called down some support, some cover as well, so this could make it a little bit more harder for Sharper to really breach their the terrains and the area. But at the very least right now, they are looking to get active here. Thunder's great opening picks. They're super aggressive, goes huge as well. But it's going to be Rip 113 that gets him in the end so quickly. We were watching Rip 113 for quite some time. He hasn't moved at all. Been watching Sharper Esports like a hawk.
Yeah, and because of that, Sharper Esports, Zapaloid now down. They're considering, okay, they managed to pick him up. Okay, so that's fine, but they also need to get in. All right, anyway, for AG, they moved down south, so they will avoid the fight with Sharper Esports. They want to prioritize on getting into the circle. So Sharper Esports, they have a lifeline now, but their next opponent could be T5 as they move into the circle next. Within the circle itself, we have TE, Test Track is the home ground. Now they need to defend it against Forest Natural Gaming.
Seen Forest and how exactly they play. The great opening picks coming in, especially from Scappy and Kiss. This should also be the same issue here as Scappy rushes up forward, gonna shoot them in the face. No hesitation, no fear at all. Checks every single corner. Opens up so much space for his teammates as well. So 777 does fall here as TE, they're dwindling down, running out of members.
And the circle will dwindle down as well. Let's see if it goes to test track or towards the open area on the northern side of test track. And circle, south. Looks like TE still gets the circle. Same goes for Forest Natural Gaming. On screen, we have HAPPIE squad. Iya is currently down. He will need to be picked up at the circle. It's really far away, so he has to do it fast while TDT is closing in onto them.
HAPPIE squad just now, they were pretty much in a really good location to be in, but right now out here in the open, forced to take in 2, 3, 4 teams. You get 5 if you include WDG and CES as well. Now for WDG, they do eventually fall. I mean, for them, it's all about that playing that 3-1 formation. You had Rip 113 and then the rest of the team playing out northern side here. But perhaps them being too separate means it's a lot less firepower as well, especially you're in a situation where you have to take so many teams as well. So this wide open areas is not doing anyone any value. As for T5, Fluky should also fall as well here. And right now, I think when you look at Cerberus, they have to take this fight. T5, Sharper in the front, EA as well, and behind them TDT. Potentially TDT could just say sayonara to HAPPIE Esports, rush up forward, take advantage of the fact that TES has their hands full. But I think that they are going to be too eager on doing that either, because you have no clue where these members for CES are here. They do have a shack to work with at the very least here. They did see the members of TDT. There we go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yamkut falls there. And the rest of the EA as well should collapse. So Van should be taken away. 1 more point to eArena.
Nice drive-by by TDT earlier on to secure that 1 elimination point. But while they were driving by, they lost another player. Anyway, within Test Track, since now the circle went down south, it's going to be the focal attention for a lot of these other teams. Team Flash, the Expendables in Test Track itself. While on the elimination field, we have HAPPIE Squad bringing in the points, taking out the members of FW.
Daytrade here as well, completely overwhelming eArena as they try to go in for that rotation as well. Daytrade has been waiting here for quite some time, but eArena, they're running out numbers here. They can go for a pickup as well for their teammate just to really equalize the numbers one more time, bring in a lot more firepower, but it's making it rain. How many nades coming toward them? A lot of pressure as well. Blind sprays to the smokes either, not giving them a lot of space. And Happie Squad as well decides to join in the fight. Happie Squad has a nice terrain to work with as well. They do have vehicles to work with at the very least. So eArena right now not in a great position to move because either they go down to the blue, go down to Happie Squad, or they go down to Daytrade. And for now, it looks like both teams are taking heavy casualty right now. Blue zone comes through. Happie Squad, the only thing they have right now is this rock for cover. They don't have a lot of time and space to work with either. And finally, will go down to the zone, denying a lot of points.
Well, looks like to answer your question earlier on is that eArena will not go down without a fight. So far, they managed to defend the ground against Happie Squad, but next is going to be Daytrade Gaming waiting for them by the rim of the circle. But eArena could potentially still slide in to the edge of that circle itself. A lot of shots being traded back between Sharper Esports and T5 up north, while the circle goes somewhat to the middle. TE, Team Flash, Forest Natural Gaming, and also AG Global. They're within the circle. But for Daytrade Gaming and eArena, here we go.
Daytrade does have strengthened numbers at the very least. 4 members still very much alive, so eArena might be in trouble here, but the same could be said about Sharper Esports there. Tried to take away the space from T5. They are the first seeds coming in from Thailand, if you think about it, but T5 being able to go this far, adapting on the global stage is the bigger flex, I feel. Regardless, coming back to T5 as well, they're taking fights against Sharper Esports, and they're also stealing away kills from Daytrade against their fight against eArena. So that's one more point in the back here. They do get knocked down here, getting shot out from so many different angles and areas as well. So Ranger X should also fall as well. But because Patampong is just not giving them a lot of space to work with as well. So for Sharper Esports, they have a nice compound to work with, multiple levels as well. The high ground is huge, but the same could be said about Team Flash here over on the southern side.
Wow. I also want to point out the fact that T5, they have managed to score 9 kills so far, doing very well, despite the circle kept going away from them. Focusing back on the Team Flash, they're still sharing the same area together with the Expendables, and Chloris is on the other side. But Team Flash, they're going towards him, while Home Voltage is just looking over at him in case he does something funny. Chloris still able to get B-neck, but not able to get an elimination yet, only a knock so far.
Amount of teams on the southern side here. I'm not surprised to a racetrack right now. But Daytrade still hasn't found themselves into the circle yet. They decided to be a little bit more patient, take this fight against T5. And granted, T5, that little tiny corner they're playing the high ground as well, keeps them at bay at the very least. So even if they do get the knockout into T5, they still have to worry about the other teams down south as well in these compounds. Okay, I believe Flash as well as TE are sharing one compound. They just couldn't find the final member, but Daytrade decides to just rush it up forward, leg it up, shoot the entire T of T5 in the face. And that is how you make an entrance. You keep the veil long enough, you get impatient. This is exactly what happens. And Sharper Esports, they're looking to shoot up and not allow that reset to happen.
Yeah, KM99 is rushing in right now. Looking for the right moment, and KM99, he sees one, he sees Flash, he goes in, he gets splashed down to the ground, but he needs to look for the others. KM99 will be gunned down. He needs his teammates to follow up. Tiger will be shot down as well. And right now, Sharper Esports, they still have the man advantage, but they're not done with Daytrade Gaming yet. Taradol managed to get away, but he went out of the circle. It's just too much for him to handle within the inside. So Sharper Esports, they won this fight.
Great timing as well, knowing exactly where to find the other member. Gonna find them in the end. Daytrade does get eliminated as well, but they didn't manage to secure all of the points at the very least. Taradol denies them one at the very least as well. But if anything, right now, Sharper Esports still has to worry about getting to the zone. I don't think it's a big problem right now. They have access to that track to go through here on the upper side, as the rest of the teams are currently in those compounds in the bottom side. So this should be quite clear for them, is number one. Number two, that high ground should give them a lot of value, especially if the circle moves toward them. It should reward them. And as for the rest of the teams to the southern side, if they're leaving the compounds, this should spell doom for them.
But it might spell doom for Destroy from AG Global. No circle, with Forest Natural Gaming in front of him. It's going to be a challenge for him to come in anyway. Now the execution is happening with Glorious taking out Voltage and the Expendables. He's trying to defend his own ground all alone. He almost got it. He almost got the defense. He almost got the clutch, but Long Axe came in towards the end to finish him off.
Looking at the map right now, Sharper is so far away from the rest of the team here. Zapalui on the top side of that racetrack alongside his two teammates. But the rest of the teams right now, Destroy, Forest Natural Gaming, and even Flash, they're hunkered down in the lower side of this map here. Yeah, it's compounds. Yes, it's a lot of buildings as well. But for me, personally, high ground is key. And Sharper Esports, because of their outer side, it gives them a lot of space to really move around compared to a compound where it is a choke to really move outside. It's so easy to be sprayed. Regardless, Baron is waiting here, spots out one member of Flash. So both teams now at a situation where they can't really move out of the area unless they fully want to commit to these fights.
Well, Destroy has to commit right now. The zone will close onto him real soon. He has to cut across. He's throwing all the utilities, making use of all whatever covers that he has. But then again, everyone knows that he's there. The smoke being popped out. Thunders is waiting on this high ground on top of this roof, waiting for him to show himself. The smoke is buying him a little bit more time. Okay, now he shows himself. Thunders, release a couple of shots. Not able to land it yet, but they still know that he's there. Okay, here comes Scappy. Scappy! Straightforward elimination onto Destroy. There goes all gamers at number 4.
Regardless of the fact that he's been alone, he's been doing a stellar job of surviving all the way till the end as well. Scappy, you gotta give it to him, very decisive on how exactly he wants to open up that fight and take him away, making sure they can really secure these last few points. At the very least, right now, look at how Sharper is moving out of the map. They have so much space to work with. They have the high ground as well. Forest Natural Gaming will try to at least shoot them out here, and because Sharper Esports has not a lot of space to go down here, they jump down, take a lot of damage, break their ankles, and Forest Natural Gaming is realizing this, knowing they're low. All they have to do is just completely spray. Grants them so many points, gives them a whole 7 right now as Flash tries to go for a rotate on the other side, tries to find something at the very least. Anyone outside here, anyone in the middle of just any stragglers going for crossfires. But if anything, I think for him, it's a very dangerous game right now. And Forest, they're happy to play that game because they're hunkered down inside. They don't have to push out and take these fights either.
Yeah, they really don't need to. They just need to hold on to their spot. So far, they have a good spread as well. They have good cover. All they need to do is just wait for Team Flash. Team Flash, they're closer towards the blue, or closer towards the rim, that is. So the pressure is now on the Team Flash. They have to find a way to cut across. This will be the best time for them to deploy their utilities, and they could do it anytime soon. Hovering over some of the players, they do have a couple of smokes, so they do have those utilities as an option to at least be as close as possible to Forest Natural Gaming.
Here comes a stalemate. No one's gonna move until the circle shifts. I mean, if anything as well, I think Flash really learned their lesson. As soon as they move around the area, they left the compound. They're very much at the mercy of Forest Natural Gaming. They only know where Scappy and Kiss are. The rest of the team has just been fairly quiet. And I think they're occupying, what, 2 or 3 different buildings, which is really great if you ask me. Allows for crossfires, allows for, your teammates, if say that another team decides to push into that compound, you have another backup where your teammates can kind of like rush forward as well, because not everyone is inside that same compound. Buys a lot of time for your team to rotate to you. But pot shots abound at the very least. None of these teams are showing their hand quite yet. Smoke set up already. I think we have about what? A few more. There we go. Exactly now. Till the circle shifts there, and everyone should be out here in the open very soon.
Yeah, time to go for the final fight. Pressures onto both teams. It's going to be a 3v3. It's a 50-50. But for Forest Natural Gaming, they have a better spread. Look at Kiss's position. He is on the side. He's going to be the off-angle guy. So if Team Flash, they cross the road, Kiss could be the one to gun them down from that side. So Team Flash, they have to deploy all their utilities. They do still have a couple of smokes. We saw some of them being used earlier on, but it's a matter of when do they cut across right now. Everyone's trying to gather information. This is the difficult part when it's an urban warfare. Kiss will be gunned down. Team Flash, they have an opening.
It's huge. That's an impact maker down already here. smokes about as well, but for Forest Natural Gaming, they still have a lot of utility to work with as well. That nade straight onto K-Sama makes it huge, so it's now a 2-for-2, 1-for-1 situation just now. For the rest of Flash, they're going in for that reset, wants to go for the pickup. And Long X, knowing exactly where Kiss is, this is massive because he can just hunker down, place himself close enough to Kiss, not allow or rather catch Forest Natural Gaming in the midst of that rotation to go for that pickup. And I think Scappi was so aware, so he's like, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna move away here. They're gonna cut their losses, lose Kiss this early. But as for Flash, they're back to a 3. Scappi as well will be shot in the face. Long X, this reposition catches Forest Natural Gaming off guard, opens the door, makes sure to kind of fake it before he goes inside, finds nothing, knows that Scappi is still very much alive here. And Scappi, since he's down, he can be the guy to catch them off guard here. Baron with a shotgun in hand, a little bit more aggressive, but the flashes or the shots are a little bit more stronger right now. Baron shots to the face, it's huge. Baron, he's knocked 2 down, and now it's down to a 1v1. I am not expecting this outcome, but just that one shotgun from Baron could change the trajectory of this entire fight.
Oh, one more to go. Baron 1v1, and he does have a shotgun. One of the best weapons to pull off a clutch. And now it's going to be Baron, but the pickup is happening. Baron has to make it fast. The pickup will not happen. Okay, it looks like Humvodich, he decided not to go for it. Baron with a stun grenade, 2 stun grenades just to be sure. But he's not executing his plan yet. He needs to know exactly where his opponent is at. The smoke is still blinding Humvodich. But Baron, he might show his Humvodich blinded. Baron right in front of him right now. And Baron will land the final blow. Another clutch here. This time by Baron from Forest Natural Gaming.
I have to say, what a goat. Quick repositions, playing with the stun grenade, playing with the smokes. He throws one nade forward, repositions to the other side, playing and selling this bluff and this fake. That guy has no clue where to look at all, where to go, where exactly he is. He can't really pinpoint him. And that game was played to perfection. That didn't have to worry about the pickup as well. That 1v1, super crucial. But I have to say, this is one of the more, I would say, closer circles in the end of the day. It's a 3v3 at the very end. It's that competitive.
Oh man, it is super duper competitive, right? Especially with so much land. And when teams start to get close to each other, you have a lot of options, and sometimes a lot of options, it's hard to decide on like, okay, where do we want to go? Do we want to rotate? Do we want to take fights? Do we want to just cut past all the other teams to get into the middle of the circle? When you have that many options, sometimes it just confuses you, and that's a challenge for the teams within this map with this circle. And we did see a lot of variable types of gameplay. Some of them did exactly those options, and some of them did well, some of them not so well, but that's just part of the game.
It really was, and I have to say that this circle in particular, I mean, I was sort of really hoping for a test track circle, and I got exactly that. I think for Sharper, it was great for them. Up until that high ground area, it was good. But I think that they could be a little bit more patient. They didn't have to jump down there. That one mistake costed them the entirety of that game, dropping down, taking a lot of damage. And because of that, the rest of Forest Natural Gaming, all they had to do was just spray the heck out of them. Was it Forest Natural Gaming? Yeah, it was Forest Natural Gaming for sure. Position-wise as well, I feel like, I mean, for me personally, they could have taken the time, but I think there is that question, that lingering question in their mind. Okay, if we do decide to take that ramp downwards, it's such an open area for us. We could potentially be shot from second story buildings as well. So I think they decided to play the dangerous game, really gamble for it, and they were super, super punished for it. But I have to say, for the Expendables, they did a great job of surviving all the way till the end. They held on to test track for a majority of this game. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to really survive as a team in the end. Clories did massive, massive damage to most of the teams that really managed to, come into their building. So they didn't really go out without a fight.
Yeah, Cloris almost came out with a clutch of his own based on those highlights. But this is the final moment as well. A lot of patience play by Team Flash. Just look at this. They held on for quite a while. They didn't really make the big moves until the time was right. And when it was right, they managed to infiltrate. And they got 2 out of Forest Natural Gaming, but it's just the brilliance of Baron. He had the shotgun in his hand. Again, it's one of those weapons that can pull off a clutch. And Baron, look at how patient it is. He threw 2 stun grenades across just to distract his opponent, get in front of his opponent at some point, and just landed the final blow.
Yeah, love seeing that for him. But if anything, I think it's that his repositionings. I'm so sorry. Like, how do you sell that? How do you sell that? Throw one nade forward, make some noise on the other, and reposition to the other side. The way he plays with his utility is just so good. In these situations, that individual brilliance come through, right? It's just a game of smoke and mirrors, and he played that to perfection. He knows that for Flash, it's either going to be a pickup or just going to be a prone play. There's not a lot of space to work with. If anything, it was also Flash's game to play. That initial pickoff by Long X was massive, but at the same time managed to equalize the situation. But then again, Baron just had the stronger weapon at the very least, as well as his games of smoke and mirrors really gave him that edge in the end. 5 to 9 damage, I have to say it's massive. 3 knockouts, huge, but at the same time, positioning is key, and for us Natural Gaming, this is their game to win from beginning to end. Not the most quickest to get into the circle either, but they knew how exactly to play as soon as they had secured the area.
Yeah, his weapon played a big role to score that chicken dinner and that huge clutch earlier on. And with that, Boros Natural Gaming scores 20 points in this round. HAPPIE Esports with 11 points, even though they didn't make it in the top 2, but still, they scored 6 eliminations, bringing them to 11 points. T5, they're doing very well as compared to the other closest contenders. 11 points collected by them, and they will continue to have this gap between themselves and also teams like eArena, Daytrade Gaming, and the Expendables. On the other end, however, QiWA and also Decimate Gaming, unfortunately not able to come up with any points.
Right now, T5 will maintain this lead right now, and it's a huge lead if you ask me compared to eArena right now. They haven't really been able to, I would say, convincingly bring as many points as they want forward compared to T5. And I always talk about T5 here. T5, yeah, they got a lot of chicken dinners yesterday. I think it was 2 if I'm not mistaken. But it's also worth noting the amount of points they bring forward from each match. They never go in with a 0. The same could be said about eArena. But today, I feel like I sort of jinxed them somewhat because they aren't, I would say, the team that is bringing in, I mean, like I always say, okay, this is great that the team is kind of moving forward with at least some points, but at the same time, it's not convincing enough to really keep them afloat at the very top compared to like T5. I think for them, consistency is key. When I talk about consistency, it's elimination points, it's the placement points as well that they're able to bring forward. They have a nice, I would say, balance between survivability and aggression, and I think that for them, this recipe, whatever it is they're doing, it works.
Yeah, and speaking about eArena, I worry for them. If this continues, they might be booted out of the top 3. So you don't want that to happen because, yeah, at least you have to be in the top 3 to move on to the next round. And a team like eArena, who did very well in day 1, day 2, thought that, oh, maybe this team could just go all the way. But now there's a risk that they might be overtaken by teams like at the 4th place onwards. So eArena, they have to find a formula back later on the second half of the day.
I think they are sort of adjusting, if you ask me. I think it's a big change as well. I think they're a little bit more into that circle. They didn't really take their time playing on the side of the circle anymore. They're not playing this high-risk game. I did notice that. But at the end of the day, I mean, test track is still very I think seeing all the rotations, was kind of hard to deal with as well. But enough about that. We'll break that down after the break. We'll be right back. It's going to be 10 minutes. After this, we're going to be looking at Taego.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense battle royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份複習，個身份住好不如出盡力都不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就咪就。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就咪就，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。
And we're back for the second half of today at the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 phase number 1. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with a wonderful Dash Bunny. What have you make of the day so far?
Today has been great, honestly, if you think about it. I think for a lot of teams, a lot of adjustments have been made as well, especially for Erangel, which is honestly very fun. We're not going to be seeing Erangel anymore. We're not going to be seeing Rondo anymore. We are going to be going straight into Taego. Now, for Taego yesterday, I believe Taego yesterday, it was T5 that ran away with the chicken dinner. And I have to say that for T5, honestly, at this point, chicken dinner or not, they are a team to look out for. They will always consistently at least make it to the top 5. At the very least, they don't end the game with 0 points. So this is a team that I think a lot of teams should fear, because coming into this game, I believe that for the top 2 team that qualified from the PUBG Thailand series was Sharper Esports, For Central Gaming, and Theerathon 5. This is the top 3 that came through. And I believe Sharper was the first seed. So this could be a flex for them coming up forward to be able to just overcome Sharper Esports.
Oh yeah. And Sharper Esports, they have had sharp moments as well, not gonna lie there. And their rotations are great, right? If we look at like from the previous game, how they entered the circle, they know exactly like, okay, this area has a lot of cover, let's go in through there. But of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. Like they have to win fights along the way, and they did just that in order for them to get the best possible spot in the situation that they were in earlier on. But of course, that was in Rondo, where you had like a lot of landmass for them to choose and pick from. Next, coming to Taego, it's going to be a smaller map. So the landmass is not going to be as big, and the challenges are going to be different in this map.
Yeah, I think for yesterday as well, if anything for T5, that map up in that particular circle did favor them from beginning to end. They dropped down Godok, and they didn't really have to make the most in terms of rotations either. They really took their time hanging around Godok before finally just finding their way into the circle. But I think it's more about that positioning that I really, really like seeing them, how they're playing, because they were quickly out of Godok straight onto that high ground, right northern side of that area, was taking their time, taking their fights as well. well, because they had so much terrain control as well as a lot of firepower in terms of fights, they were able to just quickly breach the circle as well. I have to say, for them, their priority, especially for this map, hasn't really been about getting into the mid side of the circle. I know a lot of teams like to go to the mid side, hold on to the area, but toward the last 3 to 2, I think 4 or 3 phases, what they've been doing is just hanging around southern side. They're playing by the edge of the circle, waiting for the right opportune moment. Again, it's all about prioritizing that position, and they prioritized the high ground. That's why they went south, so that they could cross over, get the high ground on the left side, and it's all about just that wait before finally in the end just completely overcoming the rest of the team. So for them in particular, I mean, like it or not, yesterday the circle did really favor them from the beginning. It's about the last few circles that has been ping-ponging, that adaptability in terms of how they enter the circle. It's just been really impressing me, honestly.
Yeah, and I remember that they had the high ground advantage as well. So the circle plus the high ground, and plus they are T5. They had an explosive day yesterday. So yeah, they did very, very well. And so far, they haven't been letting go of that #1 spot. So great work by them. But now the worry is, if we would talk about some of the top teams, eArena, they have been pretty quiet. And by being quiet, they now have a risk of not being in the top 3 or losing the top 3 spot. The top 3 is, of course, very important because that will allow the teams to go on to the next stage. So eArena, now that we had a break, hopefully they'll be able to find back their groove in preparation for the second half of the day.
I mean, starting today as well, Theerathon started off at 145, I believe. eArena at 133. Yeah, granted, it was a little bit more of a bigger gap that I would be expecting, but they're still very much comfortable ahead of Daytrade. I believe it was a good, almost 20 points forward, so they do still have that cushion if a push comes to shove. At the very least, they are in the running for that first place spot, but I'm not too worried about the fact that they're not going to be, losing that second place spot very, very soon, because Daytrade as well has a big gap between them and TE. So again, these gaps should give them a little bit more of a cushy, coming up forward as well. But at the very least, you do want to see it a little bit more aggressive, right? I mean, these are the top-rated teams for a reason. I want to see their names really just light up in the feed as well. So let's see whether or not Taego will be the map that the eArena wake up and bring us back to the top seed.
Yes, Taego only played once, so they have to make it right here in this match. Let's see, like what you said, eArena is probably one of the highlight teams right now that we want to see if they can make a bounce back. But besides eArena, the Expendables, they need to find a level of consistency as well, because they are starting to lose grip of the top 3, and the other contenders in the middle, they're starting to rise up.
They really are starting to rise up. So I think that if anything, if you were to see how they've been playing today, I mean, if you look at scores per match, right? I think for Theerathon 5, getting 7 points, 8 points, 12 points, 16 points, it's I would say consistency is definitely their thing right now. Compared to say eArena, right? They're one game that gets 6, another game that gets 10, and after that you have 8, 19, 12, and after that it's a 0, 0, 0, and then it's a 15. A little less consistent. They do bring in big numbers when things go their way. So for me, I think I'd like to see a change here a little bit, at least for eArena. Make it a little bit more consistent. Don't go out with zeros. End of the day, when you are not getting any points forward, that is when you should be concerned. But right now, when you look at the map, this is huge. How early these fights are happening. HAPPIE squad just dropping down onto WDG's area right now. And if anything, WDG was gonna fall. T-Dui will be the first one to be the victim of this.
And the last time they fought in Palace, HAPPIE Squad actually won against WDG. And for this time, T-Dui, not so HAPPIE Squad. They had the man advantage against WDG. 6, 7, 8, 9, defending his ground right in front of him. It's going to be at least 2 players from HAPPIE Squad, but they are not alone. Not only 2 teams here. Cerberus Esports is on the other side, but Cerberus Esports, they're minding their own business. You guys fight, we loot. We'll probably see you later.
Yeah. I mean, granted, the fact that these 2 teams do have the same drop spot as well, but for HAPPIE, they're a little bit more on the ball this time. I mean, yesterday they did win this fight at the very least. WDG, they were aware, they are expecting this push out to happen as well. But at the same time, for a HAPPIE, they have placed themselves outside on these terrains, which means that for WDG, you don't have a lot of space to work with. You don't have advantage in terms of height either. Bots, noticing where RIP113 is, decides to just put in a bit of damage onto him, but I don't think he wants to poke out his head a bit much as well. His teammate is close at the very least to go in for these trades. But the lower ground here is Patrick as well. CES waiting for the right possible opportune moment to just join in if they can, but I don't think they want to do so quite yet. So it's 10 tripped as well. That's honestly, for me, been the biggest impact maker for HAPPIE. And just like that, WDG cannot hold and they will fall.
Well, for the second time, they lost to HAPPIE Squad, but now we have Cerberus Esports. Aya knocked down and will be finished off by Cerberus Esports. Point given to them. And for HAPPIE Squad, now that they know that, oh no, Cerberus Esports is here and they didn't really have much time to loot Cerberus Esports, they had a little bit more time to pick up whatever that they have around the Aerial Palace. And now they will take advantage against HAPPIE Squad and they seem to want to go for it.
As well, so many fights happening. Now, this circle is toward the northern side as well, so it is in between two of the areas of this particular map. We have a big amount of water coming through the middle side area. So I see TE has really placed themselves over at Terminal. Over at Yongcheon will be AGG as well. I mean, AGG, granted, that is AGG's drop spot. I don't think they're looking to really just move out of the area quite yet. But for FW, looking at this northern side, they have a lot of control of the shipyard, both sides of the river, in fact. So if say that they need to cross by, they can quickly go for that quick cross to the other side, perhaps just even become the people to just maybe gatekeep that circle, that bridge, to see if anyone were to rotate over. But if anything, right now, looking at how the map is going, I doubt anyone will be coming into the northern side area.
But since we have some time before maybe the next execution by Cerberus Esports, so we're going to shift over to AG. AG earlier on, they were in a small fight. They managed to score one elimination point. I believe it was out of the player of the Expendables. So again, the Expendables, we did talk about them, that they need to find their rhythm again because now they are on the outside of top three. And with one player out, it's not the end of the world. We have seen teams scoring chicken dinners with only 3 players. But because it's AG, and AG is the next team closest to the Expendables that's still in the game, and potentially they could push the Expendables down.
Over at Army Base SP northern side as well, and I think I really like where TDT has placed themselves as a nice little hill toward the middle, the mountain at the very middle of this circle there. They have a lot of space to work with. They have vehicles as well. And most teams had actually hunkered themselves down to the southern side of that mountain. So in a way, that's toward, I believe it's Yongcheon. So they're, in a way, these fights happen at the bottom here for T5, for TS. TDT could just easily go for long-range pickoffs if they want to. They can just stop middle in the midst of these rotations as well. So it's so open for them. The world is their oyster for TDT. But I know TDT in particular, I mean, they are the team that really wants to show their hand this early. So, yeah.
Well, for TDT, we don't see them yet showing their hand. They are on the high ground still, just monitoring the situation. Perhaps they kind of feel that, or they kind of have the information that, oh, there's so many teams around, so we're going to chill for now. And Jacob got to chill on that driving. Okay, he's cool, he's back. Lucky enough for eArena, like there's no other teams close by, so he's not punished because of that. And he'll be fine. They'll enter the circle. And it seems like eArena, again, playing that kind of strategy like how we've seen before, breaking up a 2-2 and playing by the not so center of the circle. And they still trust the process, which is fine, right? Maybe it's something that they believe in and they can overcome T5 in this round with that.
Our teams here, slower rotations as well. But I'm looking at where, that shot from QiWA. Great pick off onto Xavier. Whether or not he can secure the point is the question. So that quick reaction coming back here from X-Men. They're rushing up forward, know where QiWA is. Wants to take this fight over aggressing as well. I've been seeing a lot of fights happening between these two teams here. Drive by straight to QiWA, quick spray as well. Fortunately, none of the bullets will actually hit him at the very least. But it is rendered quite low here. Up Chen should jump out. But the same thing could be said about Oliver. Just bringing away the crosshair from his teammate to allow him to shoot back here is massive. Mun up top tries to make it a little bit more aggressive. Trick close by as well. Up Chen in trouble.
Oh, taking a lot of damage. Xavier will be knocked down. Up Chen's pretty low as well. He needs to find the time and space for him to heal up himself. Home voltage for Team Flash. Oh, steals away the elimination using a Mini 14, taking out Xavier from afar. Interesting. 1 point stolen away from the hands of QiWA.
Yeah, stolen away is number one, but I think Flash is looking to push in as well. So Chibirit should fall here, so they get one at the very least. Yomek as well should take away one to his name. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Upchen still very much alive, still ready to be picked up as well. But X-Men now decide to put on the brakes, say, hold, we shouldn't go too aggressive, take our time on how exactly we're going to go here. Since QiWA is on the lower side of the terrain, they can take their time. They can push up forward if they want to. They can take advantage as well. Trick tries to do a trick shot, I guess. Not actually hitting onto the members of X-Men there, so forced to reposition once again. Lucky G in his vehicle as well. But QiWA not stopping this aggression. I love seeing this. It's a different look for them today and yesterday. And because of that, they managed to knock down Lucky G. So this strategic retreat from X-Men has turned into their biggest nightmare, losing 2 to 3 members right now.
I see the pun there. I see the pun there. Trick pull off a second trick shot to get the player from X-Men. And now X-Men only has Oliver left. The final player. Oh man, a struggling round for Xavage Man Esports now. At least he has a compound for him to hold on to, but because he traveled here with the vehicle, QiWA might know that he's there. So now it's the question of whether QiWA wants to push in and finish off Oliver.
Honestly, I don't think they really have to, if at the very least right now. They need to prioritize getting into the circle and getting the best area as well here at the very least. I mean, if anything, X-Men had that fight in the bag. It just feels like that strategic retreat was just not really well thought out. They thought that QiWA had backed off away, decided to cut their losses if they lost Chibirit. But what they failed to realize was that QiWA decided to hold a bit more, take advantage of them when they had least guarded themselves. And suddenly it's just 2 great sprays onto 2 of the members of X-Men. And suddenly everything just falls apart. There's just 1 man left standing here, and it's so early into the game as well. And X-Men is currently, I believe, on the second last bottom of the rung here. I mean, not the worst place to be in, granted the fact that they have a big lead over QiWA, but at the same time, you want to be able to play catch up, and this is not the way to go.
Yeah, because if we look at the numbers, they could catch like Chopper Esports or even Decimate Gaming, but because they only have 1 player left, so that's going to be pretty difficult. Forest. Now we have them on screen, and right in front of them is going to be Team Flash making the rotation. I don't think they know that Kiss is here on top of this hill, but Team Flash, they are taking this cautious move to not just pass by here without getting the information yet. But they don't really need to, since the circle shifted down south. So this will be the challenge for the teams on the northern island to come in.
It's rough, actually, if you think about it. Most teams had already prioritized going to that main island, was not expecting this sharp shift to the southern side. TE as well as Daytrade, Forest are the teams that, you know, I believe, and also Flash, honestly, are teams already there. Happy coming in from southern side as well. So for these teams, they should be okay right now, just hanging on the southern side. But on the other side here, this is going to be a hard cross. You want to be able to fight Daytrade over on that bridge. And I'm surprised. It's a fairly peaceful cross here from TDT and FW. You know why I spoke too soon. The shots are happening as well. TDT finding Banana One fairly early. Should be roadkill. Yes, it does. Run over. Good night, my brother, as they just rush forward. And the rest of FW, they're not looking to take this fight. They're just saying, okay, we like it or not, we're going to be 1 man left. And it's still too soon for us to take this fight. We have no clue how to approach this.
Brutality. And FW without their full squad and with TDT trading behind them, well, they have to get as far as possible from the competition, find a spot within the circle. But the moment they enter, more teams are looking over them, including Team Flash. They pick this high ground, which is pretty nice. At least they're okay away from the other teams, but they could still be in the line of sight from the other teams, especially Team Flash, who seem to be shooting them down earlier on, but they kind of stopped. But anyway, FW, they're not really going to stop here. They're going to continue to move. I wonder they're going to crash on the Team Flash. Not the right spot to do, especially when you only have 3 players, so they have to pick a different spot.
A lot to worry about right now. I'm looking at DCM. This is a very interesting rotation. They're going so far away. Biggest rotation ever. I think they want to come in from the southern side. And it's not really impossible as well. They're going through Fishing Camp all the way up northern Hosan and up north as well. Anyways, in front of us right now, we're looking at FW and Forest Gaming. They happen to be just hanging out here at the same space right now over on Terminal. I mean, I'm not surprised. This should be a hot spot, if anything. So many teams and areas and players coming through here. Sharper finding Happy. The same could be said about Sharper Esports, but Forest is the team that's trying to third party from all the way on the other end.
Yeah, and Terminal is starting to get crowded here. As Olympus will secure the elimination point out of Thunders from Sharper Esports. Sharper, they're in trouble as well on the left side. Surrounding them is going to be HAPPIE Squad. KM99 needs to fight back. He managed to get Algin Bots from HAPPIE Squad. So trying to defend his ground. So far doing so good. KM99, now we have him on screen. Zapaloy is together with him, so they're going to play as a duo that side. Now eArena comes into the party.
Huge. But despite being coming into the party, it's gonna be Forrest that catches Jacob right before he just joins in here. Look at how many teams are hanging out over at Terminal. 3, 4, 5 teams, I believe, right now. And over to the other side, we have Sharper and HAPPIE sharing a compound or an area. Now, it is still a big area. For me, I'm quite surprised that not a lot of teams decide to say, okay, let's just kind of go for these terrains, these high grounds instead. But I think they're willing to risk it because this is a prime area to go to. You have no clue whether or not the circle will pull away at any moment. And I think a lot of them are gambling that it's going to be coming in from the southern side. I mean, granted, we still have AGG hanging on over in Yongcheon, but T5 and Daytrade here, interesting enough, you only have Tigger watching that bridge, but Tigger has done enough noise to keep T5 questioning how many teams, how many players are waiting here for us and just gatekeeping our way into the circle.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Tigger, the Lone Ranger who did it. But now he has decided to, okay, I'll rendezvous back with my team. Okay, I'm done doing that. Well, we shift back over to Terminal. In Terminal itself, we have like at least 4 different teams inside of Terminal, including Oliver from Savage Man Esports, who managed to survive. So far, so good. But on the other side of Terminal, we still have Sapaloo here together with KM99, and they have HAPPIE Squad, Evil Patrick here, the final player. Evil Patrick scoping down. Evil Patrick shoots. Evil Patrick does not score yet.
Norins to fall as well, eArena. I think there was a lot of question marks. I think at this situation, at this point, T5 should just lengthen their lead away from this team. Regardless, Sharper Esports should be the same as well. Currently in trouble with only 1 elimination in the bag and only 2 members still very much alive here. Numbers dwindle down. HAPPIE Squad, Evil Patrick, the only one left here. They're hunting now. It's open season right now for him. And Patrick just running for his life right now, hoping to bring at least some extra placement points for the team.
Well, Evil Patrick, he retreats back all the way. He knows that he's not in a good position. Tries to corner himself, which is okay. At least he's looking down this door in case Sharper Esports, they choose to run through this door. Evil Patrick will have at least this elevation against them. But Sharper Esports, they're not really pushing through. Maybe because Balmor from Daytrade Gaming is looking down onto them at the same time. So they know that, okay, there are other teams here, so let's not take that risk just for that 1 point. It's not going to be worth it.
Now it's silence. The only team that's actually making any noise right now is DCM. They finally made it into the circle over the southern side here. They have a bit of an area to hold over on the southern side. I think it should be okay for them. Granted, that's how many teams are just hanging around, say, Terminal. But this is open areas here that's just making it so hard for them to push in. And it's Daytrade as well that's keeping a close eye. Monty being that first contact play, he's been huge, massive for the team. In fact, when you look at how he plays, the firepower is great. He takes away a lot of the pressure for the team as well. But in a position where you are out there in the open, 2 players in the vehicle, I have to say, this is a very, very high risk play. You are in a position to lose both your players, especially in the front lines as well.
But the moment you mentioned about losing players, eArena potentially might lose Larix. Okay, Larix being picked up by ZZ now. Okay, he's back up playing as a duo. But in summary, eArena, now only 2 players left. Again, a tough round for eArena, but not at the end of the world for them yet. 2 players hoping for the circle to favor them, hoping for the circle to pull down towards Terminal. And the circle will be there. eArena has the circle still to hold on.
Massive hotspot circle as well. I love seeing this. Now, looking in here right now, DCM, I don't think they really have to fully commit to these fights, if you ask me. They have a lot of space to work with. Southern side, they have terrains as well, at least just tiny little ones at the very least. They don't have to commit to... This is what I was talking about here. A lot of teams are just holding on compounds. They're not fighting each other in terminal. It's whoever that's rotating outside of the terminal is in trouble, as you should be caught there in the midst of that rotation. Sixax happy to oblige to take away that point and put it in his pocket.
Wow, I love that shot with the mini 14 from Sixax. While his opponent was traveling, he was able to land it and immediately get the knock, immediately gets the elimination. Another point in for the team. Now looking at the southern side, a lot more teams coming in. TDT makes their way into Terminal, but they're going to share the same compound. They're going to share the same building with Oliver, but Van Gogh made good work out of him, and now they have that building for themselves.
Huge, massive as well to take out X-Men this early. So that means that the lead set up by Sharper Esports alongside DCM should go even further ahead. Now, coming up forward here, looking at how many teams, Flash is still very much outside the circle. The same could be said about T5. Now, T5, this is nothing new. They are very, very late in the rotations to the circle as well. This is no different story as we come into the circle today. But again, it's all about that positioning. It's all about being able to take these fights well and safe. And I think that's why they have terrains to work with outside of the area. The only team that's really gatekeeping them right now is CES as well as Daytrade. But at the same time, the amount of teams in front of them, I'm talking about this particular team right now. I'm talking about Sharper Esports as well as DCM, the teams that are, I think they're just so distracted by so many teams in front of them. This could open up a big opening for them. And the same could be said about QiWA right now with Yomik. I am liking this. I mean, you look at QiWA right now, they're super aggressive, taking out space here. They're going toe-to-toe with FW. They've got to find one already. Banana knocked, and so is Tonke as well. Raze rendered so low, 6 stacks all alone, all doing the backside. Finally, reconvening and meeting up with his teammates. But this off angle made by Man should immediately find Binek and nearly takes out 6 stacks.
While the fight's happening, we'll also like to present to you the G-Coin code that you can redeem, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget about that as well. And now QiWA, Man, defending his ground. Now it's going to be a 1v1, but the moment he shows himself, he gets taken out. And that's going to be Man out eliminated. But at the same time, Man, he got long X at the same time, so it's a bit of a trade.
It really was a bit of a trade, but at the same time, you also look at Forest right now. They are active. They are moving and looking at every single fight in the map here. We saw the fight just after QiWA and FL. I thought that they were also putting their hands into their fights happening between CES as well as T5. So I have to say that this team, they're in prime position. They know they are safe and sound inside the compounds in the very front of Terminal as well. So they can pretty much just lord around and steal kills left, right, and center.
And here is Rick waiting for the right moment, and there is going to be him securing these elimination points for the team, for QiWA. QiWA continues to survive. They currently have 9 kills in the pocket, but Drake needs to survive. If only he can score another one just to make it a 10, but only him alone without the circle. He needs to find that right moment for himself. Now, Chloris for the Expendables, again, the Lone Ranger. This time, let's see if he can pull off a clutch.
Not the easiest as well. AGG, I mean, I think the biggest problem we've seen about AGG is that they haven't really been on that same page. Now, they've really positioned themselves, destroyed so far out Tycon all alone here. They still have no clue where to pinpoint where Chloris is. And I think that's why this hesitation is coming through here. They don't really want to go on a full-on hunt as well, especially if they're in a position where they can easily be isolated in terms of fights.
Here comes Tycon on the other side, but we're going to shift over right now towards the left side where T5 is going to be our focus. T5 driving in. He might crash out onto Cerberus Esports, but Cerberus Esports, they're ready. They got blue team, but the bomb will go down to the hands of Haisaki as well. Now it's only Rosita left for T5. T5 in trouble. Only one active player left. Let's see if Rosita, he needs to pull off a big one here against Cerberus Esports. But in front of him, it's going to be Haisaki, but Haisaki, he cannot come out easily. There are more teams around them.
Yeah, Daytrade has been a thorn in every single team fight around as well. Stolen away as well. AGG does eventually find the Expendables. Glory's not able to hold on here, but Cerberus here left in its 1v1. Rosita is so low! A tiny little spray is all he needs for Yamkut to really just go forward here. So he will at least be able to bring back one of his teammates forward here, Sololzi. But the amount of eliminations this team has had, 5 already in the bag in the midst of all of these fights. But Daytrade right now, while they have been stealing kills left, right, and center, they don't have that value in terms of being able to get into the circle. Yep, there are smokes to really bring him back online here, but I think that for them, it's crucial for them to just really move around the area, come back online, reset. Don't really bother too much with Daytrade right now because they don't have value in numbers. They don't have the strength right now in terms of utility, in terms of firepower. So for Daytrade right now, they will be stolen away from Forest Gaming. And I think for Forest, this is great for them as well. They are right smack dab in the circle. Position-wise is great. They have compounds as well. And they have been actively shooting at every single team fighting. Now AGG and Cerberus are in trouble. Circle should favor them. And now they can do the same to Sharper Esports, Thanadol, as well as Cerberus, as well as AGG and CS.
I also want to point out that on the southern side, eArena has a ton of airdrops there for them to loot. Good spot for them to be in. But not so good spot for the teams on the outside of the circle, on the left side especially, where you have at least 3 different teams. And Tycoon, yes, Yumkut, that's going to be their opening. Solo Z is now reviving his teammate. No push yet from Daytrade Gaming or AG, for the matter of fact. Right now, Cerberus Esports, they have the information. They know that people are waiting in front of them. It's going to be hard for them to get into the circle, but they still have to find a way. At least they have this vehicle to try to push their way in.
Daytrade does get immediately eliminated. I think Sharper had been monitoring for them some time, Markdown already as Sharper gets a little bit more active as Cerberus tries to rotate to the circle. That's completely obliterated by both Sharper as well as AGG. I mean, what can you do here? You're in a situation where there's 3 teams looking at you as you're trying to just desperately get into the area itself. AGG, I think they realize they have quite some time as well, so they're not too keen on really just rushing into the area. I mean, if they do have a vehicle, they can kind of risk it and just go toward the eastern side and hope for a bigger opening. But I think the lack of information they have, how many teams are inside of terminal, is just keeping them at bay right now. And I think they're doing just that. Quick rotations up forward from AGG, but for Decimate, Insight knockdown already. We talked about Decimate, how they had so much trouble rotating into the zone a bit more late right now. But Umpat for the top side here spots out the member of Sharper. 2 members of DCM knocked down already. So they're flushed out of their control of their area. This 2-2 formation, fine. One of the 2 formations had already gone down here. The rest of 2 still to look out for. Not a lot of space to work with, not a lot of time either. They want to secure those points, but as soon as KM99 push out, he will take a lot of damage, but Monty at least is secured.
And Sharper Esports, they continue to hold on, but they're not done with Decimate Gaming yet. Decimate Gaming inside will be gunned down by June with the mini 14 from afar. TDT handing Sharper Esports a hand. And now, Decimate Gaming only have 2 players left. Oh man, at least they're playing by the edge of the circle. They still have a little bit of space, a little bit of time to buy in this phase. But TDT from behind shows no mercy. Definitely not onto Sharper. And Sharper, they're trying to get away. Shots onto them from the back. Vanner doing the same onto Decimate as well. Managing 2 teams at the same time with his mini 14.
Just waiting for the right time here, hoping that DCM should actually push toward him. There's a nice off angle that he's playing as well, so a good spray should just take out here as well. But then nade just completely hits him here. KM99 does fall. And that nade came in from Olympus. You can notice that Forest Natural Gaming had actually pushed out here. Earth Zapalui, you are playing a very dangerous game. And I'm loving that for DCM, it's all about that friendship. It's all about that teamwork as well. That double swing is huge. Earth Zapalui secured already by Flood. Should fall. Sharper Esports now down and out here. DCM, this is a top 5 end once again for them after a dismal last 2 maps as well. So for them, this could be massively huge, but I still have to worry about 2 other teams. It's going to be Forest Natural Gaming, and they have rushed forward. They have 2
for them. Scrappy scoping down. He managed to duck just in time. Scrappy not able to land the shot yet, but he's not in a hurry. He's not in a hurry. He can wait for the blue to do its work and force the 2 players of Decimate Gaming to come out. So Decimate Gaming, they have to be prepared with utilities, with smokes, for them to have a chance to even cut across this road.
I mean, a wormhole, at the very least, they can cross a little bit more further out there, but time is of the essence. Time running out, in fact. So the sprays are there, and as soon as they come out here, Olympus had already watched that choke to perfection. Flood falls. Umpat about to be the next one standing as well, fall as well. That nade should come through, gonna be up online. And Forest Natural Gaming, this is their round to win.
Absolutely right. 10 kills so far for Forest Natural Gaming, and that's the numbers against all the other teams. 4v2v2v1 at this point. And they managed to get into the northern side of Terminal, where they are clear from the other teams. Majority of the other teams on the southern side, so the pressure will be onto eArena now. The team that needs to catch the #1 spot, but they only have 2 players left. They need to manage all these other teams, including TDT, that's also on the south in front of them now.
This is massive. We're looking at QiWA here on top 4 end. Trick very much online here. He's done a stellar job, surviving all the way here and now. eArena with 2 players. The same could be said about TDT. But if you look at TDT right now, they are shooting out. They are still noting the positions of where Forest Natural Gaming are. But I don't think they are super aware of where exactly eArena is. They've been fairly quiet the entirety of this game. And for a good reason, they have to make sure that they're not getting shot at here. They don't have a majority in terms of numbers and players as well. That nade comes through. Jun, oh man. That nade could have spelled doom. And he tries once again here. Sizzy throws out one more, but this time around it goes a bit too wide.
Oh, maybe this one might hit. Bam. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, it's not a frag grenade. Jun can still run over. He pops out the smoke just in time, but it takes a lot of damage. And so far, not showing on the elimination feed. That means he potentially made it across.
He did, but so low right now. His teammate is close at the very least, so they can play off each other if they want to. But looking at the map right now is wide open areas in front of them if they want to cross. And on top of that as well, it's not just Forest Natural Gaming's looking at them, it's also Sizzy from eArena. Finally, in the end, Baron does fall here, but at the cost of them both just shooting at each other at the very least. So they did trade off one another here, interesting enough. But for eArena, picking up his teammates should not be a problem. The same could be said about Forest Natural Gaming here. But these two players are side by side. I think Olympus is aware that there is one TDT member close, but cannot really figure out where.
It's not moving a muscle now. Van Earl probably waiting for Jun to come and join him. At least they have numbers. But Van Earl, he's just looking at the door in case anyone opens it. But yeah, nobody's going to do that right now. Forest Natural Gaming, one player actually down. That's going to be Baron, but he has his teammate together with him, and his other opponents are kind of far away, so he should be back up real soon. No problem for Forest Natural Gaming to maintain all 4 of their players. Gunfire happening elsewhere. Let's not forget about the final play of QiWA as well. Trick is still in the game.
Yeah. I'm actually quite happy to see QiWA up here. This could just potentially just boost them up a little bit more, make it a little bit more competitive, especially toward the bottom side of that ladder there. But Forest Natural Gaming right now, look at the amount of utility they still have on hand here. Again, this is their round to win. It is the final last circle here, the final fight, the final stand per se. And they have all the smokes, all the nades, all the mollies, even flashes, stun grenades if they want to use as well. And this could be massive for them. It allows them to isolate fights. It allows them to just play off each other, and even then they can clear off so many of these close angles.
And this is where everyone feels the tension. Phase number 9, and we have 4 different teams here. Could it be Forest Natural Gaming to score this chicken dinner? It's not a free pass though. They still need to work out how they're going to do this against all the other teams. And now the gunfire is happening with Van Earl taking out Olympus. Forest Natural Gaming, they might lose him. He's kind of far away from his other teammates.
Very, very far away. And I think Van Earl actually has spotted him out for quite some time here. Spots at a micro angle. So this smoke should actually allow him to reposition onto the other side and disallow the rest of Forest Natural Gaming to really pinpoint his position right now. The same could be said about Jun. He's been fairly quiet inside of this compound as well. He doesn't really want to put his hands into this fight and just get isolated into these 1v1s. He's right side by side with Trick as well. So I don't think Trick has been noted quite yet. But Jun should steal away that fight against Olympus. And immediately as Olympus falls, he knows there's someone really close by.
Yeah, Trick is just looking at the door in case someone opens it. So far, Jun is not making those moves. And Jun opens the door!
Open the
Just
door!
open the door! Jun fires first! Trick, he looked away the moment the door was open. Unfortunately for Trick, he was not ready for that, and Jun took advantage of it.
Timing is truly everyone's greatest enemy right now. And as for Kiss, he's just rendered down to only half his HP left. Forest Natural Gaming, they've noted the positions of TDT because of that gunfire, and now they're completely trying to choke this team inside of that area. Kiss should eat the entirety of that nade as well, thanks to Jun, but they're not quite yet. Still, they make it super competitive. Still a 2v2 to worry about. eArena, fairly quiet bottom side. They have not made a single move. They have a top side of the area online as well, so they do steal away one kill. It's gonna be Kiss, and it's not done yet. TDT swaps areas, swaps holes here with Forest Natural Gaming. Forest from the outside goes inside, and TDT now on fire. Van's in trouble. They spray from the top side here. eArena come up on top, and now it's all about the terrain. Nades come through, util as well, but none of them are actually hitting or reaching the members of Forest Natural Gaming. But Forest Natural Gaming, they have the terrain, they have the air, the blue zone not on their side. eArena not a lot to play with right now as well. The corners are gonna fall as Larry extremely going down to blue zone. And Forest Natural Gaming, this is their round to win with 4 members still very much alive, as well as utility and positioning. This chicken dinner falls into their lap.
Another chicken dinner for Forest Natural Gaming. They are starting to be on the rise now, so let's not write them off yet. The top 3, ladies and gentlemen. What a round it was from Forest Natural Gaming. Definitely not a free pass for them, even though they had 4 players towards the end. They had to work hard to get it, especially when their contender was against eArena. And they won it. They scored the chicken dinner. Great work, Forest Natural Gaming.
This is a great round for Forest Natural Gaming. Positions today, massive. Great reaction time and great decision making as well. I'm not too sure who exactly is the IGL, but their timings have been massive. It's huge on how exactly they place themselves around the area. That terminal in the front area, that 4 compounds they held, they were holding it for quite some time. And for good reason. The amount of eliminations they got, all from third partying. They were able to safely go around the map, get active, join every single fight in terms of third party, long range as well. And as people rotate into the circle, they're happy to say, okay, welcome to our area, you're not coming through. And every single player
rooftop, so they're forced to jump down anyway. So Forest Natural Gaming, they're like crocodiles waiting, just waiting for eArena to jump down, and they will finish them off. And with that, 11 total kills for Forest Natural Gaming with 1,929 total damage, and one that gave the most kills for the team. Again, this time it's going to be Olympus.
Yeah, Olympus has been a little bit more active in terms of how they've been playing today. I think I talk a lot about Scappy and Kiss as well in terms of first content, but Olympus has been the one that's been playing a little bit more separated for his team. And he's been a little bit more active in terms of his movement around the map. I think he's been kind of scouting the area. He plays a little bit more out on the outer side, different compound. It allows his team and him to have a lot of different perspectives when it comes to fights as well. Crossfires is perfect. And on top of that as well, it gives a lot of his teammates a lot of leeway in terms of information gathering as well. So you gotta give it to this guy. He's done a lot of solo plays on his own. This guy individually is a very terrifying being.
Oh yeah. And that's why he's able to bring in 35% of point contribution towards the team with 5 kills, 517 damage, and 3 knockouts together with it. And Olympus, we often see him on screen as well. So great highlight here for Olympus. And with that, Forest Natural Gaming, 21 total points, while QiWA did fairly well this round. 9 kills, 13 points collected.
Yeah, they were very aggressive. They were taking up so much space. They were actually challenging teams instead of going for these approaches. I have to say, for them just now, that initial fight they had was just huge. If anything, it was them being a little bit more patient on how they approach these fights, kind of like selling this fake on how they wanted to, and before kind of like taking this team into, I would say, just selling the idea that, okay, it's a strategic retreat, didn't really happen. So QiWA, this could be the start of something great now, regardless that it is day number 3. Now, coming back to the rest of this, I think that for DCM, this is an interesting moment for them, because if you look at DCM, they are, in terms of their survivability, they're not bad, I would say. I mean, they are a team that sort of really makes it to the top, I would say top 8, if anything. But I feel like they're a little bit too passive. In my opinion, I would really like to see this team get a little bit more active. They have some insane firepower, some sharpshooters here, and I would love for them to really challenge more teams, get those elimination points, really bolster yourself up forward. Because at this point, these placement points aren't enough to really push you ahead.
Well, the team that's ahead right now in terms of chicken dinners for today is Forest Natural Gaming. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back in a map that's only played once. There's Rondo and Taego. Let's see if they can get it a triple in Miramar. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's going to be the final 2 games here for tonight, and we're going to end the day with Miramar. Forest Natural Gaming coming in from the back, and it's nice to see these teams like at the middle pack and also the second half pack doing very well. So this will put a lot more pressure to the top 3 teams currently, that they cannot be complacent, that they need to look at the back, that teams are coming for them.
Definitely. After this, we're going to be looking at Miramar. I think yesterday, Miramar, it's a very interesting one. I think eArena and AGG were the teams that were able to take the last 2 Miramar, the Miramar maps that were played yesterday. Okay, when we look at these 2 teams, I think eArena, for me personally, I think eArena should thrive on this particular map. This is how they love to play high terrains, long range fights as well. I think this should really work out in their favor at the very least. But at the same time, another team that does pretty well on this map. And honestly, I'm surprised because yesterday AGG was the team that also ran away with the chicken dinner on this map. AGG, this was the team, I believe that was the 1v3 done by Himas, if I'm mistaken. It was at the very end, so it was very much a hero play here. And I'm hoping that for AGG today, it's not going to be all about hero plays, but more about just surviving as a team till the end. They don't really necessarily have to survive as a 4, but they can still definitely play till the end and not really rely too much on Himas for heroics regardless. But when you look at today as well, I mean, as much as I want to say, okay, T5 is the team to look out for. They are the team definitely up there. In terms of our chicken dinners today, Forest Natural Gaming, Happy Squad, Win Gaming, Cerberus Esports, as well as Theerathon 5. These are all very, very much different teams here. And definitely, we're seeing the rise of the middle pack teams, which is definitely WND as well. I think yesterday we saw a lot of the moments from them, especially on this map, how they're saying, okay, let's just go a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive early in the game. And I think it really works out very well in their favor as well. So I think these adjustments are good. So like it or not, we are going to be seeing quite a very, very competitive, I would say, top 3. Because if anything, we still have one more day tomorrow and these 2 maps as well. So I would say that top 3 spots are still very much in contention.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The points are still close enough for teams to catch up, right? And let's not forget as well that the Expendables, they lost the top 3. They're currently at number 4, but the points are still close enough for them to catch themselves back into the top 3. And it's going to be weird, honestly, we don't see the Expendables in the next stage, because these are the global champions that we're talking about. So they have to do something here. If not, I worry for the Expendables, because it's not only the fact that, well, they're outside the top 3 now, but because like what you pointed, teams in the middle pack are catching up too. Potentially, that might push the Expendables further away from the top 3, and that's definitely not something that they want.
Oh, I think when you look at that as well, if anything, I think the last 2 days or so, we haven't really seen the Expendables up here in terms of eliminations, in terms of chicken dinners either. I think we did see 1 chicken dinner from the Expendables on day number 1 on match number 2. But after that, it's been fairly quiet, if you ask me. Is the team that's been really farming chicken dinners right now. I'm looking at Daytrade, I'm looking at T5. T5 has 1, 2, 3 chicken dinners so far in the last 3 days. So it is something to note for. Other than that consistency, they do have that situation where they're able to run away with those extra points from placements as well with that chicken dinner. But if anything right now as well, I think that there's a lot of, I would say, adjustments coming through here, especially on Miramar. I think yesterday was a great, I would say, idea on how teams are approaching this as well. Some teams prefer to play a little bit more and just focus on the high ground. Some teams prefer to play low grounds, late rotations into the circle. eArena is definitely one of those teams, and I think it suits them. That's why I say that if I had a team I could bet on for Miramar, it would be eArena, but I'm really hoping that this isn't a jinx.
Yeah, I mean, teams do well in general, but I do agree with your point on eArena because of one thing that we always talk about is that they like to do the 2-2 split, and with the potential high ground area within Miramar to play with, the 2-2 split could work as well because you want to plant like players on different mountains so that they have different angles to play with, and you are generally fairly safe on top of those super duper high grounds. Of course, it depends on which part of the circle goes within this map, but in general, their playstyle might suit this one. So I would expect eArena to do well as well.
Okay, so coming up as well, I think T5 fairly has a good chance. I think generally they do well on almost every map they touch. But at the same time, you know what? Call me crazy, QiWA. They've gone this far, they made it to the top 4 already over in Taego. Why not bring it all the way to Miramar, right? They struggle a little bit in those early fights, early skirmishes. They tend to struggle in the midst of those early rotations as well. Today, they seem to have figured it out. So let's see whether or not this has changed as we go into the second last map of the day. This is Miramar.
This is Miramar, as Tash likes to call it. And we'll begin our flight path very, very soon. We'll get to see it. Of course, this is the view of St. Martin. Again, thank you so much to our beautiful, wonderful observers for giving us a good view on ground of how St. Martin looks like. Flight path, we're going to start off from Puerto Paraiso all the way to the left side of Monte Nuevo. So we're going to get a different flight path as compared to yesterday, where yesterday teams have access to the northern side of the map. But this time, it's going to be a lot on the south.
No, it really will be. Now, coming in here, looking at the drop spots itself, I think for most of these teams as well, eArena, I think they're choosing to go for their alternate drop spot here. As Sharper Esports will be taking over that area toward the southern side. Interesting enough, Sharper Esports usually play toward this middle area, toward I believe is near Power Grid. So again, I think that this is something that they are kind of changing up today here.
Oh yeah, we did see an early fight at Power Grid yesterday, so it looks like that switch maybe was partly because of yesterday as well. But we're going to see an early fight elsewhere. I noticed a knock on the outside of Lost Learners. In between Lost Learners and Minas General is involving the Expendables and Xavage Esports, and the Expendables, they will gain first blood.
This is massive if you think about it. We were just talking about how TE is a bit more quiet today. But finding X-Men this early, I think they're very much up and online and how exactly they want to approach this match. I think one member for DCM also managed to get a pick off earlier. I'm not too sure if they actually secured the kill. I doubt it. I think TE took both of them as well. Now, looking at this at the map as well, I mean the circle is toward the southern side as well. So that means that any team on the northern side here should be able to go for this rotation. eArena actually dropped down to the southern side, a northern side of that island. So at the very least here, I mean, Jacob's already on that high ground, so the rest of the team could go up there, just kind of gatekeep the area. And the amount of teams coming in from the northern to eastern side here is what makes things interesting. There's just so many teams coming in from Los Leones as well as Cantera.
Let's see if 777 can come in with a Panzer to score an elimination. It will be pretty interesting though to see it used at this kind of short range here against Xavage Esports. 2 players in the warehouse, but the rest of the Expendables, they're on their way. So they'll have the numbers against Xavage Esports. Not good news for them. Xavage Esports, they lost their first 2 players against the Expendables as well. And now they have arrived. Okay, 4v2. The Expendables coming to collect their points.
Here's the wait. Oh, he thought he could be cheeky with that micro angle. But 777 was just so adept and aware. Panzer to come through as well. Oh, not the best way to go here. X-Men, they couldn't even shoot back.
It was a quick work there by the Expendables. I mean, they clearly know that, okay, we took out the first 2 players, so there's only 2 players in there. And when they arrived in Cantera, it was like, okay, 2 at the front, 2 at the back, and it was pretty straightforward for them. That cheeky shot, even if it worked, even if it got that 1 knock, still 3 other players would be able to enclose Xavage Esports. So it was difficult for them in any way. But now they have been eliminated, no points. QiWA, for them to catch, the gap is still there. But we move over to eArena. They also collect their first point, this time taking out Baron.
Been holding on to the area for quite some time. I mean, they have a nice 2-1-1 formation there. Suzy holding on one terrain and the rest and the other by Jacob, and the compounds on the southern side there all the way by 2 other members. So this is what I like to see here. They're very strategic on how they have placed themselves. They put themselves in a nice pizza formation, crosses abound as well to provide some cover fire and support if teammates were to happen. So Forest Natural Gaming, I believe they had lost 1 player just now, and now they're wary. They're pushed back here outside the circle one more time and had moved themselves up to this terrain in the outer side of that circle.
And looks like they decided not to continue on, understandably, because the moment they passed by, like 1 player went down, so they might as well move to somewhere else. They can still play with high ground though, so don't need to really push themselves through yet. Since it's only phase 1, there's a lot of land to play with, and this is of course Miramar. Naturally, they have options to play, but with 3 players, they might switch their strategy. So we'll keep an eye on how they will perform now. But if we were to look at like the overall scores right now, after 2 chicken dinners for Forest Natural Gaming, they're at 99 points right now, and number 7. I'm just looking at the gap between them and Daytrade Gaming, which is at number 3. It's only 23 points. So they have now put themselves in contention for top 3.
Yeah, those 2 back-to-back chicken dinners is just massive, honestly. Just really boosted them all the way up to the top side here. They were one of the middle packs, if you remember, in terms of points. Now, looking at the map here as well, a lot of teams just waiting out this Sandstorm is number 1, but number 2 as well. A lot of slower rotations on the northern side here. HAPPIE, AGG, T5, Flash, still very much far away from the circle. Definitely not in yet. And eArena this time, interesting enough, they're deciding to play a little bit more to the middle side there. Jacob and Suzy had actually kind of moved themselves toward the middle of the area as well. DCM only toward the southern side of them. Now for DCM here, they are so aware. I think that Sharper Esports has been shooting toward them. So at the very least, you have Monty kind of moving around the area, doing his scout work as usual. But for me personally, I would love to see that change where Monty doesn't get first picked and the team being able to stay as a 4 a little bit more longer than usual.
Yeah, so far they are still with that split. So if they were to get together, that's not a bad idea as well, like what you said. Especially with the amount of teams rotating around them, and in case any team were to be adventurous, or if they want to be adventurous themselves, just like what Monty might be doing right now, circling around TDT, being slightly adventurous. Oh no, he doesn't know. He probably doesn't know that TDT is there, and he got punished for it.
He was just trying to scout around, trying to figure out whether or not there is a player up there in the area, and Monty actually paid dearly for his life for daring to go a little bit too close there. I think I gotta give it to TDT though. I mean, they were so quick to find his head as well. It wasn't like this blind sprays. It was very intentional on how they wanted to approach this one. So like it or not, DCM will have to start the day with, at least this map, with 3 members only. And looking at the same time as well, Flash going for a very, very long rotation coming in from Puerto Paraiso. And as for HAPPIE here, coming in from the northern side, I like it or not, I think they're going to have to go through Forest Natural Gaming here. And Forest Natural Gaming, they have 2 terrains completely in their control. This road in front of them here could spell DEATH, death.
Oh, DEATH might be the case if Forest Natural Gaming choose to fire. But no, they decide not to. They don't want to wake up the beast. Maybe they're thinking to themselves that, we have 3 players, so we don't want to really engage for now. So we'll make our own rotations, try to get into the best part possible in the circle. Team Flash doing the same on the south, making the rotations from the right side in, trying to get the next best spot within the circle with this kind of timing. Potentially, the high grounds might have been taken by other teams. So Team Flash, if they want to go up, they have to consider scouting first. If not, they can always play on the lower ground as of now with phase 1 and try to hold on to phase number 2 just to see where the circle goes and then kind of decide from there, which is absolutely fine. As for TW, now they are just right in front of AG. Okay, but quite a distance. Okay, anyway, Surti is on the other side all alone, doing a bit of scouting work, being a marker for his team, while the Expendables, a team that really needs to perform this round. If not, the gap might be big for them. Daytrade Gaming takes their number 3 spot while TDT is behind them and could potentially push them down. So the Expendables, they have to still maintain a level of consistency. Now in front of it's going to be WDG. WDG got Rip 113 waiting at the door, waiting for T to come in. Okay. Now Rip moves away. So T heard the audio cue. So they know that they cannot cut across this warehouse just like that. They don't know how many people are there.
Ooh.
One nade across, Rip is still all right.
Just waiting just to really move here as well. A lot of util thrown forward here from TE, but at the same time, WDG's already rotated over here. They can just go for a crunch as well since the Expendables, they're all inside of one building. 7-7 eats a lot of damage from that nade as well. Forced to move away, but 6, 7, 8, 9, they both trade off each other one by one. WDG, they take full advantage of the situation. 7-7-7 down and out already. 6, 7, 8, 9, they will throw a smoke at the very least, keeping him alive for a while longer, as Marcus should be around to pick him up. As the rest of TE here, they're looking to play a little bit more passive, give away that space. They don't want to collapse quite yet.
But some of the players already collapsed, unfortunately. And we're going to see the next circle. But at the same time, Chloris, now position compromise. He's going in for Tanvu. Tanvu is bleeding out though. Can Chloris make it in time? But even if he's able to make it, he needs to beat the other players of WDG. And WDG, they know that Chloris is here. And they are looking at the area where Chloris is at. So it's going to be hard for Chloris to actually even get out of it himself.
Util's out as well. They do clear out those clear corners at the very least. The amount of teams as well that's rotating, this is not going to be easiest as well. If you look at where they are, they have to take this fight. They have to go into the circle as well. There's still a lot of things to worry about. Chloris here has a nice little off angle to play with. He knows where Tanvu is. Delwyn way out there in the back as well. So he can perhaps just go for a strategic retreat, meet up with his teammates if he wants to. But that wide open area leaves a lot of question marks. And finally, Tanvu does get taken out here from Rip 113. They were hoping to bait him out, and they're realizing that for TE, they're not coming back for him as well. So WDG happy to run away with these 2 points at the very least as well. As we look at the rest of the map right now, WDG, not only is it hard for them to really get out of this area, of this compound, to get into the circle, and even if they do come out unscathed from this fight, right, TE, well, the last 2 members, going into the circle itself is going to be a big problem. And speaking of problems as well, eArena will be the next one to really have to figure this out, because they're flushed out of the corners of the areas as well. Some stun grenades sent out as well to just really flush them. But eArena, undeterred, just waiting and holding. And this spray from Laris could be massive. But Van, he's just a bit sharper, a little bit better. But
Delwyn is going to be the one to provide cover from the side right now. Marcus knows where Delwyn is at. Delwyn takes a little bit of damage, but he fires back to Marcus. Marcus 80% of health, while the rest of WDG, they are trying to look for a good angle against Delwyn and Chloris. But because of Delwyn, WDG, Chloris, he managed to back out.
this fight is just so prolonged. It's been a huge, I think, what, 2 to 3 minutes already that they've been going on here. And for good reason though, because WDG, not only did they want us over safely, they want to be able to get these last few pickoffs. But the blue zone will push out in the end. Everyone will have to move here, and TE will be pushed out in the open. Delwyn taking will be the first one out there in that compound and terrain, as Chloris still holding on to this angle. Marcus hoping to catch them in the midst of that rotation over. Chloris will eventually move, but timing again, the enemy on their side here, and both teams are forced to move away and forced to just say, okay, this fight is not going to be finding its closure. We'll meet again inside the circle.
Yeah, and good news for Chloris, at least he has like 4 first aids now, so he can still tank it out, which is fine. And Delwyn is making his way out as well. WDG, they've already sent 1 player out to scout for a route into the next phase of the circle. While we have AGG with the high ground, okay, overlooking another team just below them. But this team is quite spread out. They have 2 players on the high ground just across of AGG too. So AGG cannot make the big moves if they don't have full information of where exactly their opponents are at. Anyway, circle-wise, it shifts towards the right. Daytrade Gaming, look at the spread to try to block out FW.
A lot of space held here, and I like the fact that many of the teams are adapting this. I mean, 2 high ground areas held. The same could be said about what eArena did in the previous round that they won for this particular map. T5 as well doing the same thing, just really being able to gatekeep the road as they get into that circle itself. Regardless, as this circle is going to hard shift to the right, not many teams are already inside the circle. If anything, I would give a lot of value to Daytrade right now. both of the high grounds in their control. AGG at the very least has the southern side of Chumacera held as well. So they've done a 2-2 formation where one of the spread will be watching to see if anyone is rotating over from the left side, and the other should be watching in on the right. But for Forest Natural Gaming, this is definitely not a round as they cross over to Cerberus, and Cerberus just completely sprayed the heck out of them, leaving only Olympus left alive.
Yeah, only Olympus. And they only need 1 point to break the 100-point mark. But if it's only Olympus, then it's going to be pretty hard. But anyway, good news for Olympus is that he managed to make his way into the circle. So right now, he can kind of chill there. As for AG, well, it's going to be pretty straightforward. Based on our minimap as well, there's no other teams in front of them. So it's going to be pretty easy for them to get into the circle, even though with the Sandstorm active.
DCM all the way to the right side of the map as well. Just southern side of WDG. Still making it inside. HAPPIE, the same thing could be said about HAPPIE, right? HAPPIE is still taking their time there on the terrain as well. Late rotations into the circle. Yesterday was a day of unconventional approaches. Today was very, very direct, straight to the point for this team. Big changes as well. I think they're realizing that this high-risk, high-reward play is just not rewarding for them. But for Thunders, rewarded for a kill pick-off there onto Jacob. Is close by, so they don't really fully want to commit to this.
Oh man, it doesn't help that the fact that the Sandstorm is in this area. It's hard to get a good vision. But the Sandstorm has passed. And now it's a matter of like, okay, where are they? Where are they? Are they still at the same spot or have they moved away? Chopper Esports next to Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming, they still want to collect those points to just fend off the Expendables from that top 3 spot for now. As the Expendables only has 2 players. Now we have them on screen. We have Chloris here right in front of them. It's going to be T5 right now. T5 passing by. At least T5 did not play the gatekeeping role, so Chloris can still move forward.
I think he's also trying to see whether he can get a pick off here of his own, as I think T5 should be running into WDG, especially on that terrain to the southern side there. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. So the rest of T5 forced to stop. And for Daytrade here, oh, this is great. Circle pushing toward them as well. Tanadol and Flash already inside, as the other two are looking to just rendezvous with their teammates.
Yes, and with this 2-2 split, it's still giving dividends towards Daytrade. But they seem to decide to like rendezvous together. But here comes the mortar onto Thunders by QiWA. Looking to secure that elimination point. Looking to get Thunders. As Flash takes a bit of damage from Daytrade Gaming. Now they need backup. They need the numbers here against Chopper Esports. Jedi still alive.
DCM as well is close by, actually joining in this 3-way, 4-way fight. At the same time, behind them, you also have eArena here. It is a cluster of players just trying to fight off each other, fending off, and just fighting for this high ground as well. So Rippa13 does eventually find one, but will trade out, as well as Rossington will find one to his name as well. In fact, SP as well will find one. WDG will find one. That's how many teams are fighting in this one overpopulated area, this high ground control area. DCM, they're in trouble right now. One of the players already knocked down already, but DCM, Umpa and Inside, they just rush up forward, completely overcome Sharper Esports. And Sharper Esports is not the team you want.
Enough points to break into the top 3 again.
T5, high ground in their control. They can just wait here if they want to. FW hasn't really shown their hand either. If anything, these fights in the middle side is what you have to worry about, because there's so much, yeah, it's on high grounds here, but there's such open areas as well, free for the pickings. At the same time, Forest Natural Gaming going out this early here is kind of surprising given the fact that they had back-to-back chicken dinners. But at the same time, you have so many teams fighting for the area. Southern side here is just so packed right now. As soon as Fluky showed his hand shot through, immediately WDG answers back. So you can't really fully commit to these headshots.
Yeah, but this kind of terrain is going to be really rough to get a good view, right? If you kind of think about it. But WDG, they do have a good view against T5 now. 6, 7, 8, 9, tapping it away on the Fluky. Fluky now aware that somebody's on top of this hill. But with the circle, base number 5 coming in soon, about 25 more seconds. WDG might be forced to move forward, and that could give T5 a little bit of a lifeline. While we look at Cerberus Esports arriving on the lower ground.
Cerberus here, they have a tall hill to climb. They have to worry about not only eArena, but DCM at top side as well. Bit of rivalry here. Ex-teammates, call it whatever you want, as eArena they're going to be going huge there. Finds Haisaki as well. But DCM here, they're taking their time. They have the high ground. They don't have to really worry. They don't have to rush this fight as well. So Flood putting in a lot of pressure onto the rotators as well, as QiWA should just completely overcome Cerberus alongside eArena. QiWA today a different beast in terms of timing and positioning. They go out huge here as well, as Decimate looking to decimate the members of eArena, taking full advantage of this high ground. But they're not looking backwards right now because other teams are coming up forward here, as you have Umpat rushing up straight to the face. Decimate will go down here despite all of their efforts. eArena should rise to the top.
And eArena now with 9 kills collected in this round. They managed to hold T5 to take back that throne. But T5 is still in the game though. Anyway, eArena with this high ground against QiWA. QiWA now is having a tough time trying to get into the circle. QiWA, Man will be knocked out by Tendrip. Who will secure that elimination point is still up for grabs right now. As Hongwu Ditch will be taken out by T2 somewhere else. Nurins will want to take up those points for eArena.
He's playing so well with the side of this terrain. With Jacob as well, finding Man in the corner here. It's so hard to play. They have a nice piece of formation as well. And Jacob is just marking all the other members on the bottom side of that terrain as well. If anything, Daytrade still hasn't moved at all. All they've been doing is just trying to steal away these kills in these many 3 to 4 way fights as well. Look at Tigger, finds FW there all the way on the northern side as they try to come into the circle itself. AGG also coming up on top.
After all that, but because of their position on the lower ground, this is a very difficult geographical location for them. Anyway, Yomik managed to get ER, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. Yomik trying to tap away, trying to secure that one. Okay, with the vehicle out, that is it. Open for him to pick up. It's going to be Trick, securing it for QiWA.
Yeah, as well should fall at the very least, but QiWA this time around, they do have a shack to work with. But it's all just low grounds and big areas as well. So I believe that Nurins, as does the rest of eArena, they're looking and just marking the members of QiWA. But at the same time, the other 2 members are looking at the fight from them. I'm talking about Flash and WDG here. No movement yet. Still very quiet. And HAPPIE is right smack dab in the middle of the circle. They have sides of the terrain to work with. Nice off-angle played by Nurins. The same thing they did to DCM. Nurins has not moved at all from this area. And he's just looking to rush out forward. Yes, y'all can be picked up here by Trick as well. But eArena, they're saying we don't really have to move. We have the high ground as well. Like it or not, QiWA will eventually have to come to us. But Nurins, I think he's hungry here. He wants to get this pick off. The reset does come through.
Yeah, they are 11 kills right now. They're definitely hungry for more. Might as well keep the momentum going. It's going to be kind of hard for QiWA. Praying for the circle to kind of favor them, though it's kind of hard because they're by the edge of it. We get a confirmation right now. They still got a little bit of that circle. eArena, they're called right now.
Take their time to go down the terrain as well. Being real careful that QiWA is right in front of them. Look at the rest of the map as well. Flash in a very difficult position. You have Lung inside the circle, but granted, he's so low right now, and the pickoff will be stolen away by Ia. Ia, this is the guy that I've been seeing in terms of the big firepower, the impact maker for HAPPIE here. I thought it would be a lot more toward Evil Patrick, AGL, and bots, but definitely Ia can also step up, and today is definitely his day. As time ticks by here, most of the teams are forced forward from the high ground. They have to go down, and it's not going to be the easiest of rotations either, especially since you need to traverse down that high ground terrain. But AGG this time somehow managing to cross over 2 different teams, playing at the side of this terrain, gathering unscathed as well, as T5 forced to play a little bit more of the patient game here with one of the players, Fluky, needs to be picked up as well. And Daytrade is just gatekeeping both these teams.
Yeah, I know, right? It's going to be so hard for that side because Daytrade, they have the best position against those other 2 teams. But Daytrade, they need to move forward as well. So we'll see who makes the first move later on. Anyway, on the elimination feed now, we're starting to see Fluky going down. He must went down to the hands of Flash from Daytrade Gaming as well. Daytrade Gaming, they're doing their work. AG find it difficult to cut across, even though they're so close to the circle, so close yet so far. Aljin Bots knocked out by Palmov. Daytrade Gaming continues on to provide pressure onto all these teams.
Flash also finally goes down as well. Daytrade doing the most to keep these teams out of the circle. But right now, the only team that's inside is HAPPIE. Okay, granted, you have eArena playing the bottom side of the map here. I'm talking about the high ground terrains on the southern side. They do what they do best. The high ground, the positioning, all in their favor as well. Still very much alive as a 3, I believe. Now, For 10 trip, great opening there onto Flash, but it's gonna be WDG. So it's Tidui that manages to steal him away. Jacob finds one more member of WDG, so Jacob should have one more point in the bag here. eArena, they seem to be very much alive on this map, and this is definitely a map that I believe that they're very, very much preferred. As T5, they're struggling right now, and his AGG is always going to be Himas with this big, impactful play. 2 members of Daytrade eliminated already, and he's not done. Pulls out a different gun, moves his attention to the high ground terrain.
Oh, great move there by Himas. Double back-to-back for him. And now because of his heroic moves, they have an entry point into the circle. But on the high ground, there's still WDG. Tidui is looking down onto them. At the same time, he's managing Daytrade Gaming and Himas again. Long range with MK12 to take out Theerathon.
Tidui is still holding, and she was still very much in the game. Top 4 once again for this last place team, looking to change the trajectory of their destiny. Now, as we go here, Evil Patrick and 10 Trip immediately finds the members of AGG. Sir T falls, Tycon as well. They cannot hold on for any longer. And Happy, they're only playing right now with 2 players, but this terrain, this shack they've been playing with, they've been holding right smack dab in the middle of the circle, has been doing wonders in gatekeeping every single team to get into the zone. And on top of that as well, because every team has to walk down this terrain, wide open areas, it's just so free for them to pick off these players.
Oh man, what a position now for Happy Squad, right? Like what you said, they are able to pick up players, and with that, points to the bag. Right now, the circle still favors them, not any other team. They all need to move forward. Himas, again, still from the lower ground, still from afar with the MK12. Putting a lot of pressure onto eArena. eArena, they can still navigate their way to get into the circle as long as they don't show themselves to Himas.
Big impact maker for eArena. The off angles that he's been playing has been phenomenal. The big reason why DCM fell to them earlier, turning a horrible situation into a winnable good one here. Forced to move away, just reconvene with his teammates. For eArena, they actually do have a bit of a respite at the very least. They can go up forward. 1 nade is all they need, since that for Happy, not a lot of space as well. But QiWA, they're looking to play a very high risk situation. They're gonna rush into that circle, and Nurins will be happy to steal that point away. Yamik, 1 more will fall, and 1 more player left for QiWA.
Oh man, Evil Patrick still with the circle, but behind him is gonna be Trick. Trick is there out in the open. They don't really know that Trick is there perhaps. Or do they know? Not too sure about that.
They
but
do
they put
now.
the focus onto the high ground. Anyway, now they do know thanks to eArena shooting down the Trick. But now eArena is going to come in, and Trick got Nurins. Able to secure that point? Yes, he will. QiWA will gain another point thanks to Trick.
Trick has been able to secure these extra little points, staying all alone here. Last lone member standing. This is the 2nd time he's done it today here. But Jacob moves up forward, shoots. Happy Squad in the face. Nice spray as well to find 2. But the rest of eArena is all about the adjustment. They have the high ground situation. They just shoot out at Trick. Takes a whole lot of damage. To rush up forward is not going to be the easiest for eArena as well, despite the man advantage here. Going to be using that nade just to really flush him out of the area. But Trick already knew it was going to be happening. This vehicle should give him enough cover and should be enough to kind of force eArena to come up forward. But just like that, Lyrics rushes forward, finds him quickly, shoots him in the face, and eArena, as projected, Miramar is their map.
And here we go. eArena is back. Just as what you mentioned, Miramar is their map. With the gameplay that they have shown, they come back here with a chicken dinner. And with the chicken dinner, they also scored a lot of eliminations to come together with it, and surely the #1 spot will fall back to the hands of eArena.
Loved how they played just now. It's all about, again, is the same thing. It's a tried and true recipe for them on this particular map. It's about not only just the rotations, finding the easiest way to rotate into the circle as well, but 2, it's about holding on to that high grounds here. They have a nice 2-1-1 formation, or even sometimes 2-2. They hold on to 2 different terrains, and they were patient. They didn't really force these fights. They want to make sure that teams that are coming into the circle will be their priority. It wasn't until the last few moments for Happy that they have to deal with them before finally rushing up forward here. It was so great seeing them. There was a moment where they nearly fumbled, but that positioning from one of the members of eArena with that fight against DCM was crucial, because he found a nice off angle to play with, a nice backstab as well to be able to come back into the game and reset the rest of the team.
And overall, there was a lot of high ground play, right? Not only by eArena, but Decimate Gaming, they also tried to play the high ground, but there were so many teams who want to take out that high ground from their hands. And whichever team that came in later, for example, like Cerberus Esports, they came in late. There's so many teams on the high ground, so many teams blocking them from coming in. Even QiWA had a hard time really navigating around, but gotta give it to QiWA. Number one, they got the luck of the circle. It allowed them to hang on to that shack for the longest time. Number two, they still survived, even though eArena was just pointing the guns onto them.
Talk about that as well. I think for QiWA, having Trick as a big impact, Nico, great at surviving, but also great at bringing in the last few points as well, should really just bolster them forward. Hima still having those really exceptional hero plays, but at the very least right now, I think it's great to talk about how eArena played this. I think if anything, a lot of teams were very desperate to get into that circle since the blue zone was pushing out. And that problem is just, the problem that a lot of teams had right now is they had to go down this terrain. It's sort of like a crater, right? So how HAPPIE was kind of like playing this, was just kind of picking them up one by one. This is such a wide open, high ground to low ground terrain. But eArena, they played it very, very safe. In fact, they were a team just really rush out forward, allowed for HAPPIE just immediately get obliterated before finally they have this nice high-low setup as well as they pushed to a Trick. Like it or not, that's the second place ending for QiWA, so this is definitely a big step up from the first 2 days of play. But eArena still proving to us why this is their map to win. Great at holding on compounds and terrains, and also very, very, I would say by the book, 3 steps ahead as well, giving them 17 total kills alone this map.
Wow, and Jacob came out with almost half the total kills of the entire team by himself, dishing out 813 damage at the same time. Definitely, I wouldn't say definitely, maybe he's the MVP, or it could be given to Norins because he did a lot of work with the damage output as well. We get a confirmation right now, and looks like it's still going to be Jacob with the 8 kills and 813 damage to bring in the chicken dinner for eArena.
When you talk about Jacob, you think about this aggressive firepower, very punchy in your face, walks up unafraid, unabashed, and just shoots. It's very decisive, it's very aggressive. I love the fact that for eArena, having this firepower is massive because not only is he able to take that tip of the spear sort of, I would say, role for the team, but also it opens up a lot of space for them to really move forward, take space, take compounds and terrains as well. So you definitely need that one person to rush up forward and open up that, and it's gotta be Jacob. Regardless, 27 points, one of the highest we've seen here in the finals. Don't you think so?
Oh yeah, it is. It is definitely one of the highest. I believe there was another 17. Got to check back later on. But 17 is definitely up there. And because of that 27-point haul, even QiWA, it's like they're like more than double the amount of points collected by QiWA in this round. But we still got to give it to QiWA. You got to think about it. They are still consistent enough. They are very close, pushing down Xavage Esports to number 16.
Yeah, only 1 point shy. I am very surprised here because you thought that, okay, for QiWA, the biggest problem they had just now was survivability, and it felt like they were struggling as they come into this tournament. It turns out they are very, very much late bloomers, very much there when it comes to survivability and play. I mean, after all, in QiWA, we do have the veterans here for PUBG playing in the scene. I was quite surprised, how quiet this team is in the beginning, but now I understand that potential is very much there. They're very much online now as we head toward the final map of the day. It's going to be Miramar one more time. Now there is another team that has got a Miramar this weekend on this map, and I'm looking at right now. I believe the last Miramar that was won was also by AGG, which I believe this team made it to the top 4. So if anything, for the last time this team actually won that chicken dinner, I think it was that Hima's big play. I cannot remember, gotta check back, but if anything, this is also their map to win here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an important map as well, because if you kind of think about it, including this map, it's only 7 games left, and tomorrow's going to be the last day before we lock in everything. Who's going to be the top 3, who's going to be the champion, and so on and so forth. So this map has to be a big sprint for a lot of these teams, including Forest Natural Gaming. They had a bit of a drop this round when at some point it looked like they could break into the top 3, so they cannot drop this round. If not, well, there's still a lot more games for them considering their position, but you don't want to create that gap, that unnecessary gap for you to put pressure on yourself to catch tomorrow.
Interesting enough, when you look at Forest Natural Gaming, I think that for them in particular, this particular game, I mean, you gotta think about it. How many teams are just really trying to fight to get into that particular circle and area as well? So definitely it was one of the harder games as well. But for them to lose out this early after a back-to-back chicken dinner, for me, is a little bit more heartbreaking since you're already in the heat. You're already in that momentum and aggression as well. But if anything, there is still one more Miramar map to go. Now, if anything, if there is a team that's really surprised me today, it has to be QiWA. You know, coming in from day number 1, losing twice in a row into WDG, getting knocked out early just yesterday for so many times. A lot of adjustment has been done to this team, but one thing's for sure, if there is that one last person standing, it's always going to be Trick, and he never goes down without a fight. It's been what, twice in a row already he's brought the team all the way to a top 4 and still managing to get at least 1 to 2 pickoffs in terms of elimination points. So that is something to watch out for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trick has been the rock for the team, right? And because of him, QiWA is now, well, at least able to get out of that dreaded number 16, the spot that nobody wants to be in. But I also want to highlight onto Himas again. I mean, every day, it almost feels like what? Every day there's a Himas highlight for AG. But you did mention this earlier today as well. If only AG, every other team member is able to be activated just like how Himas is for the team, then they might have a better position as their current spot.
AGG, I mean, personally, I think in terms of firepower and style of play, it's a lot more very individualistic. Would love to see a little bit more synergy between them, but like it or not, this is a team that's been doing quite well. I would say that them being in the middle of the pack, kind of like rising up today, they have a lot of great big moments. I think there's a lot of changes as well from yesterday's play as well as today, because they're surviving a lot longer compared to yesterday, in my opinion. And I think they're doing a little bit better at making sure that they're able to just make it to that top 4. So if anything, I am really excited to see more of them as we go toward the end of Miramar, because like it or not, this is also a team that did win a chicken dinner on this map all the way till the end, whether or not it was individual plays or even, you know, a team effort. This is the team that I would say is definitely, don't count them till the out, because in terms of, I would say, in terms of capabilities, in terms of individualism, I think that this team can go a little bit more further ahead right now, especially as, you know, push comes to shove. This is the last map of the day. This is your final time before your last push tomorrow, and I think that a lot of teams want to be able to really end the day on a high.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. You want to go to sleep in peace knowing that, okay, we had a generally good day and all that. The worst feeling is that going to bed and thinking to yourself that, today wasn't a good day, you know, we didn't do well. But the teams that generally did well today is the teams, again, still, the teams on the middle pack or on the second half of our overall charts. It is refreshing to see these teams really rising up. But it's the same worry for teams like the Expendables. Again, they were not able to collect as many points as they would have wanted. Still, they are not in the top 3. Daytrade Gaming, they managed to collect a good amount of points. So they open up a bit of a gap still between themselves and the Expendables.
Yeah, I think the Expendables, I mean, as much as you want to say the Expendables, why they are going out forward as well, but I feel like a lot of teams have really kind of changed the way, the trajectory of their playstyle as well, and they aren't able to adapt. If anything, we did see a lot of aggression coming in from them, but they tend to lose half their team in most of these fights, and last 2 players still very much alive all the way till the end. And then surviving with only 2 players is definitely not easy. I think the Expendables definitely experienced that as well. So this is something that they have to worry about, I mean, coming into today as well. Regardless, as we go into the next Miramar, I mean, looking at all gamers, right? I mean, yesterday it was a great day for them when it comes to this map as well. I liked so far looking at this first Miramar, their rotations have been good. Their survivability as well. They have their nice priorities as well as protocols about how they wanted to approach this game as well. I mean, usually they drop your power grid and they really take their time. And I think I really like as well looking at how they are approaching it, because they come into the game, they go straight to the middle side there. And one thing I like about them as well is they're not afraid to take these long rotations. So I mean, yesterday for the game that they got that chicken dinner, they were coming in from power grid. They made the biggest rotation to the northern side and somehow managed to hang out and find themselves over at Tiara Bronze. So in a way, it's a very long rotation forward, but it does ensure that there's not going to be a lot of teams toward this right side that they have to really worry about compared to the mid of the map here. So patience is definitely one of their virtues.
And patience definitely paid off in this round, right? overall, you also mentioned about like some of the changes of the drop spot inside of Miramar, and that was also because of the lessons learned yesterday, especially the power grid. You mentioned about the power grid earlier on. That reminds me of an early fight yesterday at power grid. But because of some of the changes for these teams, they avoided early fights altogether. And it's great for the teams, of course. Of course, for us, we definitely like to see early action. But for the teams themselves, if they can have a spot that they can loot and see you later towards the game, that's the ideal situation for these teams. So Power Grid was left alone, only one team there, no other team to challenge it. Now, whether things will change later on, it also might depend on what kind of fly power we're going to get, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be dependent, but if anything as well, I think that, you know, this change in drop spot we're seeing, it's a recurring theme throughout the day as well. I think when you lose 2 to 3 fights as well early, and you really don't want to take that risk, it's best for you to swap where you want to drop. And I think that Sharper definitely decided to, okay, let's move into another area. We don't want to take this fight against AGG. So it's best for us to just find a different route, because if anything, AGG and Sharper, these teams are very, very capable of taking these early fights as well. And you definitely want to cut your losses. I mean, for QiWA, it happened to them twice. For Sharper and AGG, they're saying, okay, it happened to us once. I don't think we want to really try and challenge you for this different space. As we go into this particular one, as we go into this particular last map here, for you personally, let's do a little bit of a prediction, Sir Cloud. I mean, for me, I talked a lot about how I predict onto eArena, and I think both of us can agree that this is definitely the map that's suited for their playstyle. But what about other teams? What other teams do you think has the capability of going far on this map?
Ooh, good question though. I mean, I have my eye on a few teams, not gonna lie here, right? But if I were to pick that one team that I want to see like do well in the next round and has that potential as well, is Forest Natural Gaming. I mean, they had generally a good day, but the previous round, yeah, kind of iffy. So if they can end the day on a high, at least they can be proud of themselves that, hey, you know what, we are at some point like at the bottom, like number 14, 15 or so on. But today, because of their good day, they are now top 3 challengers. It's nice to see that kind of story. So I personally do hope that Force Natural Gaming does well.
Now, as far as National Gaming, I would definitely put them in the contenders list. I think today their positions have been phenomenal, if you ask me, especially in the last back-to-back chicken dinner maps. They have been so active in how exactly they want to approach this game. It's very calculated, if you ask me, about how they play, how they position themselves, and how exactly they navigate around this terrain. As we go into the last final map of the day here, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is where we are going to be looking at. Put in the chat which teams you think should be able to come up at the very top for this last map, because I would really love to see your own predictions as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We'd like to hear from the community as well. Well, you can drop us the cliche teams, you know, the top 3 teams, the T5, the eArena, Daytrade Gaming, that's fine. But if you have any special team that is not that, yeah, exactly. Thank you for the term. The hot take team. The hot take team, do put it in the comment section, because we'd like to hear from you as well. My personal hot take is Force Natural Gaming. If you agree, if you disagree, put it in. We're looking.
As we go as well, I mean, we have a few more seconds to go as we go into this map as well. For me personally, I think I'm really looking forward to seeing more of eArena as well. The way they move around this map has just been such a different, I would say, a different style of play. It's not something that I would really expect from a lot of teams, how they are very, very by the book. I wouldn't call it dynamic. I would say they have an SOP, or rather a step-by-step on how exactly they want to approach these terrains. Priority number 1, high ground terrain. Priority number 2, compound. Priority number 3 is finding a different area at the side of the circle. They seem to check this one by one, and because of it, they have an idea on how to approach these things. It really works out in their favor. Regardless, 10 seconds to go here, ladies and gentlemen. The final map here of day 3 of the grand finals. This is going to be Miramar.
And this is the final match for day number 3 before we wrap things up and head for day number 4, the grand finale day, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path this time is going to start from La Coberia up north, all the way down south to Patona, and Power Grid is passed by the flight path. So, we've seen a fight before yesterday in Power Grid. Let's see if it will happen again.
would love to see that happen. AGG and Sharper were the one projected to drop off there, and I don't think that's going to be happening. Sharper looking to change their drop spots. Honestly, at this point, I am definitely not surprised. Now, for most teams here, I don't think that a lot of change in their drop spots is happening other than Sharper as well. With eArena dropping onto Valdemar once again. QiWA this time dropping at the same spots. I think the only team that's really changing right now is definitely Sharper. Maybe DCM, because they're not able to reach their usual spot. Actually, no. They should be able to reach their usual spot on the southern side of Los Leones alongside TDT.
Oh, but look at St. Martin, Tash. Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports duking it out. Los Leones, of course, they can house two teams, so I'm not too worried about that. I'd be interested to see what happens inside of St. Martin itself. Lots of gunfire here based on the map. When we check out the circle, all the way down south. Okay, there is a potential Patona circle here. So I would want to see that. We don't always get that kind of circle.
No, we really don't. Now look at how many teams are getting very active there. Of course, it's going to be Happy Squad. They're a team that really thrives in chaos. They always go for these first picks. So unfortunately for them, none of the shots are actually going to be hitting onto X-Men. Now X-Men actually are dropping on their arsenal drop spot here all the way up to the northern side as well. I'm surprised because usually the southern side of the map where Sharper is also another alternate spot for X-Men here. And I think for X-Men, dropping here with so many different teams, honestly, I thought it was going to be bad for them, but somehow most of them has managed to really hit the ground, surviving the initial skirmish.
Oh yeah, managed to land into Hacienda. Nice and safe. Lucky enough for them. Upton takes a bit of damage, but not going to be the biggest impact. As long as he's able to land safely at Hacienda, he can loot, he can heal himself up. Not going to be a problem. So Savage Man Esports, lucky for them, nobody went out. The fact that they had a poor round previously, first team to be eliminated, no points at all. This is a round that they must recover hard.
I'm looking at eArena right now. They've done a nice little drop. They cover so much space. Valdemar, the higher ground terrain where Jacob is right now. Nurin's toward the southern side, closer to the area of Partona. And finally, Tizi will be all alone here. The whole of Partona is definitely in their control. So northern side of them is only Sharper Esports at the very least as well. So for eArena, this is just great pickings. They have so much control of the area as well. And they don't have to worry about anyone coming in from that tiny island at the southern side.
And speak about the south, right? Which of the teams have the easiest access there? That's what we want to see as well. Number one is the easiest access. Number two is like, what sort of timing do they want to go for? Because like what you've also mentioned, right? Some of these teams, they still like to play by the outside circle or by the rim and slowly coming in, even though sometimes they have the advantage because they have their own objective of perhaps gaining elimination points by blocking out other teams, which is absolutely fine. The tricky part here is that if the circle goes to Patona, now it's going to be even trickier as compared to like a military-based circle because there's a lot lesser land as compared to military-based. So that's why the circle goes there. It's going to be super hard for the teams, but super exciting for us to watch, of course.
Chumasera as well is fully in control of Daytrade at the very least. The amount of teams up north is still a lot as well. Okay. Now, coming into, I think QiWA is just one of those teams that want to go quickly into the circle. The same could be said about Flash using this emergency pickup. So at the very least, I think toward the northern side here, at least for now, if they want to go for these really early rotations, it shouldn't be an early getting into that circle since most teams have just really hunkered down themselves toward Chumasera side, as well as the terrains up forward. QiWA's in the circle, FW as well as Forest, Natural Gaming as well, looking to go in or enter the circle from the western side. And this is great. Anything, you don't have to worry too much about anyone being on that high ground to the left side there. They only have to worry if anyone's coming in from Monte Nuevo or even Brickyard, but if anything, not too much. It should be a fairly open area for them to come through.
Some of the high grounds are still open though. And Sharper Esports, okay, in a race with eArena, who's going to get up first? It's going to be ZZ for sure now. ZZ goes up, Sharper Esports, they heard the audio cue. And you see Norin's there. Pull the trigger. They want a headshot, okay. Jedi, calling out the Force. Okay, the Force is not with him yet. He doesn't feel it yet. He'll let that one go now.
Have to wait. They have no clue where the other members of eArena are as well. So if Zapalui opens up fire, he's not able to get a pick off, he could be collapsed onto. His teammates kind of far apart as well, so not in a position to play off each other. Regardless, the play areas should be restricted very, very soon here. So a lot of forced rotations will be coming in as well. But for most teams as well, I think for Los Leones already empty. Some teams could just really go through Los Leones to go in for that rotation if they want to. They can come in through resort, excuse me, as well. DCM has already found their way into the circle at the very least. But for now, eArena here, Jacob very active, so aware where CES are. And because of the high ground here, he can just kind of move left, right, and center if they want to have a nice little layer when it comes to this aggression as well. His teammate is close to pick up or even go in for trades. So for eArena here, 2 players very close by, 2 other players, I'm not too sure where. I'm sure they're somewhere around.
Yeah, the other members, they're probably playing the 2-2 split, like how we always see them, especially with this kind of map. And so far, their strategy did bring them dividends. I mean, a chicken dinner before this and even the days before as well. So they don't really need to change much of their strategy within Miramar itself. So at this point, still phase 1, 2-2 split, works out for them. They can continue to do that. While for FW, looks like they're going to make that rotation down south. They're going to try to get the middle spot, but on the lower ground, which is fine because by now, I'm pretty sure a lot of the key high ground spots have been taken by other teams.
A lot of teams are actually hunkering down to the southern side of the mainland as well, in case the circle does push down south. And I'm not surprised if that will be happening, because most of today we're seeing a lot of ping-ponging hard shift circles, which has been a big headache for a lot of these teams as well. So for them, they're not really betting on the circle going toward the small island on the south side. But at the very least, if it does happen, they should be somewhere close by to be one of the first to hit that island. And they could become the team to really kind of gatekeep other teams crossing from either bridges or just sweeping over.
Everyone's holding on to the high ground now. If the bridges were to be a battleground, that will be really interesting. Of course, that's because of the circle goes down south towards Patona. So that's something that I'd like to see as well. Now for AG, okay. They're going to meet up against Daytrade Gaming, and Daytrade Gaming, very, very widespread as well to try to defend their ground. So pretty okay. Panador with a high ground as well. With his Mini 14, the best weapon in this kind of situation. Circling around just to try to see who else is around the area. But for AG, nobody stopped them. They have easy access, and now they're going to share the same area, Chumasera, with Daytrade Gaming.
Slow rotations abound as well. Now, FW, they have a 2-2 as well in their own way, where they have 2 players playing on the island and the other 2 on mainland here. But QiWA, great opening onto HAPPIE squad. This is massive. With Evil Patrick down, that's one of the big impact makers, of the team down and out here. And HAPPIE is just going to have to find a different way to get into the area. I mean, they do have compounds, houses, buildings to play in as well, at the very least. But QiWA, that high ground has given them so much value. They have some compounds to play with. They have a vehicle here. They also have that terrain as well. And it really worked out in their favor. Evil Patrick going out this early shouldn't be too much of a big problem for HAPPIE squad. But at the very least, it does kind of dwindle down their numbers a little bit more. So aware that they are going to be sharing this area, at least with QiWA for the time being. But looking at the other side of the map here, we have Aya playing a little bit more further out compared to the team. He has had a high ground in their hands. But at the same time, we're talking about high grounds here. We do see that 2-2 split. Now, I finally see it in the end, since it was so packed just now, where 2 of the high ground terrains on the southern side here is just completely in their control. And QiWA, they're not stopping. 10 trips should fall as well, as Trick quickly skedaddles away, forced to heal, as Agelan Bots has to come up forward here. A lot of pressure coming in for the other members of QiWA. It's Yomik as well that's marked his position.
And Aljin Bot receives damage from top of the hill somewhere. Luckily enough for him, he managed to get away. And our Trick is on his way. Chibit should be back up really soon. Not going to be a problem, but just for safety measures, he will carry him into the building. So that's absolutely fine. The other members of QiWA coming in. But also, newsflash, officially right now, QiWA, they move up to number 15, pushing down Xavage Man Esports.
Oh yeah, for sure. A bit more of a quiet start here for Xavage Man, but honestly, I don't blame them. A lot of the early fights has been, knockouts as well. So for them, survivability should be their #1 priority right now. And they have a nice little area to hold on to. Circle, still very much Savior's inside the circle, so they can just rendezvous with Xavier. But at the same time, T5 rushing up forward here. T5 today, I don't think that is a bad day for them by any means. but it's a little bit more on the every team has caught up to you in terms of firepower, in terms of how you play. So they can keep T5 at bay, but in this situation, T5, a team that has high firepower, especially Patampong, especially Rosited as well, to worry about. I mean, for me, I would love to see X-Men play a little bit more aggressive, become the gatekeeper. And the same could be said for QiWA. This angle, oh man, he finds Kiss, but immediate trades as well from his teammate. Both teams going down here as well, but Forest Natural Gaming, they move as a 4 and they completely overwhelm the team.
Oh, and Man was not able to secure that elimination point. So too bad for him, but good for Force Natural Gaming. They will recover Kiss. Kiss will be back up really soon and they have this compound all for themselves. And this area is pretty much somewhere in the middle of the circle. We move over to the Expendables now. What a beautiful spot here to try to stop. Happy Squad and Iya will bite the dust.
Iya was all alone, providing that cover fire and support away from the team. But unfortunately for him, because he's so far away from the rest of the teammates, he got caught out here by the Expendables. And this is massive because he just dwindles down the number of Happy Squad as number 1, leaving bots all alone here to his own devices. And sadly, for Happy Squad, started off good. Whatever they had in terms of aggression, now gone in the win. They have to play the survivability game. Now, looking at the positions of Daytrade, look at how scattered out they are, but I'm also really liking it, which means that they have a lot more ground cover is number 1. Number 2, they can play off the high ground, the low ground, the compound, the terrain, and even anyone crossing over. Like look at Tigger right now, going super aggressive onto T5 as they kind of rotate into the circle itself. But given the fact that Daytrade is sharing that terrain with also Forest Natural Gaming, eArena, and AGG, I expect a big fight to happen there very, very soon. And looking at where they are right now, T5 is looking to crash into where Tigger is. But over on this end here, for eArena, I don't think they're going to be moving. They've always been the team to secure positions, play off together, high grounds or not. And they're not going to move around. They're going to make sure they can secure this compound so no team can come through. And I think CS wants to try and challenge that.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports on the lower ground. It's maybe a matter of time or maybe depending on what sort of information can they get or what sort of advantage. But the last we saw, they have only like 2 players at the lower ground. It's pretty hard for them to get information. They don't have the numbers. So maybe it's more of like, okay, we'll wait and see what happens. We'll hug the hillside and see if there's another team that might challenge and they might come as a third party. Well, there are a lot of possibilities that might happen. Because right now, a lot of these teams have taken the high ground as well. So for a team like Cerberus Esports, who's taking the slower approach, they're aware that, okay, pretty much every high ground has a team. And now, speaking about having a team, we have all gamers here coming in. They're trying to push Daytrade Gaming.
Aggressive as Tycon rushes up forward.
Oh!
Wow! Man, big guns in hand, but not able to shoot here. AGG completely come through as well, but Destroy does find one of his own to his name is Belmont to fall. But Daytrade, they're close here. AGG with only 2 members left, completely annihilate as well. Thunadol should also fall. So the same could be said about Belmont. No clue where the other 2 members are for Daytrade. I think they're about to leave. They don't want to take this fight as T5 is close right now. AGG also suffering heavy losses on that initial skirmish.
And here comes Daytrade Gaming running away. Oh man, like what you said, heavy casualty on their side now. They need to stay away from a lot of fights since they only have 2 players left. Coming back onto the era of Chumacera, now we have AG with a T5. T5, they're definitely not happy with the fact that eArena took over their number 1 spot back. But from behind, here comes WDG onto AG.
I mean, there's a best kind of situation. You hear all these fights coming through. You have to take advantage of the cacophony. You know, AGG still managing to bring back the teammates back online. So no points secured at the very least from the initial fight. But for Sharper Esports now, they're taking in a lot of damage from Flash, from CES as well, getting just completely sandwiched one more time. eArena also close by, but I'm not really seeing a lot of fights happen here. But for SP, KM and Thunders should fall. Earth Zapaloy should be following suit here, leaving Jedi all alone. And he's hunkered down in the compound front forward. Excuse me.
Long X, long range, blowing up the vehicle. Sharper Esports, heavy casualty on their side. And Zapalui will be finished out by home footage, leaving only Jedi alone in the building on the other side now because he's the only player left for Sharper Esports. All he can do is try to hold on for positioning points by himself, hoping for other teams to drop out like flies.
Suddenly Sharper, only 1 man left here. Puts them on par with HAPPIE. But the Versa team here as well for CES, they're still trying to challenge at the same time. eArena, you do see Z. I think they've marked the position where QiWA is, so QiWA is not really in a position to try and kind of like join in on this fight either. That high ground there, whoa man. Tries to put a bit of damage here, Jedi. That bullet drop not doing him any favors at all as TE finally inside of the circle again. But immediately, as soon as they drop, look at how much pressure WDG is exerting onto them.
And Fluky gets 6, 7, 8, 9 from WDG. And here's the Expendables on the high ground. They are coming in onto Chumacera. Now is their time to collect those elimination points. They need to get back their top 3. Marcus, 20 health left. Needs to reset quickly. While the Expendables goes up to the high ground. But at the high ground right now, they have to share it with another team. They have to win it. While at the same time, WDG putting pressure from the lower ground. Marcus is currently down. Only left with Rip 113. Is he able to save his teammate? His teammate is bleeding out and looks like it's going to be one left for WDG.
AGG from the inside of that compound as well. I believe he must actually ran him over before finally they secure that point. Now looking over a view at this map as well one more time here. T5 managing to take over that compound, but it's going to be empty. That's getting huge here. Tong K to fall as well from DCM. Huge, massive as well. But like it or not, they are still not close enough at all to the circle. Need to go for this reposition as well. Flood going to catch one off guard at the very least. Tong K will be stolen away in terms of points, not from DCMs here. So there's going to be a lot of frustration for this team since their point is stolen away. Not done yet though. The nade comes out at the very least here just to really put in a lot of damage onto FW. Hasn't found it quite yet. Flood alone. His teammate on the outside here. Inside needs to be picked up as well. At the very least, sorry, it's empty or Monty that needs to be picked up at the very least here. They do have smoke set up as well as cover. And all Flood is trying to do is just buy them time. He's playing this off angles to perfection. MT is close at the very least, but FW marking every single player from Decimate's position, not allowing them to move forward, but Monty will be stolen away. That nade will not allow them any space to work with.
And Flood is still holding his ground though. But the time is not on their side. 5 more seconds before this space closes. Inside takes a lot of damage, down to 14 health, but he still managed to heal up. Monty is now in trouble, bleeding out. At the same time, Flood sees the rotations of the other teams. He now knows that there's a lot of other teams in front of them. Now that they have to come in a little bit later, it's going to be pretty difficult for them, but they can think about that later because right now they have to win this fight against FW with the blue on top of them, and we're talking about phase 4 blue.
Inside should fall there for FW as well. They are pretty close by and they're so happy to take advantage of any of these open areas here. At least for MT, he does find a bit of value from that off angle at the very least. Tries to shoot outwards there. X-Men will be the one to gatekeep both these teams for getting into the circle itself. FW and DCM both in terrible positions right now. And it's looking worse. Flood stolen away. Upchen to take it away. But MT does at least find one to his name. It's Banana 1. 6x on the outside area. MT cannot follow up and secure that pickoff. Decimate should take 15th right now.
Another early exit for Decimate. With the fact that Sharper Esports is still in the game, they could overtake Decimate, but Sharper Esports only one player left. We'll check onto them later on. As for now, teams within the circle, so many teams on the southern side, including Team Flash and TDT. Now Savage Man Esports need to find a way to get into the circle. TDT is in front of them. TDT, we can see from their view, they're trying to block out Savage Man Esports, but FW coming out on the elimination phase. 6 sacks will be knocked down by Savage Man Esports option.
X-Men still very much outside the circle as well. TDT making sure they're not able to come inside. Seeing a lot of skirmishes and fights as well. Granted, the only teams that currently have the best situation in the map is T5, CES, as well as AGG. TE as well, not bad, I believe. It's the western side of that terrain at the very least. But Jun to find Lucky G at the very least as well. TDT rushes up forward, quickly takes away the point, puts it in a pocket, quick reposition as well. Noting the positions of the other 2 members of X-Men means that for TDT as well, they get 3 kills, yeah, at the very least, but they still at a disadvantage of only 2 players left. The circle should shift over here. CES, T5, AGG, as well as Daytrade should be able to be happy to rest in their laurels for the time being. But for TDT right now, looking from bad to worse, nearly losing Huang F, only rendered down to 12 HP. And it's not stopping so much util use to just flush them out of that tiny little shack as well.
Oh, Sharper Esports eliminated. Didn't get the chance to overtake a DCM. Another team, QiWA eliminated as well. Now, Savage Man Esports will be able to push them back down to number 16. A little bit of a short-lived moment for QiWA. From the side, it's going to be Xavier. He sees Team Flash. Team Flash still with the high ground. But within the circle, there's also Daytrade Gaming that they need to take care of. eArena on the other side. A lot of teams on the outside of the circle right now, including the Expendables. The Expendables, they could potentially go in for Forest Natural Gaming, but they also have the option of rotating straight into Chumacera. But if they do that, that is going to be AGG that they will face off with.
It's not going to be the easiest of rotations either. eArena, Forest Natural Gaming, FL, X-Men, they have to traverse so much of these high and low terrains as well to get through. And T5 is putting so much pressure onto every team that rushes up forward. That's just why for TE, their next, I would say, game plan is to go up north and just break through any of that, I would say, those buildings up forward as well. But for Flash, they're in trouble. eArena happy to just quickly eliminate them. K-Sama out as well, trading out for Nerix. But the same could be said about Norins as well, knocked down. So eArena losing a majority of their players and their teams. There we go. That's the jinx I was talking about. 10th place for them, an early exit. But this should open up so much more space for T5 to come back on top. After all, in terms of positioning, they have so much of the southern Chumacera side in their control. The high grounds, the terrains, as well as the buildings in their control. WDG and TE up north, they do have buildings and compounds as well that they're holding on to, but at the very least they don't have a lot of space to work with at the very least if the circle were to push out toward the southern side.
But Savage Man Esports, now time for them to go in. But Forest Natural Gaming, okay, at least the good news for them is that Forest Natural Gaming, they're leaving this area. They're focusing on getting into the circle, allowing Savage Man Esports a bit of space to move forward. But once they move forward, it's going to be Cerberus Esports waiting for them. Now, Forest Natural Gaming, they have arrived at the rim of the circle, shooing away a Team Flash. Omodic able to get away. For now, that is. Gunfire onto him by AG. And he'll be taken out by Ragex from T5.
Just happy to stay in there, just waiting. They're not even pushing out. They're just holding. It's just long-range pickups as well. X-Men is going to have Upchen as well knocked down at the very least. Now for TE at the very least, they're going to find Himas. So that dwindles out the number of the players inside of this compound at the very least, but we're not seeing follow-ups quite yet. So if anything, the pickup shouldn't be a problem for AGG. And the problem right now is why they do have that angle to go for this initial pickups for Forest Natural Gaming. Getting into this into that compound area is the problem, because it's a high ground in front of them that they have to climb up, and as soon as they do climb up, it's just wide open areas. Upchen does get stolen away once again from T5, and T5, they're doing exactly the same thing that we saw happen in HAPPIE, who was inside the circle earlier. As people were going down the terrains, they just sprayed the heck out of them as they're trying to get inside.
And Savage Man Esports, they lose Xavier to the blue. Now only left with Oliver. The final player for Savage Man Esports, still crawling in, not in the circle yet, looking at Cerberus Esports. Hey, yes, it's Mini 14. I wonder if he's going to pull the trigger. Lambao looking for him. Okay, they kind of know that there's at least one more player left, but they don't have a good view. Okay, Lambao, again, if it looks towards the right, maybe you could see Oliver. And now Oliver pulls the trigger, takes a bit, but decide not to continue on. Okay, he has to play the very, very safe route in. Oh, here we go.
Hold as well. Very patient on how exactly he approaches this fight. Immediately T5, as soon as one shot comes through, immediately answers back as well. He wasn't even shooting at them. T5 happy to keep all these teams at bay. And at the same time, Patampong decided to go a little bit more closer with his teammates as teams start to breach these compounds. Tigger on the western side as well is close by when it comes to Daytrade. They're not playing off each other here, so a little bit of a concern there for me. But for Cerberus, they're running out of space, they're running out of numbers as well. They're getting completely sandwiched from Forest Natural Gaming. T5, we have Flash from Daytrade on the southern side alongside Oliver here. But Oliver should go down to the blue zone, so that's one pressure off the shoulders, excuse me.
And that's another bottom team eliminated. A lot more focus this round with the top teams. Let's see. The Expendables were the top teams. They're still in the game, but they don't really have the circle, but they do have a marker within it so they can move forward. Flores will come in as well together with Delvin from behind. They should be able to get into Chumacera. Not going to be a problem, but hey, Fluky says no, not that easy. Guns him down.
Keeping TE at bay as well. And Daytrade right now, I think Flash should be rushing up to just reconvene with Tigger here. But T5, they've lost a lot of space that they once held just now. Decided to take just hold a smaller area as well. But that nade from Destroy just completely destroys Baron. Nasty. And now he's forced to move away as well, as Delvin will be caught out here from Fluky. a lot of angles and spaces. They have a lot of, I would say, crossfires as well. It's making it so hard for many of these teams to rush up forward and get into the circle, if anything, as well. But all gamers not done yet. Rushing up forward, Molotovs in hand, even util just to flush out these corners. Gonna be quite clear for them. But they still have to worry about CES as playing on the bottom side of this terrain. Scappy holding on this off angle here as his teammate is gonna be revived by Kiss at the very least here. But for some reason, Daytrade managing to find one member of T5. This should put a big hole in T5's defenses.
And T5, that player knocked, but not out yet, so there's a chance for recovery. But since the circle moves towards the right, so T5, they'll be okay for now. But for the teams on the left side of the circle, not so okay. AG will need to figure out how they're going to cut across Forest Natural Gaming. That's right in front of them, together with Cerberus Esports. Potentially might come in from the back. AG, they need to manage two different teams at the same time, and all of them are not in the circle. But by the rim of it, it's going to be the Expendables. Now the gunfire here goes out. Yes, we'll get a double knock back-to-back. Taking out Taego and Hibas.
That is crazy. A lot of the attention taken away from Forest Natural Gaming on the other side. And Kiss, all they're doing is just waiting for that rotation over and just completely spray the heck out of the remaining members of AGG. They're in trouble right now. AGG, I believe, only has one player still very much alive, and that's Destroy. He's gonna try and at least dwindle down the numbers, but for Forest Natural Gaming here, it's not a problem at all. As Himas and Destroy now down and out of the game here, but the rest of the teams are worried and wary about the positions of where T5 is. Rossiter is just moving up to the northern side alongside Patampong and Fluky. It's only Ranger Axe watching and making sure that no one is really pushing over the southern side here. But will eventually be called down, gunned down by Cloris.
Oh, dangerous move there by Lambao. Takes a bit of damage. His armor is pretty shredded there. Ranger will be taken out by Cloris from the Expendables. Rip 113 will be taken out by the Zone. And WDG eliminated, and number 6 went down to top 5 teams. The Expendables, they are still not in the circle yet. They still need to deal with Forest Natural Gaming coming in.
That early game previously for Forest Natural Gaming, they have a lot to play in terms of catch-up, and they are determined to do that right now. Looking to breach this compound with the Expendables is currently holding here, and they're doing that as a 4. But Tan Vu on the outer side here, this could be massive. But Scappy should fall here. Cloris very much expecting him initially for the push. The door should eventually break here. Doesn't check his corners and will be gunned down to smithereens. And suddenly TE are just falling down one by flies. Forest Natural Gaming as well, not in the best situation possible as well. Should fall, and TE somehow still managing to make it in the end and surviving. Cloris, what is that?
Oh, that was insane. That was insane. Again, Cloris, the lone survivor for the Expendables, able to hold it on for his team. But another nade was launched out to Cerberus Esports. Cerberus Esports, they made it into the circle, but they're on the lower ground. But at least this hillside gives them a bit of time for them to recover. As T5 is on the other side. Now T5 is still on the driver's seat. They do have the circle, they have the numbers, and they have a good spread within it.
Full control of the circle, yes, I agree. And also, for CES, this lower terrain is not doing them any favors. They rush up forward, suddenly their head pops up first, and it's immediately a knock as well. Cloris, yep, could potentially just break quietly into the compound where T5 is. Perhaps steal a kill or two if he wants to. I mean, in terms of positioning right now, T5 is not necessarily in the best situations to play off of each other either, since they are so separated. They are trying to make sure that all of their bases are covered here, especially when they look at CES. But as the circle comes through here, Cerberus, they're gonna have to push eventually. And by then, when that moment happens here, T5 will be ready as a shooting gallery, just making sure to pop their heads here. But Cloris should change the trajectory, maybe steal off a kill or two.
Yeah, or maybe he can just wait for them to just duke out with each other. Fluky seems to know that Cloris is here. And Cloris, he'll be pressured by the blue. The blue will force him to move forward anyway. Here comes Cloris. Cloris out in the open. Eliminated by Rossinet. Down to the top 2 teams, T5 and Cerberus Esports.
3-on-3 here. Both teams have a 50-50 chance of winning here according to stats. But in terms of positions though, for me personally, T5, if they lose this, it should be a massive fumble. But CES, we shouldn't really count them out yet in terms of firepower and how exactly they breach through compounds. Their waterfall and floods of play should be phenomenal. Needs to come through as well just to really kind of flush down these corners and angles. But T5, they're just saying, okay, that's fine. We can play a little bit more back. We can give up a bit of space here, play long range if you want to. Haisaki should be the guy that's looking to try and, I would say, really try and backstab, lurk around as well. But I think for T5, they are aware the CES plays that way. So they do have one player marking one angle and the other two marking the same one as well. So they have a nice pizza formation, crossfires around as well. I'm pretty sure Rosita is marking the positions of Haisaki, finds him, and immediately Haisaki falls.
And Rosita still able to recover himself. Haisaki now bleeding out, but Lambao should be able to pick him up. Shouldn't be a problem here. Okay, he's on it. And now it's going to be T5. Do they want to follow up? No follow-up here for T5. T5 can still wait. The blue will do its work to force Cerberus Esports to come up to the high ground. And that's where T5 can truly show their fangs.
Lambao made it up already. That smoke gave him a bit more space to breathe as well. Will be flashed as well. Moves back. T5 not really worried, not in a bad position either. With Fluky, the one to watch this off angles as well. So aware that Haisaki was there last seen. Not allowing on the smokes to really give them a bit of space. Puts out another one as well just to kind of deny them that vision and idea where they want to push here. Lambao Wu here alone. Rosita will try and just peek up forward. Haisaki falls. Fluky will give the same amount of medicine his teammate gave to Haisaki once again. So he's definitely out of the game. So Lolzy answers at the very least. So Patapong should be the one to fall next. Lambao Wu, as soon as his head goes up, his head will be popped as well as Fluky and the rest of T5 keep alive, keep steady, making sure that they do survive as a 2. No time to pick up his teammate, and now is down to that 1v2 at the very least. Haisaki picked her out already as Rosita, he's just strafing left and center at the very least, will fall, but the nice crossfire set up by T5 gives them the final chicken dinner of the night, and T5, they answer back, they want the top spot.
And they will get it, definitely. T5 will be at the top spot after we tabulate all the scores officially, ladies and gentlemen. And with T5, with their position on top of the high ground, where the high ground Chumasera is at, they had absolute control of everything against Cerberus Esports. Cerberus Esports coming in from the lower ground, it was very difficult for them to punch through T5. And T5 hold their ground. Anyone who popped their head, T5 is always ready for that.
Yeah, T5 has done phenomenal this game. Honestly, I thought there was going to be a big of a problem on how exactly they wanted to rotate into the circle, coming in from the northern side there. But somehow they still managed to get into that area and held down that side, that northern side, and held it for quite some time. And all they had to do was just be patient, and anyone crossing over, they just pick off the kills. They managed to kind of like, I would say, make sure that no one's even able to come close. Yes, eventually the circle did fall and many teams did force their way in, but at the very least, they're able to just slowly, bit by bit, give away that hold. But at the same time, it's about marking all of your angles, making sure that if any team were to rotate inside of the area, they have crossfire set up. They have a situation where they're able to trade off each other, make sure that they can stay alive here. That last situation, the 2v1, they didn't allow themselves to go into isolated fights. At the very least, they have crosses set up as well. As soon as his teammate falls, it's an immediate trade out as well. At the very least, for T5 here, their SOPs, their protocols, very much online, and I'm glad to see them really come up on top here at the last map of the day.
Well, and looks like we will end the day with a T5 chicken dinner still. And that will put them up on top. eArena, they still have to work harder tomorrow again to claim back their throne from the hands of T5. But I also want to give it to the Expendables. This round was a decent round for them. If you kind of think about it, like they had a difficult circle, the circle kept going away from them, but they still are able to find a way to get in until the end. When they had to face off against T5, then it became a different story. But still, they're able to overcome a lot of odds.
I mean, in this situation here, look at Forest Central Gaming. I'm almost sure that Forest Central Gaming should be able to come up on top there. But that just one moment from Clories, that reposition that just really caught the entirety of Forest Central Gaming off guard here, which gave them quite a number of eliminations as well. We talked a little bit briefly about what we expected from the Expendables, especially since they did come up on top in a few of these situations. They were one of the top teams to look out for as well. But honestly, when you look at the Expendables just now, I have to say Clories was a big impact maker for the team as well, in terms of positioning, in terms of how exactly they kind of played off the area. They were holding on to the compound for quite some time. The only time where they had to fight was when Forest Central Gaming pushed out toward them. So at the very least as well, that was also a very fun, I would say, situation to look out for. Regardless, coming into this final chicken dinner of the night, we're going to be looking at T5 here. That would make it, what, their 4th chicken dinner in the last 3 days?
Oh yeah, so far the holder of the most chicken dinners in the final stage, yes. And this time with 10 total kills with 1,877 total damage. And the one that came in individually with the most kills for the team is going to be Fluky with 4 kills. But the one that came in with the most damage, that did a lot of work, it is Rosita with 741 damage, potentially the MVP, but we'll get a confirmation soon once we tabulate all the scores together. So with 10 total kills got by a T5, it's going to be 20 points this round collected by them. For sure, they'll be at number 1. And our MVP, yes, it's going to be Rosita.
Rosita, I think this game was just massive for them, mostly in particular about how he's positioned himself. Just now, that was just like one tiny half wall that he was holding onto. He was just strafing back and forth and just making sure that no one's going to be able to push through. He's understanding this that tiny little choke area is where most of the Cerberus members were. So in order to make sure that they're not able to just really breach that compound, he held onto the area for quite some time. Also, another thing to note as well is the members of, especially Fluky from T5, the off angles he did just really complemented Rosita's, I would say, position, because he's taken away a lot of the attention. So Fluky was able to quickly find Haisaki, go up forward, reposition himself again. So like it or not, these two players, Fluky as well as him, their play styles are just really good. Sorry, there's a loud sound happening outside. I just got lost in my train of thoughts. Regardless, 20 points for T5 here should definitely put them up forward. But for us, Natural Gaming, they're still riding that high from his 2 chicken dinners just now, giving them 12. Yeah, 8 points shy, but I would say they're still definitely up there and consistent throughout the entirety of the day.
And look at this. Okay, officially T5 is now back at number 1 with 102 kills. Okay, they broke the 100 kill mark as compared to the other teams. 2 points ahead of eArena, followed by Daytrade Gaming still at number 3. The Expendables 119 points, so they are now 11 points behind Daytrade Gaming, still with the 6 teams more to go tomorrow. They'll be able to catch up, but there's a lot of other teams that can catch as well. AGG, we have WDG that can catch as well. Forest Natural Gaming had a pretty decent round, so they are still in contention for the top 3 spot. They are only 19 points away from Daytrade Gaming. So again, with the 6 teams tomorrow, it could still happen for them.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. I think this is great to see this big shift in scores as well. Of course, Natural Gaming, honestly, today is definitely their big day coming through here. They are the team to just really rush up forward, great positioning, keep teams out as well. And as a team, I think that teamwork is good. It's very direct sort of point, move as a 4, win as a 4. Love to see it. But regardless, coming up through here, T5, I have to say, their patience is phenomenal. A bit more of a quiet day for them, but they were still consistently bringing in points. I think that is the most important thing to think about, because I think that throughout the entirety of today, it's rare that we actually see T5 getting knocked out compared to, say, eArena. When they score big, they go big, but then they have a few more quiet games. But regardless of what it is, again, what's important to think about these two teams is that they never really go out with a 0. Regardless, as the final day comes up tomorrow, last 6 maps to play, I'm super stoked to see who comes up on top and who will be the top 3 teams moving on forward. Anyways, Eid is here for you guys who celebrate Eid, so Eid Mubarak to you guys, and we'll be seeing you guys one more time tomorrow for the end of the PUBG Global Series APAC Phase 1. We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢叫點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知走嘅途徑，我但未努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒8埋口，叫做兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份復習，個身份住好過要出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅途徑，我但你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞， 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對濕，就份復習，個身份住好不如出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。女兒係好嘅時機，再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞。